Please make sure you fill the seats. We obviously have a big crowd tonight, so if you'd go ahead and take a seat that's empty.
If I could have your attention, please. Hello, everybody in the City Council chambers. If I could have your attention, please. Hello, hello, hello. Yep, attention. Thank you. Everybody who is standing is in violation of our fire code. Good news, though. We are opening up the community room for overflow. My fire chief here, Mr. Gerard Washington, give it up for the best fire chief in town. That's right. He's going to escort everybody to safety. So those of you in the back, Mr. Washington's going to take you to the community room. Let's go. Let's go. Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, everyone. Okay, we're going to attempt to begin our meeting, but we have to have everybody who's standing has to be in a chair. We've asked all of our staff to retire to the conference room here, and we have additional seats available. We have a screen in there in the audio where you can see and hear us, and I'm sorry to ask that, but I see a seat up here. If there are any seats, go ahead and move into the middle, please, and clear up those aisle chairs, if you would, please, so everybody can participate. If there's an empty seat, you know who you are. Go ahead and make a new friend, get a little closer, so that everybody can have an opportunity to be in the room that we can accommodate. It would be great. Okay. Okay, Chief, we good to go? Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, then we're going to begin our meeting this evening with a roll call from our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record should reflect that all members are present, with Councilmember O'Donnell participating via Zoom.
Okay, and our City Attorney, Walter Chung, is going to make a report about our closed session meeting that happened immediately prior to our re-adjournment here.
In today's closed session, the City Council has authorized me to disclose that it has directed staff to obtain an appraisal of the Green Oaks Ranch property. Otherwise, there's no other reportable action.
Okay. All right, and now our Deputy Mayor, Katie Melendez, is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Please rise. Put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yesterday was Memorial Day, and the City Council and I would like to start our meeting with a moment of silence to honor the brave men and women, more than 1 million of them, who have made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedoms. If you would join me. Thank you. Now our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez, has some procedural items to cover.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members in the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Okay, I know this would be a lot of interest to folks tonight. To speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item that you want to speak on and give it to the clerk or secretary staff. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside of the council chambers. For members of the public participating via Zoom, you may use the raise your hand feature to indicate that you would like to speak, or click *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the City Council this evening. And just moving a little bit forward here, right after our first 4 awards of proclamations this evening, we will have an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda, which I think some of you may be here to speak on something that's not on tonight's agenda. You may request to speak during this section of the agenda when we get to it, oral communications. You'll also need to go ahead and grab a speaker card from the table just outside the front doors of the chamber. and then you'll turn that speaker card in to our city clerk here at the dais. So with that, I would ask my council to join me at the rostrum for our 4 presentations this evening. There we go. Okay, our first proclamation tonight is declaring May 31, 2024 as Kayla Edwards Day in the city of Vista. Kayla, would you and your family please come forward? Thank you. I want to give you this. We'll take a picture with you after we read it. So the proclamation reads, Kayla Edwards, girls wrestling state qualifier, Rancho Buena Vista High School. Whereas Kayla Edwards, a senior wrestler at Rancho Buena Vista High School, has been nothing short of amazing and has won CIF Division I, took first place in San Diego Master Championships, placed 4th in the California State Championships. Whereas Kayla went into the California State Championships with only 1 loss. Her work ethic is second to none, and she has never missed a practice or a tournament. Whereas in 4 years of high school, she is a 3-time state qualifier, placing twice in the 5th and 4th place. 2-time Masters champion, 2-time CIF champion, 3-time league champion, and 2-time all-time CIF. Whereas Kayla is without a doubt one of the best wrestlers to come out of Rancho Buena Vista High School. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council applaud Kayla Edwards for her commitment and unwavering dedication to girls wrestling and her high school team. Congratulations on your achievement of setting state records and making Rancho Buena Vista High School and the Vista community proud. We wish you the best in your future endeavors, and we hereby proclaim Friday, May 31, 2024 as Kayla Edwards Day in the city of Vista. All right. Can you take a picture with it? All right, step this way. Yep, come on up here and take a photograph with us. Our next proclamation is being presented to students of Vista Academy of Visual and Performing Arts, proclaiming May 30th, 2024 as Safety and Wellness Day in the city of Vista. We'd like to ask Santana Carrera, Thomas Ward, Elias Lopez, Joel Ramirez Rodriguez, Salome Rodriguez Mendez, and Kayla Valdez Castro to come forward and accept these proclamations. And if there are any other students here, please come forward as well. Good.
And for you two gentlemen.
Okay. Whereas the Vista Academy of Visual and Performing Arts is a K-5 International Baccalaureate, or IB World School, with a mission to inspire every student to be a confident global citizen and critical thinker through rigorous arts-integrated and innovative academic community. And whereas the Vista City Council recognizes the April 2024 Educational Safer City presentations on peace, justice, and strong institutions by VAPA students as part of the IB Primary Years Program, or PYP, exhibition project. And whereas the students' presentations were exemplary, which included Japhet Rivera's, Thomas Ward's, and Jocelyn Gonzalez's presentations on good health and well-being, Santana Carrera's presentation on the connection of gun laws and communities, Joel Ramirez Rodriguez's presentation on the justice system, Kayla Valdez Castro's presentation on poverty and social protections, Salome Rodriguez Mendez's presentation on poverty and crime, Elias Lopez's presentation on human rights, and Christian Grub Barajas' presentation on clean water. And whereas prevention education provides educators with knowledge and know-how to implement this type of learning in the classroom, and commend VAPA for their leading efforts on this initiative. Prevention education can address and combat multiple wellness issues that young people face. Whereas the City of Vista supports being a safer city where residents and students feel safe, where they are respected, valued, and have access to a full range of health, social, natural, and educational resources. And whereas through milestones and robust partnerships, Vista has trusted community-based organizations such as the Vista Unified School District and VAPA that provide services that support a healthy city. And whereas the student presentations received enlightened council members on safety and wellness perspectives, and thus Vista City Council reaffirms their commitment to the City of Vista being a safer city dedicated to the health and wellness of the Vista community. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council commend VAPA and recognize students Japhet Rivera, Thomas Ward, Jocelyn Gonzalez, Santana Carrera, Joel Ramirez Rodriguez, Kayla Valdez Castro, Salome Rodriguez Mendez, Elias Lopez, and Christian Grub Barajas for their Safer City initiative, which includes contributions to promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions through their educational programs and projects. And we hereby proclaim Thursday, May 30th, 2024, as Safety and Wellness Day in the City of Vista. Would you come take a photograph with us? Come stand up here for us. Good. If everybody open this up, now come on up here. Take a few seconds. Yep. Lots of talking. Okay, our next proclamation is one declaring June 2024 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual Pride Month in the City of Vista. Receiving the proclamation this evening are Roxanne Deathridge, Pride Director, and Max DiPazziti, Executive Director of the North County LGBTQ Resource Center. Please come forward if you would. Joining them are Lisa Nava, Carlos Tabora, and Nanny Love.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Likewise. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, it's a long one, yeah?
Of course. Yeah, it's just big text. Don't worry. Okay. Whereas our nation was founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, and the City of Vista supports the rights of every citizen to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. Whereas in June 1969, patrons and supporters of the Stonewall Inn in New York City staged a protest to resist harassment and discriminatory laws and practices against the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual LGBTQIA+ community, those protests marked the beginning of the modern LGBTQIA+ movement. And whereas the LGBTQIA+ Pride celebrations take place around the world every June to commemorate the beginning of the Stonewall riots, including North County's own Pride celebration, Pride by the Beach, which is attended by over 23,000 people. And whereas the North County LGBTQ Resource Center was founded in 2008 with a mission to serve, empower, and advocate for San Diego North County's diverse LGBTQI+ community, and has been an advocate for equality and inclusiveness while providing valuable support and life-saving services in the North San Diego County region. Whereas the North County LGBTQ Resource Center has hosted Pride by the Beach every year since 2007, and this year's Pride by the Beach theme will be Our Stories, Our Power, celebrating the visibility and resilience of North County's LGBTQI+ community, and will be held Saturday, June 1 from noon to 6 p.m. Whereas Vista has a diverse community that includes people of all ethnicities, religions, and professions, whereas everyone should be able to live without fear of prejudice, discrimination, violence, and hatred based upon race, religion, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Whereas the City Council urges all Vistans to respect and honor our diverse community and celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby proclaim June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Intersex, and Asexual Pride Month in the City of Vista.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for your continued partnership. For the people in the audience today, we invite everyone to this Pride Festival this coming Saturday in Oceanside. The Pride also benefits a lot of youth programs or youth that are in the streets, which also the city of Vista has partnered with the solution, not just denouncing the problem by supporting our Unicorn Homes villages. So we invite everyone. It's a family event. School district will be there. The YMCA will be there. It's got a lot of music, a lot of food, and an opportunity to meet your neighbors. Even though it's in Vista, it represents North San Diego County. This is some of the staff from all over the county preparing this amazing festival that has been going on for 17 years now. So thank you for the opportunity, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Y'all ready to come up for close-up?
Oh, the picture.
Just one more. Our final proclamation this evening is declaring May 2024 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Vista. Accepting the proclamation this evening is Ilimi Kam Martinez. Did I say that right, Ilimi? Is she here, Ilimi? Yes, she is. Oh, very good. Did I say it right? Did I get it right? How do you say it? Ilima. Ilima. Oh, okay, Ilima. I got the first syllable right. That was where I thought I would mess up. Ilima Kam Martinez, founder and board president of the Umeke, a North County-based 501c3 organization dedicated to the preservation, perpetuation, and education of Hawaiian culture. And I know that all of us who have been to Hawaii love Hawaiian culture a lot. So it's one of the best in the world. Let me have it. Thank you. Whereas the city of Vista takes pride in recognizing May 2024 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander AANHPI Heritage Month, acknowledging and commemorating the many impactful contributions of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders who have enriched the history of our nation and the city of Vista. And whereas 2024 marks the 34th national observance of May as AANHPI Heritage Month, and appreciating the variety of contributions made by the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community to our nation and our culture, whereas we honor all members of the AANHPI community, which encompasses a wide range of diverse peoples, cultures, and languages, representing numerous countries and islands. And whereas the theme of this year's observance is Advancing Leaders Through Innovation, which acknowledges the leaders throughout history from the AANHPI community who have made significant contributions to continue to influence our shared future. And whereas we recognize the countless contributions, rich cultures, and vibrant heritages of the AANHPI community, and whereas we acknowledge and celebrate and seek continued collaboration with the many Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders who have played a pivotal role in our local history and the community of Vista. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council hereby proclaim this month of May 2024 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Vista. Can you take a photo with us? Right here. All right. Good. Just step right up here in front of us. Yeah. Yes, please. Sherry. Yeah. Okay. And while folks are leaving the chamber, I'd like those who are listening from the Morris Vance Community Room, if staff would like to direct about 10 individuals. We have about 10 open seats here in the council chambers, so we'd like to invite 10 more members of the public. If they'd like to be accommodated here in the council chambers, they can come to the council chambers at this time, about 10 more individuals. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Now we're to the portion you've been waiting for, oral communications. Any member of the public may address the city council on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda, and by requesting to speak during this section. If you are participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 at this time if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Until about a year ago, they used to all go at the very end, and now we've moved that around a little bit, so folks didn't have to wait till the end, but when we have big groups, we have to accommodate the overflow at the end of the meeting. But we would invite at this time the first 10 of our oral communication speakers to address the council, and I think we've got a number of them here to speak on the Green Oak Ranch subject. Is Denise Berrigan. And if you would please be ready to speak when you hear your name. Joe Allen, you'll be next. If you'd please make your way to the aisle and be prepared to come forward, followed by Stacy Sills. When it's your turn, you'll be the next two speakers. Ms. Berrigan, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me, or should I move this closer?
Yeah, pull that microphone close to your mouth.
Thank you.
Okay. And we'll just give it just 1 second here. There's some seats in the front of the room for those who are looking for seats. We'll just take a minute for everybody to grab a seat. Keep the fire chief happy. All right. Gotta make everybody safe. Our fire chief, Gerard Washington, does a great job for us. All of our firefighters and our sheriff's deputies. We appreciate all of them. Okay, now that everybody's got a seat, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Denise Berrigan, and I stand before you not only as a resident of this wonderful city, but also as a candidate for Vista City Council. Today, I come to advocate for the crucial principle that lies in the heart of our community, and that is keeping local control over the outcome of Green Oak Ranch. The proposal to transform Green Oak Ranch into a regional mental health hub is indeed a significant one. While the intention behind this project is noble, it brings with it considerable concerns for our local community. Concerns that we, as residents, have the right to voice and address within our own city council. This project has raised valid fears among our residents, particularly those with young families and those who have children attending nearby schools. The safety, well-being, and peace of mind of our community should be paramount. I've spoken with many residents, and the sentiment is clear. There is a deep sense of disappointment and a feeling of being unheard. People are anxious about the impact this facility could have on their neighborhoods and their quality of life. They are also concerned about the lack of clear, consistent information regarding the project specifics. This is why local control is essential. Our city should have the power to make decisions that directly affect our community. We cannot allow the county to decide on a project of this magnitude without our input and consent. It is crucial that the voices of Vista residents are not only heard, but also respected and acted upon by our own council. Also, there are alternative visions for the Green Oak Ranch property that align more closely with our community's needs. Alternatives such to enrich our city without imposing additional strains on our resources or posing potential risks to our residents. I urge this council to prioritize the interests of our community by ensuring that we retain local control over the future of Green Oak Ranch. Let's engage in transparent discussion, consider all viable options, and most importantly, listen to the voices of those who call Vista home. By doing so, we uphold the trust and respect of our residents and ensure that Vista remains a place where their concerns are genuinely addressed. Thank you, and I thank you so much for moving forward with inquiring about the purchasing of Green Oak Ranch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies to everyone because now that we've entered the hearing portion of our meeting, it's kind of like being in a courtroom, and to make sure that everybody's heard and we maintain decorum, our city ordinances require that I bang this gavel if the room gets loud. So we're not allowed to applaud in this portion. So if you would please observe that ordinance is adopted by the council. Joe Allen, you're next, followed by, and I'm sorry, did you have a point of order you want to make? Okay. Joe Allen, followed by Stacy Sills. And then Jason White. Yes, sir. Mr. Allen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joe Allen, and I am the current president of Vista Girls Softball. I have lived in the city of Vista for 22 years and participated in youth sports for 16. With one son and 3 daughters, I understand the importance of value of youth sports as kids grow up. My kids have played youth sports through these programs provided by the city of Vista, and my family has been a part of the Vista Girls Softball League for 16 years. My oldest daughter is now 22, played T-ball at Vista, and went on to continue playing 2 more years at Saddleback College, where she earned 3 associate degrees while playing softball. My 2 youngest girls, our ages 13 and 11, are currently playing softball at Vista Girls Softball and looking to follow in their older sister's footsteps. We are the only youth softball league in the city for girls, and the only league that provides a program for kids with disabilities through our Spirit Division League. There are also another 250 young girls enrolled in our league playing at these Vista fields. They have found that they call it home for most of them. However, these fields have not been updated to standards that these young girls deserve. I walked our fields with a council member before, and we've talked about upgrades and different things that needed to happen. They have seen firsthand the need of improvements and upgrade facilities. We have 250 girls with only 2 restrooms for the girls there. When it's break time, there's a line, sometimes for 20 minutes before they could actually go to the bathroom. And if you come on a busy day, Saturday, it's packed. I mean, like I said, there's 2 toilets, 1 sink. There are 3 fields used by our league, but they are all shared year-round with soccer in the fall and RBV softball freshman team during the spring. Our league is continuing to grow. And on behalf of Vista Girls Softball, I'm asking the city to use the land to develop sports complex to help not only softball, but youth sports thrive in the city of Vista. Building a complex with new fields that belong to each sports league can help kids stay outside and play sports year-round. The importance of youth sports is important in developing members of society. In a survey provided by Women's Sports Foundation, female high school athletes are 92% less likely to get involved in drugs, 80% less likely to become pregnant, and 3 times more likely to graduate than non-athletes. Community and physical activity are important to develop mental health of our young kids and give them another place to call home this is a significant role in their childhood. Providing a place where kids can create community among themselves, develop into athletes that represent our high schools and stay out of trouble can be a great service done by the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and if you would, please, I'm very sorry to ask you to hold your applause, but it's required. Stacy Sills, followed by Jason White, although you're allowed to do this if you like.
All right. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Stacy Sills, and I'm here tonight representing Vista Little League, the board of directors, our Vista Little League families, and most importantly, my children. In summer 2020, we bought our home here in Vista, and with a 2-year-old and a newborn, it was really hard to find Vista's community amidst the pandemic. As things opened up, we decided to give T-ball a try in spring 2022. We were greeted with an incredible sight. Strong family bonds, friendships that had clearly been formed over years of baseball, and Vista's community. Season after season, we meet new, friendly, wonderful families that want a place for their children to grow. Vista Little League had a record season this spring, serving more than 560 players from Vista. That's 560 boys and girls that are getting to develop skills that will serve them later in life. 560 players that call Vista Little League their community, and in many cases, their second home. This last spring, we turned away 58 players. Our ball fields are at their limits. We're maxed on the number of teams, practices, and games that we can accommodate. Our parking is overflowing, especially on Saturdays and most weeknights. And that's 58 boys and girls that missed out on friendships and 58 players that did not find their Vista community. Vista Little League is at its capacity at our fields. We turn players away because of our space. We don't have a juniors division to bridge the gap from middle school to high school for our players. And we cannot build Vista Little League community to include more families. But the Green Oak Ranch property solved this. With the city's acquisition of the available lands, Vista's community can enjoy green space that's in short supply these days. Parks, playgrounds, and sports fields would allow more of Vista's youth to develop skills, build friendships, and find their second home. Most importantly, it would give our Vista community more than what the county is proposing. So, council members, you guys are throwing me a curveball, pun intended. I actually want to change the end of my speech and tell you thank you for investing in Vista's community, and thank you for investing in Vista. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and next speaker is Jason White, followed by Vanessa Volcano, followed by C. Ross.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and fellow attendees. My name is Jason White, and my family and I have been deeply involved in the community of Vista for a decade. My wife and I, along with our 4 children, are active members in a local Vista church and participate regularly in many community service projects that church does for this city. Our children have been attending a local Vista school for that time, and our oldest has played for multiple sessions in a local Vista sports club. These are just a few examples of how our family wants to contribute to this positive community spirit and the healthy activities that the great city of Vista provides. So I stand before you today to express my strong opposition to the County of San Diego's proposal to purchase Green Oak Ranch and transform it into a regional mental health and substance abuse treatment center. I understand the need for such facilities. I firmly believe this project does not belong in Vista. The county should be building these facilities in downtown San Diego, where the bulk of the county's needs exist, not an hour north in our city of Vista. Building a regional mental health and substance abuse treatment center in this community would clearly mean importing individuals with high needs into the city of Vista, individuals who would be best served by the communities in which they currently reside, where they already have an established support network and where they presently find the services they need. Furthermore, this increase would strain local Vista resources and negatively impact the quality of life for all Vista residents. Vista's infrastructure and community services are not equipped to handle such a substantial influx of individuals with high needs. My family and I regularly observe Vista's current chronically homeless residents during our daily commutes to and from our local Vista school. Creating a regional mental health and substance abuse treatment center at Green Oak would certainly increase this population, which raises significant safety concerns, not for the community, but for the children too. The safety of all Vista residents, including children, should remain the city's top priority. In conclusion, while the need for regional mental health and substance abuse treatment centers is undeniable, the proposed location at Green Oak Ranch is not suitable for such a project. Vista is a community that thrives on the involvement, safety, and well-being of its residents. We need to ensure that any proposed development aligns with these values and supports the current population without overwhelming the city's resources. So I urge the council to prioritize the well-being and safety of the city's current residents by opposing the county's proposal. Thank you for your time, your dedication, and your thoughtful consideration of this important issue. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today and to your commitment to the best interests of Vista. Thank you all.
Thank you. And Vanessa Bolkow, followed by Carol Ross and Karen Allison.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Bolkow. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak this evening. I'm a resident of Vista. My family and I moved here in 2014 from the Bay Area. We were looking for a place to grow our roots and raise our son. I serve as vice president of the Shadow Ridge Cove Homeowners Association, as well as a director on the Shadow Ridge Homeowners Board of Directors. I am not here in the capacity of a representative of either board, nor do I speak for any of the other directors. We have lived in Vista for nearly 10 years, and we've loved the community and pride that Vista offers. We have been active members of Vista Little League, Tie Pants Baseball League, Vista Pop Warner, and regularly support local businesses and events. I became aware of the community project when Jim Desmond presented to the Shadow Ridge Board of Directors at our regularly scheduled board meeting during general session in March. As far as I'm aware, Supervisor Desmond's office did not engage with any of the neighborhoods or associations that would be directly impacted by this project, namely the Panorama Community, Highlands, Rancho Hills Apartments, Village Apartments, or Cottages 1 or 2. I thank you for agreeing to enter into the appraisal process. There are 2 daycares within close radius to Green Oaks Ranch, La Petite, which is 0.6 of a mile away, and Kidstown Montessori, which is 0.7 of a mile from the main entrance. Kidstown has classrooms from 12 months through 6th grade. There's an elementary school, Jolie Ann, with approximately 625 students plus staff, which is 0.8 of a mile from the main entrance to the site. This elementary school also hosts a Boys and Girls Club and has a Vista City address. The Little League fields are 0.4 of a mile from the proposed location. These fields host over 550 Vista children from all 4 districts across Vista. The Shadow Ridge Park is less than 0.3 of a mile to the proposed location. The impact of a facility that treats serious mental illness and addiction, such as the one proposed, to the welfare and safety of the surrounding children has not been addressed. With undefined security precautions and patients allowed to leave against medical advice per an email dated May 24th, 2024, from Megan Ewert, the supervisor's office, there is an inherent safety risk to the children that this council is required to act upon. Another topic to be discussed is the North County already has the facilities to manage mental and behavioral health. This is not something that is lacking or missing. I'm gonna skip ahead because I think you guys already know all of this stuff. Sharp Mesa, which is where everyone is being bused down to or taken down to via ambulance from North County, claims it has the capacity to handle the influx of patients from North County. And why would the county move patients from one facility that can manage all of these emergency services, and in doing so cause a further drain and tax fire, police, and ambulance resources in North County? The residents of Vista are all aware that there are members of this council that are up for re-election in November, and we ask that you act in the best interest of your constituents. A massive mental health, behavioral health facility in the middle of a residential area, even if it's not your district, will impact the entire city. There are children from every district that play Little League and Optimist and will be playing to risk the facility sharing the property line. I would ask that this city council listen to its constituents, hear what we are begging you to do, buy the property for the city of Vista to manage, and not let the county take over.
Thank you. Karen Allison, followed by Jared Thompson. Oh, I'm sorry, Carol Ross, I apologize.
Mayor and my esteemed colleagues on the council, I do not have a written statement prepared. I come to you as a very passionate resident in Shadow Ridge Crossing. I'm here with my neighbors and very concerned about the differing information that we're getting about the project. And I can tell you that the conversation when you hear people say, well, you don't want it in your backyard. I can tell you that we literally share the easement road into the community. And having lived in our wonderful community that is so prideful as a group of wonderful Vistonians, that sharing that road and living literally next door to this amazing facility that is currently there, we coexist in a really meaningful way. It's a beautiful place. We love to walk there. We love to share the community, and knowing full well that Green Oak supports the program that they do so very well in a very personal, managed way, and their success rate is so huge that to support that with all of our effort is a wonderful thing, and to see that there's a possibility that they could lose 85% of their funding, and what they hang their hat on is a wonderful program for Vista and communities and our residents that can share their beautiful land with Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and wonderful camping and so many things that give a highlight to be a part of Vista. To think that that might be taken down a notch to be managed by a huge facility like San Diego County that will be removed from it and not really have the oversight and understand what pride we take in Vista to see that and say, this is part of our community and we're proud to support it and be here. So hearing what everybody said, I really just mirror how important it would be to bring a program that really brings pride to our neighborhood, helps our youth, supports our sports programs, and lets the neighboring community enjoy having that in our backyard. We're proud to be a part of Vista. We support Green Oak and what they do, and we are so excited to hear that you went into negotiations, the possibility that we could take this away from San Diego and make it a Vista prideful situation. I appreciate your time and attention and hope you see my passion. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen Allison, followed by Jared Thompson, followed by Tim Tronconi.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Karen Allison. I live on Green Oak Ranch with my husband and our 3 children. We were homeless 8 years ago and staying at Operation Hope, which was closing for the summer season in 2016. They were not a year-round shelter at the time, so we were scrambling for another solution. And we found a place to stay on Green Oak Ranch by renting an old FEMA trailer from them in their RV park. Providing low-income housing for people who can't afford anything else is part of their ministry there. We were understandably alarmed to find out through County Supervisor Jim Desmond's Facebook post on May 2nd that the county is considering purchasing the ranch with the intent of putting hundreds of detox beds in new structures on the property, thereby necessarily forcing us to vacate because the RV park is on the lot that's for sale. The RV park houses roughly 30 families, among them about 24 children. We find it unthinkable and unacceptable that we all would stand to be practically made homeless, in my family's case, again, in an effort to provide homes for other homeless people. There's a bitter irony there that I think should be prohibitive to the whole project. Most of us have no other options. 5 of our RV neighbors are graduates of the existing rehab program on the ranch, which is successful because it is small. And we have international refugees and missionaries among us in the RV park as well. This is a demographic that is itself economically weak and vulnerable and at risk of homelessness. My husband and I are not recovering addicts. We are among the population who, in spite of working full-time, cannot afford adequate housing in North County. We have been on the Section 8 waiting list since December of 2015. If housing is to be built for mentally ill homeless people who need recovery sites, It should be done on land that is not presently inhabited by anybody else. If the RV park goes away, and with it the rent that we tenants pay, and if the camps and the retreats fall away, whose fees also help funding the existing program, it would hollow out our successful current rehab program and render more families homeless in the process. Thank you so much for acknowledging this.
Jared Thompson, followed by Tim Tronconi, followed by Ted Cole.
Everybody speaks so well and with so much passion, I don't have much left to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jared Thompson. I'm with the Vista Little League as the secretary currently. I grew up in Vista. I grew up playing at our Stonebrook fields, but those were actually lost to us and are no longer available for use. When I was a little kid, I grew up playing soccer on the lot this facility is built on. So we lost those fields too, but that's okay. Over the years, I've seen the park space and the baseball fields disappear. They get replaced with these little wooden cubes where people live, and they drive their little metal cubes to work, where they sit in concrete cubes. It kind of feels a little dismal when you put it that way. And although I respect the County Board of Supervisors' interest and passion for using the space to address mental health issues, I firmly believe that usurping Vista's last space of this sort is disrespectful to the city and to the community. If we want to address mental health issues, studies show the link between youth sports and improved mental health, higher self-esteem, reduced symptoms of anxiety and depression, and so much more, just by being active and being outside. I'm passionate about this topic, not only as a parent and a Little League board member, but also because I've spent, going up on 18 years as a veteran of a local police department. In this capacity, I'm furious with the county. As a boot on the ground with over 10 years of experience working specifically with the unhoused and those struggling with sobriety, I can anecdotally and empirically show the adverse impacts of the type of facilities proposed on the surrounding community. I know firsthand violent crime will go up, drug use, sales, homelessness will go up in the immediate area. I have not seen any facility in the county where honestly this hasn't been the case. And in the meantime, the county expects the residents of Vista to just get used to the lower quality of life, the less safe neighborhoods, and the reduction in first responder services. If the facility is built, honestly, security guards, God bless them, they're not going to be as helpful as we need them to be. They aren't medics, they don't have police powers, and when there's a mental health crisis or a violent occurrence, it's the city's first responders who'll have to go, not the county's. The county's not going to pay for Vista Sheriff deputies, paramedic, and firefighters to respond to those calls for service. That's going to be on the city. And as such, calls for service will increase and longer wait times for emergency services will be inevitable. And I know this because I have seen this happen for over a decade, time and again. Meanwhile, the Vista Little League will be turning away children who just want to fall in love with baseball, to make friends and be mentored by beautiful souls who are trying to make this place just a little bit better than they found it. I passionately urge the county to abandon this endeavor, the city to step up for its constituents, and I'm so thankful that it sounds like that process has started. And for the current owner of the property, Green Oak, I love that facility. I've been involved with them over time, but just to realize that selling it to the county is
Thank you. And before I call Tim Tronconi up, I want to make sure, because Ted Cole had been kind enough to step outside to make room. So Ted is our last speaker. Ted Cole, if you can hear me, or staff in the back, if you can see Mr. Cole, to make sure he's available to have his opportunity to speak. Mr. Tronconi.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for moving forward with the purchase of Green Oak. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. My name is Tim Tronconi. I'm a firefighter. I'm a concerned neighbor, and most importantly, I'm a husband and I'm a father. And I will stand up when I see something wrong. 3 weeks ago, when I first heard about the county's proposal to buy Green Oak and build a $300 million mental health hub, I was shocked because no one had made the local neighborhoods and community aware. That's wrong. I think we all agree that it's important to help people in need, but you have to do it the right way. Green Oak Ranch currently does it the right way. If the county buys this land, Vista will have no say on what takes place there at Green Oak Ranch. And Green Oak will lose 85% of their funding. That is wrong. This is an amazing opportunity for Vista to support the Vista Little League and Vista Girls Softball. We need more field for our families to enjoy for generations to come. Vista Fire needs our help more than ever right now. The Vista Fire Department is in desperate need of a training facility. This land is a perfect location for that. Call volume is up all over the city, and our fire and ambulance resources are already stretched thin. Adding this facility will drastically increase call volume and put public safety at risk. Not supporting our firefighters and public safety is wrong. Vista first, right, Chief? Vista hosts the county jail for San Diego, putting a huge strain on our sheriffs and law enforcement. The sheriffs are already short-staffed and underfunded. The closest police station to Green Oak is 7 miles away. Not supporting our sheriffs is wrong. Green Oak is surrounded by 5 major schools. Joliet Elementary is within walking distance of Green Oak. After talking to parents and staff, I've learned that the majority of the kids walk to school, putting our kids at risk. Not protecting our children in school is wrong. Jim Desmond says there will be no community impact from this proposal, but I know how bad this facility would become for our city. But what I didn't realize was how fast my fears would become reality. Last week, I had someone in the community reach out to me for help. They told me they're selling their home, but all the potential buyers had backed out because of the county's proposal and their plans for Green Oak. My heart is breaking for our community and city. To Jim Desmond, the citizens of Vista ask that you revoke your proposal. To the land board, we ask you to please sell the land to the city of Vista. We come to this historic moment in our city's history. We, the citizens of Vista, ask the city council to do what is right. Please purchase Green Oak Ranch. And to the community of Vista, I want to thank you for showing up tonight, for making our voices heard. I'm beyond proud to be part of this amazing city.
Thank you very much. Okay, please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Okay, Mr. Ted Cole, can you hear me? He had stepped out to make room for others. Mr. Vaca, did you see Mr. Cole? I'm sorry, Mr. Tronconi. Apologize. Did you see Mr. Cole? Okay, maybe he had to go. Okay, then we will move past him and we'll call on Julia Shriver, will be our last speaker during this section of oral communications before we hear from anybody else that would like to speak a little later in our meeting.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I agree with everyone here. The city owes the families something. And Green Oaks Ranch has been there for a long time. Our church, our camps were always there. Please purchase it. Give these kids fields to play on. They have minimal. And I agree with the fire guy. We need a facility for training, just like Oceanside has one, Escondido has one. Our first responders cannot facilitate the mental health problems that will occur there. You don't want that in neighboring homes. Kids will not be able to walk to school. So protect our families, protect the people that are here now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll bring us to the close of that portion of our oral communications. We're going to take a 2-minute recess because I know some folks are vacating the chambers. Fire chief has a nice fire hat for all the young firefighters out there. We'll take a 2-minute recess at this time. Okay. Okay. Would ask those of you that are in the lobby, please take your conversations outside of the building. If you would, it's a nice day out. Go ahead and head outside and Carry your conversations outside, please. Thank you. Ask staff to assist folks as they exit the building, take their conversations outside. Thank you. If we could have all of our city staff help folks on their way out, remove conversations to the outside of the building so we can resume our meeting. Appreciate all of you who came. You can't hear me in the lobby, right? They can, right? Who's out there? Oh, yeah. Thank you for removing your conversations from the building. If you would, please go ahead and walk into the outdoors. Take your conversations outside. We'd appreciate it. Like to resume our meeting, so we could go ahead and have staff. Chief, if you wouldn't mind asking folks to take their conversations out of the building. Okay. We're all back. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting at this time. That'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk or secretary by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or pressing *9 on their touch-tone phone. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 10 consent items this evening. Councilmember Green.
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Councilmember Contreras.
I'll second. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to pull item C8 for discussion. So if you would, please, we have a motion and a second on the balance of the consent agenda. Please cast your votes.
I vote aye.
Okay, Councilmember O'Donnell votes aye. I think anytime we have somebody absent, it's always a little difficult to get the first vote locked in, right? That's okay.
My apologies.
That's all right. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a hand vote. We heard, oh, there we go. So this motion is approved with 5 votes unanimously in favor of adoption of the balance of the consent agenda. That'll bring us to item C8, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, progressive pride flag. I pulled this item. I've given great consideration and thought to the continued display of the progressive pride flag. I've read articles describing the new addition of some additional stripes, emblems, and shapes. And I'm noticing that the flag continues to go through many iterations of evolution. I worked with the council and signed and adopted and was proud to declare the month of June as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual Pride Month in the city of Vista. But I've decided not to vote in favor of flying the pride flag. And my reason is not because I don't celebrate the equal rights for all the people of the city of Vista. I absolutely do. I absolutely support every citizen's right to live free with equality and freedom from discrimination. But one thing that occurs to me as I have given great thought to this subject, and interestingly enough, I've probably given as much time and consideration to this subject as maybe just about anything that's come before us on this council, because many members of the community have reached out and shared feelings and thoughts and have asked me to take a look at this subject. And my thoughts really, as yesterday I sat here in the parking lot of the Vista Civic Center and we celebrated Memorial Day and we honored the more than 1 million Americans who died for our flag. The one thing that unifies and unites us all, the one thing that should unite all of us, the one thing that all of us pledge allegiance to every time we convene in this council chambers. And we say the words, with liberty and justice for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I ask myself, as we continue to add stripes to the pride flag, the Pride Progress flag, there will always be marginalized groups. But what has occurred to me in my heart is that there's only one flag that has enough stripes to represent all Americans, and that's our United States national flag. It's not my opinion that not flying the pride flag is adverse to the goal of recognizing the dignity and humanity of all persons, regardless of their sexual orientation or intersex status or LGBTQIA+. I'm sure many people will have thoughts and ideas to ascribe to my motives, and that's fine. I have to heed to and adhere to what I believe in my heart is right. And I believe that the American flag is the one thing that we should all come together and we should fight, each of us in our own way, to ensure that that flag does represent all of us, that it does represent equal justice and liberty and justice for all, and a people who are indivisible under God. So with that, those are my comments. I would recognize now Deputy Mayor Katie Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you pulling this item. I had a question for our city staff. Do we have a date of when the flag will be installed?
It would be June 1st.
Is there any plan for any type of community building activity for this special event? Or will that just be a staff activity of
We were
putting
just
the flag
going
up?
to raise the flag. We are going to have a booth at the Pride Festival in Oceanside that day.
Okay. Would it be a burden to staff to hold a modest reception for raising the flag in acknowledgement of LGBTQ Pride Month and the special event that we're acknowledging this month?
Not at all.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move to approve C8, but also include that our staff hold a modest reception in the courtyard on June 1st when the flag arises. And that way we can learn even more about the community by not just representing the community with imagery, but by inviting the community to our beautiful Civic Center. And so people know not only is there a flag available for them to identify with, for their courage and their cause in fighting for LGBTQ rights, but that our city staff and, even the elected members of this council would be able to attend a modest reception to meet members of the community and provide that acknowledgement for them. So I think that would be a nice addition to this item, and I would make that motion.
And Councilmember Contreras is sought to be recognized, but I have a speaker card from a member of the public who'd like to make a comment. Mr. Hood, if you would, please.
Thank you, and good evening. Our Constitution and our flag are about creating a more perfect union. To my way of thinking, we are creating a more perfect union when we are inclusive. If the LGBTQ, et cetera, community chooses to change their flag, who cares? Let's be inclusive. Mayor, I just can't disagree with you more.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much. So there's a lot that I can say, and all I'll say is that it's no surprise that you want to take us backwards, Mayor. I second the motion, and I've been asking for a reception this whole time, so I appreciate Deputy Mayor Melendez putting that in the motion, and I look forward to the vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Councilmember O'Donnell, how do you vote?
I had my hand raised. I just want to say I support both the Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Contreras in holding reception, and I vote aye.
Thank you. Okay, that item is approved with 4 in favor and 1 against. That'll bring us to item PH1, our first of 3 public hearings this evening. The first one is regarding a code amendment to permit and regulate short-term rentals. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. We do have a number of speakers on this item, maybe even more than Green Oak Ranch. Yes, we have a lot of speakers. So with that, if there are any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, or by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Community Development Director Joe Vaca will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. So tonight I'm going to discuss our short-term rental permit ordinance that we prepared, and the common phrases that are associated with short-term rentals are Airbnbs, VRBOs, HomeAway. The short-term rentals in Vista have become more prevalent in the recent years, and they do contribute to our local economic development. However, they do need to be regulated. We need to ensure that the short-term rentals are compatible with the existing neighborhoods where they're proposed. And we really want to regulate and safeguard the peace, safety, and general welfare of our existing neighborhoods. So there's currently 36 STRs in Vista that have business licenses and are completing their payment of transient occupancy taxes. District 4 has 6 short-term rentals. District 3 has 8. District 2 has 18, and District 1 has 4. So this item was first presented to the City Council as a discussion item placed on the council agenda by Deputy Mayor Melendez. And at that time, back in March of 2023, there were 15 public speakers, and all of them generally voiced opinions in favor of having regulations for permitting short-term rentals established here in the City of Vista. So the City Council at that time determined that an ordinance should be prepared and that regulations should be provided to permit short-term rentals, and they directed staff to proceed with code amendments to do so. So staff has been working for the past several months on preparing updates to the Vista Municipal Code, Chapter 8.34, to create a new short-term rental permit ordinance. And we are intending to regulate and create a permitting process for short-term rentals. And then also a very minor amendment to the Development Code, Chapter 1802, for definition of guest house. So the purpose of the new chapter that's proposed will establish reasonable regulations for short-term rentals, and we abbreviate that as STRs. And we really, again, want to safeguard the peace and the safety and general welfare of our neighborhoods. And we want to minimize negative effects. A lot of times, STRs create excessive noise. They have disorderly conduct. There's been instances of illegal parking and overcrowding and sometimes excessive accumulation of trash. So by reducing any adverse impacts for short-term rentals, we're proposing regulations that will also ensure compatibility within the surrounding neighborhoods where they're located. The next section of the proposed ordinance is for definitions of agent, bedroom, broker, hosted unit, which means that the host of the STR actually resides on site, and then non-hosted unit, where the actual host does not reside on site, and then owner of the STR. Short-term rentals are defined as the rental of any legally permitted dwelling unit or any portion of any legally permitted dwelling unit that includes detached single-family residences, guest houses, condominiums, duplexes, townhomes, and multiple family dwellings for occupancy for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes for a period of 30 consecutive calendar days or less. STRs are not allowed in accessory dwelling units in accordance with state law, and our local ordinance would not permit STRs in trailer coaches or RVs to ensure safety in those types of apparatus. So short-term rentals are proposed to be allowed in all our residential zones and in residential use areas within our specific plans. Owners of STRs may authorize an agent to manage their STR. However, owners and agents must comply with all of the STR requirements. So prior to renting or advertising an STR, the owner or agent must obtain a business license, a transient occupancy registration certificate, and now based on this proposed ordinance, they'll be required to obtain a short-term rental permit. The short-term rental permit application will include a city-approved form. The information on the form must be totally complete and accurate. The applicant, again, must pay for a business license. There will be a STR permit fee, and they must also be responsible to pay their transient occupancy tax. Any false statements on applications would be grounds for denial or revocation. The STR permittee on the application will agree to defend, indemnify, and hold harmless the city from any liability. I'm going to outline the operational requirements for use and occupancy of an STR. So first and foremost, they must not have unruly gatherings nor behavior that would create a public nuisance. They must comply with our noise ordinance. STRs are going to be limited to 2 persons per bedroom or studio, plus 1 additional person per dwelling unit. So an example of that would be a 3-bedroom house would allow for occupancy of 7 persons. In regards to parking, they must not exceed the on-site parking. So a single-family house by our parking ordinance is required to have 2 enclosed garage spaces and an additional 2 on-site parking spaces in the driveway. So that would provide 4 on-site parking spaces. And all of this will be included in their application materials. STRs must use approved trash receptacles and comply with all city's refuse requirements. The STR rental agreements must comply with our permit requirements. STRs will only be allowed to have natural gas or propane fireplaces, and we will not allow bonfires or open wood-burning fire pits. It's important to point out here that if there's already an existing permitted fire pit or a fireplace in someone's yard, and they also have an existing built-in barbecue permitted, if it doesn't entirely meet the requirements of this ordinance, but it's already legally permitted, that would be allowed to remain. So in regards to grills or barbecues, they must be propane or natural gas, and they also must be located safely and not underneath any habitable structures unless already permitted. STR occupants will not be allowed to have access to a roof. The STRs must meet basic life safety requirements with operable smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, fire extinguishers, and first aid kits. At all times and at any time, if the city requests an on-site inspection, they must be provided access, and that would include sheriffs and code enforcement. STRs are not going to be sublet. There's no subletting allowed. That would be prohibited. Also, special events and temporary uses at STRs are also prohibited, as is commercial filming. That would be prohibited at an STR that's permitted. The guest hours at STRs are limited to between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily. So for instance, if I had family staying in town at a STR and I want to go visit them for brunch, I could go at 9 and have brunch and stay with them and hang out as long as I were to leave the premises by 10. STRs are not allowed to advertise unless and until a permit has already been reviewed and approved by the city. In regards to minimum night stays, a non-hosted unit, meaning that the host does not reside on site, must have a minimum night stay of 2 consecutive nights. This provision, however, will not apply to hosted units. So if a host lives on site, there is no minimum night stay. Or if the short-term rental is in a multifamily apartment building and 2 of the units are used for STRs, there's no minimum night stay. And the whole purpose of this really is to avoid one-night rentals solely for parties in our single-family neighborhoods. We've limited the number that any owner can operate of short-term rentals at a maximum of 5 per city council district. And we did this with the pure intention of trying to ensure that our residential units continue to be made predominantly available for longer-term housing. And this also guards against any of our multifamily residential or apartment developments being wholly converted to STRs. So we want to accommodate STRs through this permit process, but we also want to preserve our housing stock. We are requiring an interior display of the short-term rental permit, which must include on the inside main entry of the door, the permit, the maximum number of occupants, the maximum number of vehicles allowed to be parked on site, and a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week local phone number to contact in case of any issue. We're also requiring an exterior complaint phone number display. It must be provided on a front window visible to the street and the public area, and it must include a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week local phone number of a designated contact person to take complaints regarding the unit. It must show the number of bedrooms and the maximum number of occupants permitted to stay in the unit. And it must also outline the maximum number of vehicles allowed to be parked on site. Our operational requirements of the permit also require that the responsible person, which will either again be an owner or agent, must respond to any notification that their occupants or guests have violated rules applicable to the STR as soon as possible, but within 1 hour at the latest. So in this particular instance, this originally was drafted at 24 hours, and based on input from the public at the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission recommended that it be updated for council consideration to be within 1 hour at the latest. Also, the STRs must comply with all applicable provisions of the municipal code and any other federal, state, and local laws, rules, and regulations. In regards to violations, enforcement, and penalties, any violation would be subject to enforcement based on the Municipal Code Chapter 1.12. Also, the following penalties that would apply would allow us to issue administrative citations. And for a first administrative citation, we could issue a fine that would not exceed $500 per violation. So if there were 2 violations, the first administrative citation could be up to $1,000. For a second administrative citation within the first year, the fine would not exceed $1,000 per violation. So again, if there were 2 violations and they had already received a first administrative citation, the second one could be up to $2,000 and could be more based on the number of violations. And then it would culminate with a third or subsequent administrative citation within 1 year of the first, that the fine goes up to $1,500 per violation. So with the STRs, denial, suspension, or revocation may occur based on the city manager or designee for any of the items that I'm about to outline. So grounds for denial or suspension could occur immediately if the applicant or renewal application for the permit does not comply with all of the requirements of the actual chapter that's being proposed, or if there's a material misrepresentation, false or misleading information that was included on the application or renewal application, so if they weren't being honest and forthright. Also, if an authorized official cited the STR property for a health and safety violation and the violations remain outstanding, or if the STR property has been cited by an authorized official for a felony violation and criminal prosecution is pending, or if there's a delinquency in payment of any outstanding fees or transient occupancy taxes. So within the drafting of the ordinance, we've included what is commonly known as a 3 strikes revocation process. So if there's been a third administrative citation issued for violations at an STR within 1 year, the city then will revoke the short-term rental permit. And the city will also immediately revoke an STR permit if there's been a felony violation relating to the use or occupancy of the STR. So those revocations are subject to a potential appeal based on section 5.04210 of the code. For the STR permit, if it's revoked, they will not be allowed to operate an STR at that property where the revocation occurred for a period of 12 months unless there's been a change in ownership. And then lastly, we're updating section 18.02 definitions to update the definition of guest house by striking out rented so that guest houses that are currently legally permitted can now be utilized if this gets approved as STRs in compliance with the regulations. So staff would like to thank all the collaboration from all the various departments that reviewed and participated in drafting this ordinance, particularly Amanda Guy with the City Attorney's Office. But we included staff from the City Manager's Office, Code Enforcement, Economic Development, Finance, Police, Fire, Building and Safety, and of course, Planning. So if this is approved, staff will continue to collaborate with all departments on the administrative procedures for accepting, reviewing, and approving the short-term rental permit applications. We're also proposing this evening for council consideration a fee intended to cover the staff time of the short-term rental permit application review in the amount of $166.82. And we wanted to highlight for the council and the public that last year the transient occupancy taxes collected for our 36 existing short-term rentals was $101,000. Staff anticipates that this will increase as more STRs are permitted. The Planning Commission reviewed this item at their May 7th meeting and had a public hearing where 18 public speakers participated and generally voiced support of the recommendations and the regulations that were proposed. One of the changes that was included in the Planning Commission's unanimous vote was to change, as I had already highlighted, the response time to complaints from within 24 hours to 1 hour. And then ultimately, the commission recommended council approval of the ordinance with that change. So tonight, staff's recommending that the council open, conduct, and close the public hearing to receive testimony, and then adopt an ordinance approving the addition of the Vista Municipal Code Chapter 8.34, short-term rental permit, and amend the Development Code Chapter 18.02 for definitions for guest house, all of which will be related to regulating and creating a permitting process for short-term rentals. Staff also recommends that the council adopt a resolution that would approve a filing and processing fee for the applications to permit the short-term rentals. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to public comment on this item. We'll start with Timothy Crowder, then go to Rick Bernier, and then Matthew Peters. If you would, please come forward and sit in the front row, be ready to speak when you hear your name called. Mr. Crowder. Then Mr. Bernier.
Council members, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Timothy Crowder. I'm a Vista resident and a short-term host of an Airbnb unit in District 1. I have comments regarding the proposed regulations concerning the short-term rentals in Vista and would like the council to consider some amendments before adopting it. I was only recently made aware that any of this was even going on regarding the short-term rentals, but in that short amount of time and a little bit of research, it's obvious to me that the short-term rentals are not the problem. The real issue here is that the City of Vista has not enforced the regulations currently in place, namely violations at party houses. If the City of Vista can't enforce current codes and regulations, how can you enforce the addition of more? Most of the proposed regulations don't affect me, but here are the ones that do, and I believe they should be amended before adopting the new regulations. Short-term rental proposed regulation, section 8.34.070, part M, special events and temporary uses prohibited. It states that these special events and temporary uses, such as weddings in particular, are prohibited. According to the city's special events permit, general info and instructions, this is required for events that are on public property. Temporary use permits are for events lasting up to as many as 5 days. So obviously neither of these referenced permits are correct for the application in regards to a wedding on private property. I'd like the city to amend the section to include weddings, etc., if properly permitted. And I would like the council to consider making a distinction between a wedding and a reception. It makes a big difference in what happens at the property. Maybe even adding a limit of X amount of guests per residential property by square footage. Some of us in Vista have quite a bit of property, even in the city. I have almost an acre. Next, I want to ask the council to remove or amend the minimum night stay requirement because it assumes one-night stays are for parties. That simply isn't true. I propose that the language be changed to be based on the size or maximum occupancy of the short-term rental. A two-person stay for one night isn't a party with or without a host. Finally, if the city wants compliance with licenses and transient occupancy taxes, which most of us don't even know about until just recently, send a mailer out, similar to the one that you did for the skateboard ramps, to notify everyone and provide an amnesty period, because punishment by back taxes and fees is not going to drive compliance.
Thank you. Mr. Bernier, followed by Matthew Peters and then Daniel DeVille.
Mayor and council members, I've got 4 items for you. The city needs to coordinate with the online short-term rental providers to remove all properties not possessing a valid TOT ID number. This is the foot stomper here, probably the most important statement this evening. This is the only way you will be able to hold a short-term rental accountable. Without the coordination, the proposed document only pertains to the 36 people who actually have licenses, not the over 1,000 short-term rentals that are unlicensed. Joe, you brought this up last year. This was the biggest issue in that meeting. This document doesn't touch it. Next item, don't post signs in front of short-term rentals. You're advertising who is not from the local area, making them vulnerable to crime. It also identifies which houses are vacant and available for squatting. The city should have short-term rental information posted on their website, and they should also notify the neighbors during the permitting process. Next item, once the rebuttal process is complete and the license has been pulled from a non-compliant short-term rental for 1 year, the license should not be allowed to be reinstated even after transfer of ownership until after the 12-month denial period has lapsed. This is an added accountability measure that prevents the owner from selling the property to be listed immediately as a short-term rental. Last item, the penalties identified for non-compliant short-term rentals make sense. Are we able to find neighbors of short-term rentals who actively harass and intimidate our guests? You are all aware of my situation and the problem I have to deal with. What protections do we have for licensed and compliant short-term rentals when dealing with an unhinged neighbor? Last year, you guys collected $100,000 in TOT. Over the last 5 years, I've paid $61,000 in TOT. So right now, I'm paying 10% probably a little more than 10% of the city's TOT budget. You need to get these things shut down, and the only way you're gonna be able to do it is to coordinate with the online platforms to delist those items. In 30 days, you'll have all these short-term rentals online paying TOT. Other than that, I like the proposed rules in general. I'm all in favor for it. We just need to make them a little more stricter and provide a little less transparency for the document. Thank you.
Matthew Peters, followed by Daniel DeVille, and then Andrew Stess.
Hi, I'm Matthew Peters. I am a 30-year resident of Vista. My wife and I moved to a nice neighborhood in Vista about 28 years ago. And one of the things that we love about living in Vista is the neighborhood feel. People move in and out every 5, 6, 7 years. You might have a neighbor sell a house and move, but it's pretty stable. We raised 2 boys successfully. They were able to wander in the neighborhoods and we didn't have to worry about them. Just recently, a house across the street from us was sold. And the first time we saw the new inhabitants was when the street was full of parked cars. There were young people walking in the street, across the street, through the cars, through the neighborhoods, people's yards. There was a loose dog running by. I had to stop my car in the middle of the street and wait for everything to clear up so I could pull into my driveway. So I'm in favor of regulations. I do have some concerns about the limiting the party type houses by charging 2 days rent. I think anybody would just have the rent and rent it for 2 days. And I mean, if the intent was to rent the house for parties, that doesn't sound like it's going to stop that. I have one other question on the parking. If there's a certain amount of allowed parking spaces, but hosts are allowed to entertain guests up till 10 p.m., do those parking spaces relate to the guests also, or are guests allowed to park in the street indiscriminately? Because that would not also limit the partying. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel DeVille, followed by Andrew, is it Stess or Steg? Stess, followed by Omer.
Hey guys, thank you so much for setting this up. Thank you for all being here. I came to talk on this topic, but I heard a lot about Green Oak Ranch. If you guys can get it, it sounds like something the city could definitely benefit from. Specific to this, so 10-year Vista resident, Vista business owner, trying to be actively involved in the community. I also happen to be a short-term vacation rental owner. I am speaking in favor of what is being proposed, but like some of the others we'll likely hear from tonight, have some recommendations based on the experience that I've had for years of being an owner here in Vista and a resident as well. First and foremost, let me just say, my wife and I, we love what we do with our short-term vacation rental because it's an opportunity to provide hospitality, to introduce people to our community. And honestly, guys, we write handwritten notes. It's a love fest at our property. We also used to live in our house for 10 years, so we're very, very close with our neighbors. We're extremely protective of our neighborhood because those people are still very close personal friends of ours. I just discovered in the last week that I'm one of 36 people that's paying transit occupancy tax. You can imagine how that hits. So a couple recommendations. One, use us. We are citizens, some of us anyway, are citizens. Like, we want to be a part of this. We want to help you to make some good decisions in this. I sit on the board for a number of companies. We establish strike forces, and we put people to work for us to say, hey, look, help us make this better. We go to our customers and we ask them, what can we do to make this better? Guys, I'm your customer. There's others here that represent that as well. We're kind of just hearing about this, some of us. We would love to help you, and I'll raise my hand for that personally. Second thing, that number, me being 36 of over 100,000, that sounds like the problem to me, first and foremost. Like the last gentleman, I paid over $12,000 last year, so I'm more than 10% of what's come into Vista from transit occupancy tax. By that number, I think there's probably 20 million a year. You want to buy Green Oak? There's your freaking money right there. Let's do something there, especially on these fines. $1,500, guys, I'm a good man, and that's why I pay what I pay. But let me just tell you, there's a lot of people out there that are not going to care at all about a $500 to $1,500 fine. That's a couple of nights for them. They're just going to look right past that. So I think those numbers need to go way up. There's not clear mechanisms right now for accountability on both sides. So we're limited on staff. I understand that. Use the TOT that you're getting to get additional staff into place so that way there can actually be adequate representation for us as owners. One simple example for you, I'm very close with all my neighbors. One of them kept complaining about guests. I went to her house to understand the complaint. It turns out literally what she wanted me to do was cut down some of my landscape.
Thank you. Andrew Stess, followed by Omer.
About my experience next door to an Airbnb, and I've heard that most of the new Airbnbs of that 500 to 1,000 are out-of-town investors, not part of our Vista neighbors or our locals. Our neighborhoods, some of our neighborhoods are being destroyed by a constant flow of guests and transients. These short-term rentals that more often than not bring screaming partiers to our once quiet neighborhoods and also put traffic stress on the roads and excessive noise to our local communities. I worked from home and had a peaceful, quiet home on a private road for 2 years until investors bought next door. We love Vista because it was less crowded with tourists. We looked for 5 years until we found our home. This was our dream house. Since out-of-town people who have never lived in the house next door bought it to rent it out as a short-term rental, we have every 3 days new unvetted transients/guests, constant loud screaming and partying inside and outside in front yard and the backyard. Cars speeding down our private dead-end street, which is a private road of 10 houses. New cars parking every 3 days in tandem less than 13 feet from our heads where we sleep in our bedroom. Multiple car doors slamming multiple times a day, idling engines, car alarms going on and off, on and off. A party house next door that has continued to up the ante when it comes to disturbing our neighborhood. They added a putting green, a game area, ping pong, cornhole in the front yard. Try relaxing on your patio and hear screaming kids, banging of cornhole, music all day to go along with the swimming pool they already had in the front yard. And the city of Vista allowed these investors to convert a garage into a 2-bedroom, 1-bath ADU, adding to their existing 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Now it sleeps 16. Our neighborhood is zoned single family, so I want to understand the rules on the ADUs, because does that prevent these guys? Because if it does, I would be really happy, and I thank you for some of the rules that you've put in there. We have had threats from the host, who manages 80 units in the county, because I complained to Airbnb. Threats from guests when I asked them nicely to be quiet multiple times until I didn't ask nicely. Parties that go way past the quiet hours. I've called the sheriff, and of course, when I got threatened, of course, they had better things to do than come out and deal with that, because then I totally respect that. They came at 1:45 in the morning when it was finally quiet. Parties go way past quiet hours. I'm repeating myself. Airbnb and VRBO do nothing. There needs to be a lot of what you guys discussed today. I think there needs to be more. I think the owners need to live in the home part of the year. I don't think it should be investors. I think they should limit how many days per year. A lot of cities are doing that right now. What else I got? I've never would have moved next to a motel, and I have an unregulated one next to me. You need the TOT. I agree with the Green Ranch stuff. And these guidelines need to help. Violations, they should lose their ability to do this. And I thank you. And I'm unfortunately dealing with this almost every day. Thank you.
Omer? Please hold your applause.
Very much for everybody. Good evening. First, I would like to thank you for the regulations. We have been waiting for 5 years for these regulations. And I would like to thank especially John Conley for his guidance, Katie Melendez for taking up the issue, and also Joe Vaca to coming up with this very comprehensive regulation. I would love to say, bottom of my heart, this has been long-awaited regulation that we are looking for. So with that, first of all, I want to say something. It took us 4 months, more than 4 months, to find the owner of the short-term rental, because he decided not to post the license, which boldly written there says it's supposed to be put on the property. So during that 4 months, I this is my log notebook for 5 years of calling sheriff, VRBO, you name it, we did everything. We did not hear from the owner until we did an online complaint. He showed up at our door, unannounced. And we gave feedback, we heard nothing. So I am really, I'm very angry actually because these businesses are supposed to serve to city and people, but they are talking about money now. And to me, these are businesses in a residential area. The first and most important thing is to respect your neighbors. When they tell you that things are wrong, they cannot turn their back. And now these regulations are going to be making the playing field even. So they cannot ignore us anymore. So I want to make sure that people understand that there are bad apples out there. And good owners should identify these people, work with them. If they're going to be good business owners, all good. But if they're going to continue a bad apple, they're going to pay for it. So with that, I was going to say a couple of other things, but the one thing that came to me was this number of five. I think the property 5 per district makes it 20, which is an absolute number. It should be tied to some kind of a percentage. So, and that's one thing that it just jumps on me. And I think that's about it. And I would like to thank you again for the...
Lisa Scott, followed by Anna Strawn.
Evening. Thank you for having me. And again, thank you, Joe Vaca, for everything, all of your hard work. Okay. So I just wanted to address just a couple of things. Amir and I have been dealing with the STR next door to us for the past 5 years, which has been a nightmare. I do agree that the license should be posted and visible from the street. Like Amir said, it took us 4 months to find out the information of the owner. Next, the quiet hours. I think that they should be from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. So that way the response time is an hour and it'll be 10 o'clock by that time instead of making it 9, ending at 9 p.m., at 10 p.m. The next one, I just wanted a little bit of clarification on how the complaints will be handled. Is it going to be, a hotline or online? Is it going to be available 24 hours? Will there be a person to call for 24 hours? How the calls will be logged? And also, as far as the evidence, will we be able to use our cell phones to record, say if a party's going on next door, will we be able to record from our cell phone, or that way we have a timestamp? And also, I believe that the owner should also be required to have some type of cameras in their backyard so that they can also record the evidence, so that way if the city does ask for the evidence, we both can show our evidence, and the council will be able to make the decision off of that. And the last one that I had, you guys have already addressed as far as the total number of tenants that can be at the unhosted STRs, which is 2 per person, plus 1 guest. So I think that's all that I have to say. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. Anna Strawn, followed by Carrie Michael.
I support the rules and regulations that will be enacted for STRs in the city of Vista. My concern is how these rules and regulations will be enforced in a speedy and effective way. This concern stems from the fact that there has been an unlicensed and therefore illegal STR in our neighborhood since October of 2023. Even though my neighbors and I have written emails and letters to all of you since March about this STR, we were never informed that it was illegal until we attended a city planning meeting on May 7th. One of my neighbors asked directly whether it was licensed and was told it was not. How long did the city know it was unlicensed? Why didn't the city do anything about it being unlicensed? Why weren't all the neighbors informed that it was unlicensed? Why was a neighbor told on May 13th to wait for the rules and regulations for STRs to be enacted in order to do something, okay, about this unlicensed STR? And it's illegal, and it's on Crescent Drive, and you have known about it because we have written that address to you several times. This STR has broken both of the laws, the only two laws that are in effect at this time. It has no license, and it has not paid any taxes. It has already broken those laws and rules, and nothing's been done about it. After the May 7th meeting, when you knew and told us it was illegal, there was a party, a rave, on May 11th. On that date, the STR was rented to a group who threw a party that filled surrounding streets with more than 125 rowdy people. The partygoers were met at the gate of the house by someone checking their IDs, and it appears it was a pay-for-rave party. I first called the sheriff's office around 9 p.m. I had to wait on hold for 30 minutes because they were very busy on a Saturday night. I called again at 10 p.m., and I was on hold for 20 minutes. Both times I reiterated the screaming, the yelling, the cars, and the people running up and down the streets. The sheriffs arrived about 10:45 and quickly sent for reinforcements. Ultimately, a total of 7 sheriff cars arrived. Partygoers fled the scene, breaking fences and even breaking a neighbor's water pipe. Some of the hosts, and those fences have not been fixed, some of the hosts of the rave party parked in front of my house. They scurried to their cars and waited until the sheriffs left so they could return to the house. It was a very scary night. This wasn't the...
Thank you very much. Carrie Michael, followed by Bill Froelich.
Anna lives right across from me, and we have been dealing with this SDR and found out that it's not licensed, hasn't been paying taxes. And that rave party, they had a DJ in the backyard, and it was huge. They promised to be quiet at 10 o'clock. There was no way. When we were so relieved when the cops running, it was like the cavalry coming, and all the lights, all the sirens, and all these kids, they were teenagers because they were from Oceanside High, running like rats off a ship sinking. And I have pictures of the neighbor's fence that they broke, and luckily the neighbor across the street fixed the woman who lives there, who, these people are trespassing in her yard. They've broken her fence before to retrieve basketballs, and nothing's been done. The owner hasn't done anything. I even texted the owner that night, and I said, you need to get over here and check out your house, because there's like over 125 kids here. And they had nitrous oxide. There's pictures of nitrous oxide, which is illegal for them to be using. Alcohol. I have a picture of the broken fence. They were wearing, a lot of the guys were wearing this shirt. I found this on my front porch. It says, I'm steezy, which I think means, in the definition, morally and physically repulsive and disgusting. This is what they were wearing. Nice kids, real nice kids. So when the sheriff showed up, we were so relieved, but these kids were jumping over the fences, breaking fences. We would like to have this this SDR licensed and have them pay their taxes and have them, these rules are great. I'm really happy to have some rules, but how long is it going to be before someone investigates this particular house where we're suffering? A lot of neighbors actually want to move just because they can't stand it anymore. And the owner doesn't care. He doesn't. I texted him that night and I said, you need to get over here and check your house because there's like over 125 people here. Didn't even text me back. So, you know, he won't answer his phone. And we need some help. So I like when is this going to go into effect? Is what I'd like to know. Because if it's going to go through the summer, we're suffering. We're not sleeping. I'm on one side of the house where they broke the fences on the other side by the driveway and the basketball court, and this poor woman she is going to be selling her house. So we need help. Thank you.
Bill Froelich, followed by Jacob Aldridge.
First of all, I'd like to thank Amanda Guy and Joe Vaca for working on this ordinance. It's certainly a step in the right direction. Thank you, all the council members, mayor, everyone involved in getting this going. I have several concerns still. The ordinance is kind of vague, and a lot of the neighbors who surround these STRs that are problems, mines. We don't know who's going to enforce these infractions, who's going to measure them, who's doing it on weekends. This Memorial Day, I was sitting in my backyard, and our immediate neighbor was having a party. His kids were yelling. There were some dogs barking. The pool was going. The barbecue smoke was coming over me. And I thought, this is normal. This is what normal is for Memorial Day. And the weekend, it's normal for a weekend. I would expect neighbors to have parties, not 300-person parties, such as the one that was being described, but I expect them to do that. I like to have parties too. That's all normal. Having a business in the middle of a residence that can do this every other day, whether it's a birthday for 40 people that show up, they're not all staying there overnight, but they come there. They're there all day. A day goes by if they follow the 2-night minimum thing, which has yet to be seen, but anyway, then the next day it's a wedding reception, and then maybe 2 days later it's another wedding reception, and then it's a party, and then it's a bachelor party. This goes on and on and on and on. Even if it's during the hours of between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., this is happening every other day. I've heard you talk, Mr. Green, about, there's dogs barking. Your dogs might be barking. You bring them inside after it gets a little. Those things are normal things. A business operating for their sole profit in the middle of a neighborhood that holds their surrounding neighbors hostage is not a normal thing. I understand STRs, renting them out to families that want to come to Vista. That's one thing. I hope you guys can regulate it. I feel this is a great step. Again, thank you both. But please don't turn a deaf ear if it doesn't work. We have to do something. All the other cities are doing things. People are taking advantage of us in a very unfair way in the name of making $1. Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen to you.
Thank you. Jacob Aldridge, followed by Oscar Ramirez.
Vista, thank you. Staff, thank you for proposing this. I'm a resident of Vista. I wanted to talk about how short-term rentals by their nature are not evil. You buy a house or apartment, rent it out, attract vacationers at below hotel prices. Everybody wins, right? There's another part to this story. I work in San Diego County every day. I laugh in San Diego, cry in San Diego, got married in San Diego. I want to have a family in San Diego, but a mortgage on a 3-bedroom home, not necessarily a house, is over $4,000. What does this have to do with short-term rentals? A study by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that between 2012 and 2016, the existence of just Airbnbs was responsible for about 20% of the residential rent increases in the United States during those years. San Diego almost certainly has an outsized representation in this statistic, given that in 2023, we have almost twice the Airbnb concentration per 1,000 residents as New York City. In Irvine, California, a ban on Airbnbs resulted in a 3% rent reduction across 2 years. A search exclusively on Airbnb for Vista shows over 120 locations, much more than currently permitted. In a world with adequate housing supply, short-term rentals could be victimless, maybe even good, but this is not a world with an adequate housing supply. The minor benefits of allowing short-term rentals are significantly outweighed by the proven direct detrimental effect it has on a fundamental need to support a family. Please help us afford homes for our families, ban short-term rentals except in hosted units. Please modify and adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar Ramirez, followed by Wyatt Jackson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Franklin, Deputy Mayor Melendez, Councilmember Contreras, O'Donnell Green, and City Councilman John Conley. My name is Oscar Ramirez, 22 years resident in the city of Vista. I moved here with my wife and we raised 3 kids. I respectfully petition the City Council adoption of the ordinance and City Council Resolution number 2024 with the following amendment considerations. These amendments are submitted to you keeping in mind the city's general plan element chapter 2, Lucy items, which state the protection of the city residential home law stack, maintain the family residential character of our neighborhoods, and give us the opportunity for free, unobstructed enjoyment of our properties. Please consider amending quiet hours to be from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. Give affected permanent resident families time for peace, rest, and sleep. Do not allow any more additional visitors day or overnight other than the numbers as outlined in the ordinance of 2 persons per bedroom plus 1. Allowing any more additional visitors will only continue to promote large group gatherings and exacerbate the chronic nuisances large groups bring about. Protect and prevent the exacerbation of the city's limited home stock by capping the number of STRs to 2% of the total city stock. Limit STR ownership to natural persons only, not businesses, not LLCs, and limit the ownership to 1 STR per district. City's family residential home stock is limited and compromised. Vista is pretty much built out and land is scarce. Vista faces the challenge of residential accommodations for its current permanent residents and future increases in population. Thank you, and I thank you in advance for your considerations.
Thank you. Wyatt Jackson, followed by Kimberly Jackson.
Hi, my name is Wyatt Jackson, and my mom operates a Vacation Rentals by Kimberly, a firm that manages about 5 short-term rentals here in Vista for 5 Vista property owners. We support your ordinance to regulate short-term rentals here in Vista. We do ask that you immediately enforce violation penalties for all here owners or managers that aren't complying with remittance of TOT. First offense should be $500 plus back tax, second $1,000 plus back tax, and third $1,500 plus fee plus back tax, and permit revocation. We would also like to request that you work with Airbnb to have them auto-collect TOT remit directly to the city at Vista, just like the city of Oceanside and the city of San Diego do. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Jackson, followed by Alexandra Martin.
Honorable Mayor and council members,
My name is Kimberly of Vacation Rentals by Kimberly, a small local 14-year-old firm that professionally manages a handful of Vista rentals, short-term rentals here in Vista for your residents, many of them elderly, none of them investors. I do support Municipal Code, Chapter 8.34. However, I'd like to add a couple things. I'm kind of appalled that there's only 36 licenses in the city currently. I believe it's imperative that we immediately require everybody to come up to code with TOT remittance, file for a TOT permit immediately. Along with Wyatt, I do recommend that we enforce a fine for those that are not remitting TOT. It's not fair. They're not contributing to city funds like they should be. So I'd recommend that we do that immediately. I also want to ask that you speak with Airbnb representatives to auto-collect TOT. That means any unit that goes on to Airbnb in the city of Vista automatically remits TOT to you guys on the owner's behalf. The city of Oceanside does that, so you could talk to their code enforcement department or city of San Diego. If you don't do that, you're gonna have a lot of bad apples still around that are not compliant with rules and they're not giving back to the community. I also want to recommend a 9 p.m. till 9 a.m. quiet hour enforcement. Kind of like the gal said back here, it takes a while for the police to get active or code enforcement to get active. Nobody wants to be awake at 10 o'clock on a weeknight. I like the 2-night minimum. I do not support a 1-night minimum. That absolutely is a party situation. I also do not recommend any parties or gatherings of any kind. Maybe with a permit, maybe on large parcels of land, certainly not in residential neighborhoods. Many of these owners are having issues because of parties and gatherings. They're not allowed in any other city. I don't recommend them. The occupancy limits are great. And I would say anybody who's not collecting and remitting TOT should be fined, starting effective immediately. It's already a law. I'd send all those residents letters that you find on Airbnb to have code enforcement go through that. 500 on the first, 1,000 on the second, 1,500 on the third, and then I fully support the 3 strikes and you're out. I do want to comment on the LLC way properties are held in title. Every property owner who's savvy knows to put their house into an LLC. It limits their liability exposure. So I heard somebody mention no LLCs. It doesn't mean they're necessarily like a corporation out of China. It means that they're smart and savvy property owners. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Alexandra Martin, followed by Mitch Guarneros.
Okay, I gotta figure out where the volume is because I always mess that up. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for your time and consideration on the matter of short-term rentals. A year ago, I came to speak about how disruptive and frustrating it is to live next to one of these businesses. We have both an unhosted and hosted unit. Unfortunately, I live next to the unhosted unit. I won't go into details. I've already spoken about how much of a nightmare it was. We've heard testimonies here of how much of a nightmare it can be, is currently still, because we live in our house right now, still dealing with these situations. And so today I come in hopes that the residents of Vista living next to these short-term rentals can sleep knowing there are regulations and protection from this fast-growing business that is changing our neighborhoods. I much appreciate that we have something in there for noise, loud equipment, but I don't think it's quite enough because, again, like stated here by others, this is not normal or natural noise. This is noise that isn't like your neighbor who is having once a blue moon, a party to celebrate a graduation and then a birthday a few months later. And it's really nice because it's a great environment for your neighborhood. No, this is every day someone has a special event or they're tourists or they're traveling. This is their vacation. I've actually grown really sick of seeing Hawaiian shirts because all I know is that I'm gonna have a deep thing of anxiety now when I see those things. For me, that is their vacation, is shouting, yelling, screaming. There are about, 30,000 actual housing units in Vista, 22 of those are single-family homes. On Airbnb, there's over 1,000 listings. I don't know about the tax stuff, but there are over 1,000 listings of homes. That's already above 3% of our housing. I think that should be 2 or less. As you heard from that gentleman, it's hard to pay, to purchase anything. It's just everything is going so expensive. I almost didn't even get my house, and unfortunately, that was quickly ruined when I found out that I was living next to a nightmare. We greatly need protection, and if anything, from these people who are speaking from their hearts, they're just pleading for help. Like, this is when you go home. When I go home, I have anxiety. What am I gonna look at when I go home in that parking lot? Because I don't know, there could be actually in the garage, you could be out of the garage. It is really, really scary to think you're scared to go home. Because I don't know if I can do my paperwork in my office. If I'm having a guest over, I can't even have a family dinner without people shouting next door. Or even go to sleep because I have a pool engine outside my window, revving all the time. I can't even enjoy gardening. Many cities have to come back and they have to amend these. I hope we don't. I hope that we can make it strong enough to protect our neighbors. Thank you.
Mitch Guaneros.
And to the council members, I'm a resident here at Vista. I love Vista, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak tonight. I agree fully with all of the things that were discussed tonight. I am a local homeowner, and I live on site of a property that is being used through short-term rentals. I'm not getting rich off of this. My wife and I are going through a difficult time, and it's a way that we are supplementing our income, and it's been absolutely necessary during this time that we've been in. And so a lot of us that are doing this are not getting rich off of it. Also, we love hosting people in our home. Like Mr. DeVille said earlier, we leave notes for them. I greet them when they get there. They know I'm on site. It's just a very great thing that we love to have people in our home and experiencing and loving our property. We care about our neighbors, and we screen everybody respectfully to make sure that the people that are coming and visiting our home are not going to be partying and staying up late at night. And I just have so much compassion for all these people that have shared their stories of horror that they've experienced. Fully agree with the regulations that you guys have proposed, with the exception of the visible plaque at the door. There are many nights when our home is not rented out, and I don't want to have my phone number visible to strangers and for them to know that this house is not occupied. I think that presents a danger to the community versus creating more safety for the community. I would say that for the people, for the SRTs or STRs, they need to be responsible for communicating with their neighbors what their contact information is, and if there is an event that they need to be called, that they call us directly, not posting a plaque on our front door. Let's see. Lastly, the TOTs, it's so necessary. I think that so many of the issues that we're facing right now would be alleviated by just getting these people to pay taxes and follow some sort of regulation as it relates to these STRs. And also using the platforms that are available to us, like VRBO and Airbnb, to funnel that information through. I agree with the woman who spoke earlier. Let's do that so that we can actually have some compliance here. Thank you for your time.
Nicolette Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. My name is Nicolette Ramirez, and I am here to state my support for this short-term rental ordinance. There is a huge problem with unregulated and out-of-control short-term rentals that are damaging a lot of communities here, and a lot of people have come before you today to present their concerns, and they are here because they care about maintaining the peace of their communities. It is unfair that they have to live under these conditions. Parties, weddings, out of control, people trespassing, people drunk, people doing drugs. That's unacceptable. So I am very pleased that this ordinance has been presented to you here today. I would just like to put forth the following for your consideration. amending the quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. As people have stated before, by the time the sheriffs come to response, 10 p.m. or beyond is just too late, so that 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. is a fair time period. Also, I would like to suggest to not allow any more additional visitors outside of the 2 persons per bedroom plus 1, as well as to restate that short-term rentals should not exceed more than 2% of the total city's home stock. We already have enough issues as far as housing, and out of control, unregulated short-term rentals are contributing to that crisis. You said that there are, or it was presented that there was 36 registered. How many are unregistered? How many are operating illegally? So for that, with those 3 points, that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close the opportunity for public comment at this time. And I'll start with a couple of quick thoughts. I hear the issue of people who are having difficulty affording their home, and they're maybe using their home as a short-term rental while they're not using it. I actually went to a niece's graduation recently and stayed at an Airbnb in a nice couple's home who were clearly university professors in the college town where we were at the graduation, and their family pictures were all over the walls, and they were great hosts and left us messages and made very clear that we knew that we were representing them to their neighbors, and of course we were model guests. But I hear that concern about folks that maybe by renting out their home a few times a year, it's actually helping them afford their home. So it's hard to understand. And I didn't quite understand the hosted versus not hosted. I'm not an Airbnb expert. Somebody will have to explain that to me. I don't know if that means that the host is actually on site in the home during the visit. Is that what that means?
Yes, that means the host is on site.
Well, it means they live there, but are they physically there during the stay?
Usually they're on property, so they could have.
They're on property during the stay.
Correct.
So like
A
you're
guest
renting
house.
their guest bedroom.
And they live in the main house, and there's a guest house.
Okay, interesting. I thought the concern about posting outside had some validity, although I very much understand the concern about how do we figure out how to get a hold of the person if we're the neighbors, how do we make a friendly call? I don't know what the answer is there. I don't know if there are any other cities that maybe have maybe an online registry where you could obtain some information. I don't know how that would work and protect people's privacy online without a sign on the front of the house.
We think a sign on the front of the house is very reasonable, and most cities require that. And if you're operating your STR within the regulations, it's a non-issue. We are anticipating that when we issue short-term rental permits, we're going to make those permits available to the public on our website also.
Do the signs have to be visible only when the unit is being rented?
Yes.
Okay, so you could take it in when you're not renting the home.
Correct.
Oh, and have we talked to any other jurisdictions about potential incidents of increased crime, like burglary of homes or anything because of those signs?
No, we have not.
Okay, that's something that we want to talk about, I think. And I like the quiet hours, 9 to 9 p.m. So let's go to Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. Thank you to our staff who's worked on this. And looking forward to a good discussion from our council tonight. This has been a long effort from many neighbors. I've been working on this ordinance for about 1.5 years. And we now finally have some substantial language in front of us that can be implemented in, is it the next 30 days? Is that when it would be active? City Attorney?
If approved tonight, it would go into effect 30 days after today.
Okay.
If it was a 4/5 vote. If it's less than 4, then we would have a second reading.
Okay. Well, let's build consensus as much as we can so we could act swiftly on this. What I like the limited capacity. I like the 2-night stay requirement. I like the display, interior display, especially, and I have, the similar questions to the mayor as the exterior display, but if we've not noted any conflict from other cities where they're seeing an increase in, burglary and increase in squatting from a notice on the exterior of the house if the house is vacant or used for a short-term rental, then I don't know if it's too much of a concern. But I would like to see, if that's something we could attend to, right? If we do notice that there's an incident of burglary, then we can obviously remedy that as much as we can. I like the fire safety surrounding bonfires and things of that nature. And I think that the schedule of the number of violations leading to revocation of the license of the permit is really important. So to clarify, on the third strike, they receive the higher fine and they also have their license revoked.
Correct.
Okay. And I had a couple of questions and concerns. For special events, I know that there are other websites out there that don't do overnight stays, that just do residential rentals for special events. Are those a different type of permit that we allow?
Yes. So under our municipal code and development code, we have temporary use permits. So if a property were to apply for a temporary use permit to have a special event at their property, such as a wedding, there is a process for them to go through an application.
Okay. So make sure that there's compliance on that side as well, because I know it's not just overnight.
I would like to clarify, though, that if they have a short-term rental permit, and that is adopted by the council, and they have a permit in effect, we will not allow a short-term rental that's permitted to also have special events.
Okay, so it cannot be co-occurring.
Correct.
With that, I do have questions about enforcement. I'm curious what your thoughts were from some of the public comments regarding the coordination of TOT numbers. I'm not sure what these TOT numbers are on some of the websites that were listed.
So we've been hearing from the public throughout this process that Airbnb in particular will go out and verify, authenticate, and require people that are registered with Airbnb to remit their transient occupancy tax once the city reaches out to them. We've heard that anecdotally through public comment. We haven't researched that yet. Our first priority is to get this permit process effectuated if it's approved tonight. And the next step will be to work on permitting short-term rental units, getting them through the business license, the permit procedures, and then of course TOT. And we may explore having an outside service provider help us with that.
So this ordinance does not answer necessarily all of our questions regarding enforcement. And that might be something we have to come back to if we understand that there's an instrument we can use for enforcement
That's
later
correct.
on.
Yes.
But in getting people permitted, we can then go through a process of finding the best instruments for enforcement if
Yes.
we are not adequately enforcing.
That's correct. And because we need to have the permits and regulations in place first, then we can take the second bite at the apple to really figure out what's the best way to legitimize and enforce our rules.
I understand that. I do want to make sure that we have some teeth in enforcement initially, but I don't want us to be discouraged if there are amendments that need to be made, because we will be understanding the best instruments available as we are implementing the enforcement. I think that there may be some common sense solutions for enforcement now, but we really have to answer the question, how do we receive complaints? Is there the opportunity for a specific city line that could be established, right?
Yes,
Like a
so
hotline?
we anticipate that once we get short-term rentals permitted, that our code enforcement department will field all complaints and investigate all complaints. And that if we have a known property that we have substantial complaints and we know there's issues, that we would maybe even have weekend code enforcement staff available and follow up on complaints on weekends and off hours to verify and authenticate if there's violations and then issue that administrative
Okay,
citations.
and the authenticating the issues, I think, is really important here. So how we're receiving complaints, there could be someone in the moment taking a video, there could be
Right.
someone, with a text or a call log to the owner saying, hey, this is what I'm witnessing, right?
Mhm.
Someone could write it down on a piece of paper saying that their neighbor committed a violation that night.
Right.
But then how are those proven? And
So
do we have
may
an
not be
answer for
able-
that yet?
we may not be able to prove every instance until our code enforcement has an opportunity to see violations occurring. And it's the same that code enforcement deals with complaints now. So if we receive complaints, we investigate it until a point where we can verify that, yes, there is a violation of our municipal code or development code, and then code enforcement can issue administrative citations. So really, it's going to be the same process.
All right.
And
this
we,
is-
we may just have to dedicate or shift some of our hours of our code
Well,
enforcement
this is
staff.
definitely where I would advocate to my council and to the public that we enhance our code enforcement operations to be later hours and over weekends so that they can enforce these and other violations that are occurring when they're normally off the clock. So I would advocate for that. I would like to see increased personnel to code enforcement. I would like to see an adjustment of hours, a modification of hours. This is to enforce our laws. And they are laws that are often ones that are very weakly enforced, but they do have a detriment on public welfare and community well-being.
Sure.
Because these are essentially unregulated bars and party houses and mini clubs and mini hotels operating in residential neighborhoods. So I really think that we need to ensure that there is enforcement in the long term, right? That's a larger conversation about the capacity of our code enforcement department. And it's not just complaints from short-term rental, neighbors of short-term rental facilities. It's also, I'm motivated to address enforcement issues and support our code enforcement officers because there's gaps on the weekends, right? We really don't have certain types of enforcement on the weekends or overnight. Maybe occasionally we do, but not regularly. So how we receive complaints, it sounds like, are we willing to put in a hotline, a phone number? I think that's not included on this so far, but I'll see what the rest of my council members say, but I would say, I'm supportive of this. I'd like to make a motion to approve it, but I kind of want to get out, tease out some of the other amendments that we might want to make before we move forward with what's in front of us. So I'm supportive of a phone line. Is there any way to allow a certain type of proof, or is that a whole other legal code enforcement question, city attorney? Like if it's possible, could we allow for cell phone videos, right, to be accepted as proof for code enforcement for a violation? Because ultimately, what we're saying is you could have a whole host of violations, but until we have adequate personnel, it's never going to be proven. And then the neighbors are still going to continue to deal with these issues.
So the answer would be yes, we would take all that type of information. If we were going to use it to revoke or find someone, we might need a declaration from the person who took the video, but we would take it in, as evidence of potential problem property so that we can follow up on it.
Okay, so there is a way for us to utilize evidence that it goes beyond the code enforcement officer being a visible witness, okay, or a sheriff deputy being a witness, okay. I like the quiet hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Since these are businesses operating in the neighborhood, I think it's fair for there to be more stringent rules for them, because quiet hours usually are 10 p.m., is that right? So I think we would have more stringent rules for them. I'm curious what everyone else's thoughts on the percentage of short-term rentals to be permitted throughout the city. There's not a percentage identified here, is that correct?
That's correct. It's just limited to 5 properties per property owner per council district.
Okay. I mean, that still opens it up to a whole number of property owners owning up to 5, right? So I would like to look at a percentage. I think that that's important, although I do acknowledge the mayor and other members' comments and people's comments referring to sometimes this is used as revenue for a household to maintain their mortgage. So, it's challenging, but at the same time, it's still about the residential use of the neighborhood in addition to our housing stock. So I would be supportive of a percentage of short-term rental properties. And then what about this concept of the parties versus a stay? So could you break it down for me how this ordinance addresses parties, even if they have it rented out for 2 nights, right, versus a stay? Is that addressed via limit of guests?
It's going to have to be on a case-by-case basis because there's no way for us to hypothesize every potential outcome of a short-term rental, and it's going to have to be enforced on a case-by-case basis. The truth is that the ordinance was drafted to allow short-term rentals in a very reasonable, pragmatic way. And it's not really intended to be punitive. It's intended to set baseline parameters to ensure the quality of life in the community and make sure residential units are compatible with the short-term rentals and vice versa. But there are punitive measures included in the 3 strikes provision so that if there are bad actors, we can address them. And keep in mind that staff is fully aware of 2 chronic party houses in town out of the 36, which is really, there's a much larger number because there's 36 licensed, but we do know that there are at least over 100 short-term rental units in Vista. So we know that there are 2 party houses, and one of them is not permitted at all. And the other one goes through ebbs and flows of bad tenants. So we have teeth in this ordinance, but we didn't write this for every single hypothetical negative outcome that occurs at short-term rentals.
Certainly, and so to clarify, the capacity that's listed here, is that meant to assist with mitigating parties?
Yes, the occupancy limits are supposed to keep it at a reasonable occupancy for whatever the size of the unit is. And then we do feel it's reasonable to allow a certain number of guests, and we're just gonna have to deal with parties if they occur on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
We wrote into the regulations that party houses obviously are not allowed because we won't allow public nuisances. But if that occurs, we have to deal with it through code enforcement.
So, and there's so much to go over here. Could you clarify the difference between, someone staying at the short-term rental versus a guest? So there would be only a certain number allowed to stay.
Correct.
There are guests permitted.
So there's occupancy limits in our permit regulations of 2 persons per unit, per bedroom.
I got that part.
Or studio, plus 1 extra person. So if it's a 3-bedroom house, for instance, you could have 2 persons per bedroom, which would be 6, plus an extra person for the overall house. So that'd be a total of 7. So actually staying past quiet hours and sleeping there would be a maximum of 7 persons in a 3-bedroom. But during the day, for instance, they can have some guests come and visit, have lunch.
But some guests, that's not an identified number of guests.
They can have people come and visit them, and there's no limit on that because enforcement of that would be like so challenging. We don't know how we would ever do that.
Yeah.
And we know that if there's a violation and it's a party house, we can address it. But if it's just a regular use of a short-term rental and having guests like a normal house would have, it seems totally reasonable.
And this is where code enforcement can assist, right?
Yes.
With parking violations that may occur and noise violations that may occur.
Right.
So it's not necessary for us to police how many guests are allowed.
Right.
during someone's stay, but really the behavior of those guests
Exactly.
are outlined in this ordinance. I think that's great so far. My last thought on this is we really need more hospitality here in Vista. And these services have been filling a gap that I think our city, our leadership, along with our community development department and, our partners in the business community, we want to kind of create more robust hospitality opportunities so that people can come and visit our great city without having to put an unnecessary burden on the neighborhoods. So whatever we can do as a council to support that effort, I would like to be a part of that too. So thank you for all of this, and I'd love to hear what everyone else has to say.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much to our staff, to Deputy Mayor Melendez for initially moving this forward, and especially to the public. Thank you for all the meetings, the comments, the suggestions. It makes a big difference for the council to hear from you. First, I just want to ask, so there's been a lot of folks that have said, hey, just coordinate with the online platforms to collect the TOT. So is that something that we are for sure going to do? It said something about a broker. Can you confirm if that's the process that we're going to move forward with?
So I can't confirm the process. I can confirm that we at the staff level are going to try to maximize ensuring that everyone that's operating an STR is paying for their transient occupancy tax. We do anticipate if this gets adopted, we're going to try to reach out to everyone that we know is not currently permitted through our business license and TOT and tell them they need to get a business license, short-term rental permit, and pay TOT. So we're going to do a community engagement effort to try to capture everyone that we know that may exist in the city that is not permitted. But in terms of the actual method of how we go about doing that and then following up on TOT, we haven't gotten to that point in the process yet because we want to establish the regulations first.
Okay, so is there a reason why coordinating with the online platforms would not be?
No, we don't know yet if there's a reason
Okay.
why we wouldn't do that. We may.
And is that something that is just going, that, you and our staff is going to come up with, or does that come back to the council? How does that work?
We would anticipate that being handled at the staff level administratively, and we would coordinate really with the finance department and the finance director and his staff on the TOT collection and how we go about following up on that.
Okay, yeah,
particular
because the issue is that we want to make sure that everybody who's operating an STR is paying and is committed to paying the full amount that the city should be collecting. And absent a really good framework to do that, it's just not gonna be a reality, right? That we're able to collect what is due to the city. So I will be following up with you all on that. Because I love the suggestions given by the public. I don't run an STR, so I have no idea. I've rented them before, so I know on that end, but not as a service provider. And are STRs, I know we're talking about residential, but are they allowed in commercial zones? Okay.
No.
Do we have
However,
any that
I
are
would say-
currently in commercial zones?
No, not that I know of. We do have some in our mixed use zones, and mixed use allows commercial, but also allows residential. So we do have some in mixed use, and we will continue to allow them in mixed use, but not in pure commercial.
Okay. And when it comes to ADUs, trailer coaches, RVs, what is the reason that those are prohibited?
So the state prohibits local jurisdictions from having ADUs used for short-term rentals. So we're preempted by the state. We have no say in that. Accessory dwelling units cannot be used for short-term rentals, and that's because they're intended to be additional housing. The trailer coach and RV was something that staff drafted into the regulations because we don't feel it's appropriate for life, safety, and general welfare to have people renting a trailer and/or an RV. We don't know what the conditions of those facilities are, and we don't know what the sanitation facilities are, if any. And we just felt like if people are going to have short-term rentals in the city of Vista, they should be in legally permitted structures.
So you're saying that those other structures, because they're not habitable, they have, their condition it can be questionable?
Yes.
Okay.
I could also add to that as well that we made it mirror the TOT chapter, how we define the types of dwellings that we would collect TOT from, which would not include the RVs and the trailer coaches.
Okay. Yeah, because there are some examples, and I don't know if they're in the city or not, where folks have, an Airstream or something like that. And, potentially, this is something, what I want to do is make sure we adopt something today, right? Because it's going to take a month anyways. But I think that we're going to have an ongoing conversation but what if there's this really cool Airstream, right, that I understand there's issues with something being not habitable, but maybe because it's going to take extra staff time to figure out, hey, is this a good one or not, then maybe that has a different fee structure. So that's something I want to just run by you for consideration in the future. Same thing with RVs. I'm not interested in seeing a property that has like 20 RVs that they're doing STRs, right? But I think that potentially we could come up with something that is not going to be a nuisance and that we can still generate some revenue for the city. Okay. Just a quick question. Why is there no filming allowed at a STR?
Because we didn't want to have everything that goes with it, which is crowds, vehicles, trailers, equipment, lights, noise, and we didn't think it's appropriate in a residential neighborhood.
Okay. Even if there's like a film permit that they have to go through, the issue would be...
We're trying to preserve the residential character of neighborhoods, and we didn't think filming's appropriate at a short-term rental permit.
Okay. And, our code enforcement is driven by complaints, but there are a lot of complaints that happen during the time where we don't have code enforcement available. And this is something that I've worked behind the scenes with Mr. Conley. And we have been able to, adjust some of the hours so that way, folks in my neighborhoods in District 1, where I've been getting a lot of complaints of parking on red, causing public safety issues. I'm not someone who's like really pro going out and ticketing people like crazy, but when it's a public safety issue, it's an issue. And so we've been able to address some of that through that. But we really do not have enough code enforcement. And I understand that the fees that we charge have to be, they're tied with what it costs us in staff time. But I don't think that the fee that we're seeing before us takes into account that we may have to add additional code enforcement. So I do believe that the fee is not congruent with the type of enforcement that we're going to need if we're actually going to address what the public has brought before us many times of these different incidences that are happening all too often in their neighborhoods. So, I'm okay with adopting this. Again, we need to adopt something now, but for a future discussion, which I'm sure we will have, I think it's going to be important for us to look at a different fee structure that potentially will be higher. And it could be higher on the initial part, right? Instead of the 166, maybe that needs to be a little bit higher. And I think on the penalty side, it should definitely be higher because then the individual is causing us to have to utilize more of our code enforcement.
So staff agrees with that, and the fee for the permit processing is reasonable based on 2 hours of a senior planner staff time, and we didn't necessarily account for code enforcement. However, we did account for code enforcement by increasing the administrative citations in this ordinance, which are much higher than our current municipal code fine limits, which start at 125 and then go to 250. So
Okay.
we started at 500 and go to 1,000, then we go up to 1,500. And keep in mind that the first administrative citation we issue can capture multiple violations. So it's $500 per violation. So if there's 4 violations, that first administrative citation will be $2,000.
Great. Okay. Well, I just want to make sure we keep a pulse on that because we just don't have enough code enforcement. And we can't burden our sheriff deputies with going and being a babysitter of all the STRs. Like, that is something that we need to do with our code enforcement unless there's an egregious issue, right? And extending code enforcement to longer hours I think, will cost us more than what is reflected in what we're going to be receiving. So I just want to bring that to your attention. And I am, when it comes to special events and temporary uses being prohibited, I understand that we're just trying to pass something. But I feel like with the limitations on guests and the 3 strikes law, I feel that if someone has 0 strikes and they're good operators and they want to have a special event or temporary use, maybe there's a limited amount per year that we can consider. I've spoken to folks who potentially, they've been good STRs, and it could also be bifurcated to if something's hosted versus non-hosted, right? But if something is hosted, they have 0 strikes, they're paying their TOT, I think that we should consider having a minimum or maximum, a maximum amount of special events and temporary uses. So I understand that that's going to upset some folks. However, it can be important for folks to be able to generate some of the revenue that they need in order to keep their home. So I know it's not going to make everybody happy, but I would like to have a discussion about that in the future when we're re-looking at this ordinance. If someone has a strike, any complaints, forget it. They're not allowed to do that. But if it's if the host is on site, they have 0 strikes, and maybe what we do is we inform, right, the neighborhood within 500 feet, like we do with some other things, that there's going to be a special use, right, or a temporary use. I would just like that discussion in the future. And I welcome everybody to come forward when we have that discussion. When it comes to the 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. quiet hours, I'm totally good with that. I think, some folks need to go to bed a little bit earlier. 10 p.m. I know is more congruent with our noise ordinance, but these are residential areas, so you're going to have to stop at 9 p.m. I would be totally okay with that. And in fact, I even think quiet hours, 9 a.m., that's still a little bit, late in the day. I would even want to see something like 7 a.m. or whatever the case might be. But again, we can talk about that in the future. The hotline is going to be essential. And again, I just have a real fear that we don't have enough code enforcement. Let me see if I missed anything here. I think everything else was spoken to. And one last thing, when it comes to the exterior display, I can see the pros of it and I can see the cons of it. But seeing that other places, other municipalities do this already, I think it's not as difficult for me to accept that in some of the cases where folks have made the argument that It could invite crime, right? But hearing that other cities are doing it and that it only needs to be present if it's going to be used as an STR, I think that gives me a little bit of relief there. And outside of that, I'm 100% in favor of moving forward. And I'll hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
I think our city manager had a note about the staff communication with the STR online companies.
Yeah, we'll call them in the morning.
Good. That's fantastic. I know we all wanted to hear that. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, the idea for the Airbnb, I know, well, I believe I had brought that up during the last discussion. So yes, please do call them immediately because I spoke with them at a Cal Cities meeting and I know that they do this. So Kimberly, when you spoke earlier, thank you for bringing that up again. I think it's imperative for us to make sure we can collect those as quick as possible. I just wanted some clarification on something. So after a third strike, it's revoked permanently? Is that correct?
For a period of 1 year, unless the property changes in ownership within that year.
So I guess my other question is, and I don't know if there's any way to regulate this, but if it is owned by an investor corporation that has multiple LLCs, do we have any safety nets in place to stop them from just transferring it to another LLC and then still operating under the same company and just bypassing the infractions that just occurred?
Well, I can answer it. We would want it to be a bona fide transfer. So we would look into it. If it's a sham transfer, we would not reinstate the property.
Perfect. We cannot collect back TOT, is that correct?
We can collect back TOT. Statute of limitations is 3 years, but we need proof that it was rented and the amounts. And that's time and energy. That's the problem.
I'm hesitant to do that just because I think it'd be detrimental to the people that are acting in good faith that are not corporate individuals or business owners. So I'm not going to try and move forward with that. I do agree with displaying only when it is renter occupied. So I want to just make sure that we stay with that. How many homes do we have in Vista?
City manager says about 15,000, but he didn't seem 100% sure.
So
That's an approximation.
I checked in with staff and they said that in 2018, we know there was 18,194 single-family homes in Vista.
So I would at some point like to explore capping the number of Airbnbs that we will have in the city of Vista based on a percentage of available homes in the city. That doesn't have to be tonight, but at a further discussion, I definitely want to explore that. I also think that we should require, similar like we do at bars, a decibel reader outside the homes of any rentals so we can avoid any noise violations. I'm hesitant to add a camera to that, but I'm open to that suggestion as well. To the comment about 2-day rentals, I just want to say, so I think that it actually will, even if people are going to rent it out for 2 days and throw a party, a 2-day rental, I do believe, will extract people that are not acting in good faith and the bad actors that are renting it out for parties. Because even if it is a 2-day rental and someone is to stay there for 1 night and throw a party, if there's a violation, they will accumulate much faster. And I believe we all received an email recently of somebody who's advertising their home as a party rental. I mean, I think they have it listed for like 26 occupants there. So I definitely want to make sure that we are staying on top of that. The events, again, owners acting in good faith. To Councilmember Contreras' point, I would not this evening, but like to talk about that later. I have concerns over the manipulation of some ordinance like that or a permitting process, but we can delve further into it. Overall, I'm very supportive of it. I just want to say one thing, recently I've been looking at homes in our area. When I say that my wife and I love this city, I've told people multiple times, the only time I've ever called California home is when I moved to Vista, and I've been in California for 13 years. We've been in Vista for 7. We're looking at homes and I see the prices, I know the interest rates, and I see homes getting scooped up so quickly, and I'm always curious if it's an investor or what's taking place. To the individual owners of properties for Airbnb, this is not so much to you because I believe that you are acting in good faith, but I don't ever want to be detrimental to any business owner or anybody trying to provide livelihood to make sure that they can live in our city, that they can have a good quality of life, but not when it comes to the detriment of neighbors and their quality of life. So I'm supportive of this, interested in hearing what the rest of the council has to say, but I just want to thank staff for all their work.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council members. The mission of the City of Vista, which I love saying, is that we provide exceptional services. We need to improve Vista's quality of life, and we have to enhance the uniqueness of the Vista community. And I think that this ordinance does exactly that, which is improving Vista's quality of life. And that's the reason why this is coming forward, because the lady who has anxiety every time she pulls into her driveway when she gets home, we need to make sure that doesn't happen all the time. And that if somebody's being a bad actor and they're your next door neighbor, they're squashed to that for a whole 12 months. I did like the city attorney's comment on the scam transfer, because I was worried about that as well. When you sell a property legitly, there's actually a documentary transfer tax that's paid based off of the actual sales price. So I think in the event it's a legit transfer, locking up the property for 12 months wouldn't be fair per se, but to Councilmember O'Donnell's point, if they own multiple corporations and they think just transferring the name of the ownership is going to allow them to continue to operate an Airbnb, I need to make sure that there's some policing involved in that aspect. So I'd hope that we'd make sure it's a legit transfer in the instance that there are some fines. Somebody brought up something saying that we want to make sure, and I don't want to change this ordinance so much that it's not passable tonight, because I want to pass an ordinance tonight that will actually become law within 30 days. However, something that was brought forward, which I think is a no-brainer, is that in order to receive an active business license for an STR, you should have a valid TOT ID. And I don't think we should be issuing any business licenses without a valid TOT ID. So if that is not in your ordinance, it needs to be added, because that's how we're going to collect our TOTs.
It's in there. They need a transient occupancy tax certificate as part of their business license application procedure and their short-term rental permit, those three.
Fantastic. And with that said, knowing that we have 36 units right now, when everybody gets these valid TOT IDs and you see there's over 120 already listed right now, we're generating, I think you said 110,000 from these 36. Just the 100 that are listed is going to triple that income. One thing that I'd like to discuss with my council in the future is if we're going to be generating 3 times the income on this, that we dedicate the additional funds to our code enforcement department to have a full-time STR regulator position on staff. And that person needs to be available on the weekends, on the evenings. If we're making $200,000 extra, maybe that's enough for 2 positions, depending on PERSable pensions and numbers and all that good stuff. But I want to make sure that my code department has the resources available. And if we're generating, income from this particular program in order to, seek compliance, I think we should have a specific compliance officer. So something for the council to add in the future. Definitely want to make sure the funds are allocated towards additional compliance. I like the idea of the signs on the windows, only when occupied. I'm fine with no special events, period. On a hosted Airbnb, it may be different, and that's something you can talk about later, but I definitely think maintaining the quality of the neighborhood and the aesthetic of the neighborhood is what we want to do. And having a wedding next door to your house twice a year is too many weddings a year, man. One drives me crazy. Anyway, also, I did have a question about the 2-person stay for one night. I think an Airbnb person brought it up and said, hey, if we have 2 people who stay in properties for one night, those aren't typically your offenders or whatever. I don't know if we have any type of limitations that I'm fine with a 2-night stay. I just wanted to say, hey, in the future, if it turns out we're hurting our people who own these Airbnbs, they got little bitty places and it's one person staying here and we can't get one person to stay for 2 nights, I'd like to look at that. Decibel meters, huge. I feel like as a council, we require decibel readers on all of our downtown businesses that have any type of drinking and partying. And you say these are like mini bars, mini party spots. I feel like these Airbnbs should have a certain decibel level they have to be below after a certain time, which 9 to 9, now you have consensus on 9 to 9. But I feel like there should be some type of decibel meter requirement. It's not an expensive, device, and it simply would be put outside your house, 20 feet, 15 feet, whatever council decides. And in the event that decibel meter goes off, were notified. After a certain number of decibel meter violations, I would assume it would be a strike on this particular property owner. So somehow of incorporating that, we should, because it's already done in our licensed businesses in our downtown to keep the quality of life of our surrounding businesses satisfied. So we should have that intact in businesses in residential neighborhoods, because I feel like it's even more important to maintain a decibel level within residential neighborhoods than it is within a commercial neighborhood. Let's see, file TOT permits immediately, start auto collecting like that. Documentary transfer tax 909. Basically what these are we're dealing with right now are daily civil disputes, okay? As a council member, I get so many calls to civil disputes. Your tree's dumping leaves on my side. I cut a tree I wasn't supposed to cut. The neighbor's fence isn't wet. The dog barks. Their water's running into my yard. You guys are dealing with these on a daily basis with absolutely no regulation. So as a council, I think we're all excited to help improve your quality of life and also put some type of structure and oversight on the daily civil disputes that you're dealing with. And the reason we couldn't do anything with the unlicensed one that you guys are speaking of is because we had no laws necessarily that our people could enforce. So this is allowing us to do that. I believe that this will help us adhere to the mission of the City of Vista. I'm going to defer to Councilmember Melendez to make the motion on this item, but I do support this with the change of the 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I support this with the stipulation that a TOT valid ID is required for all business licenses, and the rest of the ordinances were in there, and also the implementation of a decibel meter if I can get support, and it doesn't require can't put that on there, says the city attorney. No decibel meter. It'll be a future thing, so we can pass something tonight. Put it on the next thing. Thank you so much.
I'm going to have a question for our Code Enforcement Director, Clarence Rich, but I'll recognize Deputy Mayor while Mr. Rich is coming down.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious to hear from Clarence as well, but I would move to approve the ordinance for before us today with the changes of noise from quiet hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And City Attorney, can you explain why we can't require a noise decibel reader?
That'd be kind of a material change to the ordinance that the public wasn't aware of that might want to comment or.
Okay, I see. So for a future discussion. And are we at this time able to include in this vote that permanent revenues are prioritized firstly for code enforcement personnel?
I don't think we need to include it in the ordinance, but we have your consensus and direction on that. I think that's enough.
Great. So the only real change is
9 to
quiet
9.
hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
If I could.
Thank you. And outside of that, thank you everyone for your discussions. We're really lucky to have so much effort from our city staff on this. I know that we've gone through a lot of personnel changes in our community development department, and thank you, Joe, for leading us on this. I think it's been, I'm sure you have a great team working on it too. But I'm really pleased. I think the neighbors are going to be really pleased. And I want to move forward with this as quickly as possible with just that small change. And hopefully, if there are any adjustments in the future, they will be well received as well. And we're going to close the public hearing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rich, for coming down. What's the latest that we currently have somebody working on an overnight shift for code enforcement?
Mayor, good evening. It's basically as needed per complaint or violation that we receive. We would have our officer adjust his hours or their hours.
But we don't have somebody working past. What would the latest that we would have somebody ordinarily under our current arrangement?
Right now it's 6 p.m., Mayor.
6 p.m., okay. My biggest question that I have for you is going through my mind. Somebody's having a loud party. It's 11 p.m. at night. Are you comfortable sending every one of your code enforcement officers by themselves to that party at 11 o'clock at night to deal with unknown tumult?
Yes, I will be, Mayor.
Okay.
Yes. As I said, it's per complaint or per violation or complaint that we receive.
My concern, what's coming to my mind is, I wouldn't go to somebody's house at 11 o'clock at night if there's a party. I mean, I would feel that it would be necessary to have a deputy go. My concern is sending a code enforcement officer by themselves in the dark of night where there's a party and they're outnumbered. That seems to me, I don't know. Do you feel there's a safety concern? Would you advise them to have a deputy go and back them up?
I would agree if there's a deputy there with them, that would be more supportive, but the officer would not be actually entering the party, just be observing the noise or the violation that's occurring, that they can.
Yeah, the code enforcement officer, that is.
Yes, that's correct.
My thought is we need to really think this through, because I kind of think that the code enforcement department is kind of like the follow-up and do their work during the day. I don't think we want to send a code enforcement officer at night to go and quell a disturbance. I think that's the wrong approach. That officer is going to need to have a deputy with them. So I know you're all going to love this idea, but if we get to the point where we have sufficient revenue to hire a deputy for nights and weekends, we have 6 on shift right now on patrol for the night shift. 6. We could add another deputy on patrol during the evening, shift that covers the weekend, because ultimately it's going to take somebody with a badge and a gun to be able to quell a disturbance. So even if we had a code officer to go with, they're still going to need a deputy to go with them. The deputy could make the report, deliver the police report back to code enforcement. Code enforcement could follow up on enforcing the code, but in terms of our discussion about hiring an overnight code person, I just don't see that makes sense as far as the safety element goes. You're going to have a deputy go with them. And by that point, if you've already sent a deputy, why not just send the deputy and they quell the issue? They can be trained to enforce these codes in terms of the on-the-spot. Following up with citation, notice of violation, that would still be code enforcement's department. But I don't know, I just want us to think about that, because I think we've got some real liability and safety concerns to send a code officer, it's 11, midnight, 2 in the morning, they're throwing a party. What do you think?
Well, Mayor, the officer is not actually going to enter the party. The officer is going to be a witness to what's occurring. If there's a loud noise, the code enforcement officer could be a witness to that. And that will give the officer more teeth to issue a citation or notice to the property owner or tenant, whoever's there, kind of after the fact, but they're basically going to be a witness. Just a witness that the complaint came in,
right.
They do the inspection, they witness the noise or whatever's occurring, and that will be something they can testify to and take enforcement action.
Now, I can understand the witness issue. My concern is the confrontation issue, that I'm here from the city of Vista and you got to turn this party off.
They're not going to be knocking on the door.
They're not going to be knocking on the door. There you go. That's what I'm after.
We're not
right
going to
there.
put ourselves in harm's way.
Okay. Of course, it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to illuminate for the council, because I think there's a misunderstanding that a code officer is going to go knock on a door at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. rather, and tell people to quiet down. I think, obviously we want to hear from you. I don't know how many, I just did a search, there's 104 on Airbnb in Vista. So maybe there's more that, I said I want a weekend anytime in June or July, and there were 104 properties that came up. So I don't know how many there are. I don't know whether we need to hire more officers yet to handle the follow-up on that, but could a sheriff's deputy take a police report of action? And if you were to get a deputy's report, would you be able to take a code enforcement action following up on a sworn report from an officer, a deputy?
Yes, it can.
Okay. So we got 104 properties. How many of these complaints have we had so far over the last, how many are we getting on a yearly basis right now? How many have we get in the last year, roughly?
Roughly, I'd say about 20 complaints.
Okay. So I don't think we want to hire somebody full-time to be a code enforcement officer to go witness parties 20 times a year. I mean, that's just completely illogical. Right now, we could use our existing deputies who have to go anyway when there is a loud party to tell people to be quiet. I mean, they have to show up. They're the only ones that can quell a disturbance after hours. So what I would suggest is if we have 20 violations, I mean, the violations are complaint driven. They're not, just because we put this into place, they're not likely to double or triple. These are, when people are upset, they call. So I would suggest we need more sworn law enforcement personnel to actually knock on the door, and then they can also take the report. Anyway, I love code enforcement, and I love extending the hours of it, but I don't ever want to put a code enforcement officer in a confrontational situation, and I know that we wouldn't, but I just wanted to cover that, and you made that clear, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you. So I know that's not for tonight. We had a note from staff that the hotline would be something that they would want to bring back to us at a later meeting because there'd be some cost and they need to arrange it. Okay, Councilmember Contreras.
I just want to second the motion. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Aye.
I know you all liked my idea very much, so I'll bring it back on a future agenda for that extra law enforcement officer. That item passes unanimously with 5 votes in favor. Don't forget.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would politely ask if we could move discussion item 1 next. I already asked Councilmember Green, he's okay moving that forward. We do have students in the lobby that are wishing to present to us.
Sure.
And they need to go home soon.
By unanimous consent, let's move to this. Can we do that with the public hearing schedule? Is that okay? Okay, then let's go ahead and go now to discussion item number 1. We'll come back.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Okay, so this item is regarding the Campaign for a Safe and Healthy California endorsement and SB 1137 support. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Councilmember Contreras asked for this item to be on the agenda, so we'll ask her to introduce it.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Can we ask, please have order in the chamber? Please go ahead and take your conversations outside the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you so much for moving this up. Our students have been here waiting, and they actually have a presentation that they are going to provide to us. I'm not exactly sure who's going to be doing the presentation. If you could stand up. Awesome. And City Manager, where should we have them present? From the podium or from, okay, perfect. If you could just stand up over here and walk us through the presentation, thank you.
Here. You can just grab that clicker. Sure, you can sit there if you want, or that'll move the slide.
Grab that remote control in front of you. If you want to stand at the podium, you can.
So good evening. My name's Emma Vival. I'm 16 years old and the lead of San Diego 350's Youth v. Oil campaign. I'm excited to present this. I'm sorry if I'm a little more incoherent because I thought I was going to do this like 3 hours ago, but we are here. I'm very excited and thankful that the City Council has taken the time today to hear and vote on our resolution supporting a safe and healthy future for all Californians. So first, a little bit about who we are. We are Youth v. Oil, a branch of the county-wide nonprofit San Diego 350. We're entirely made up of youth, including Youth in Vista, some of whom are here today, and work with students from across the county to fight for climate justice. We're a part of wider state campaigns, particularly the one in support of SB 1137, which I will be speaking about today, and what the resolution is pertaining to, and have led many successful campaigns to advance our goal of seeing a more just future and rectifying the environmental harms of our predecessors. So what is the issue? The issue we're speaking about today is that more than 2.5 million Californians live within 3,200 feet of an active oil well. more than 20% of these people being children. That is 2.5 million Californians exposed to daily doses of pollutants that threaten their lives. The exposure to air pollution caused by living near an oil well has been connected with increased rates of serious conditions such as leukemia, asthma, birth defects, and cardiac diseases. And children with developing lungs and quicker respiratory rates are especially susceptible to these conditions. Children, the very people that have the least to do with the infrastructure that puts them in harm's way, seem to always be the ones most affected. Similarly, BIPOC communities are disproportionately affected by neighborhood drilling, with 92% of people living near these sites being Black, Indigenous, or people of color. Finally, oil drilling is responsible for a massive amount of carbon emissions, which we know are driving climate change. Climate change may seem like this big and intangible concept, but it's a very real threat, not to just human rights, but our economic stability and infrastructure, the infrastructure of our country, of our world, of our cities, of our home. As I discussed before, marginalized communities and the children at the front line of neighborhood drilling represent the vulnerable people that we are leaving behind by capitulating to these harmful business practices. It is our government's responsibility to protect those that cannot protect themselves, yet Big Oil continues to undermine efforts to put regulation on their destruction. So, why am I talking about this to y'all today? So, this specifically pertains to a law, SB 1137, which is a bill that was passed by our legislator and was signed into law by Governor Newsom in 2022. It would have implemented 3,200-foot setbacks between new and existing oil wells and places where people live, learn, work, and play. This was a massive win because it ensured the right for all Californians to not have an oil well in their backyard. That is something that we enjoy here in San Diego County and one that is essential to guarantee for Californians as a whole. However, Big Oil turned out their deep pockets and spent millions of dollars on a misinformation campaign that took advantage of Californians and collected enough signatures to put this bill on referendum, meaning it cannot go into place until it's voted on in November. The misinformation spread about the bill and the magnitude of its potential positive effects has made it incredibly essential for all Californians to come together in support of the bill, which is what we are asking you all to do today. The resolution the council will be voting on today has two simple asks: for the council to join the cities of Encinitas, Del Mar, Vista, and San Diego, as well as other leaders throughout California in support of SB 1137, thus calling out Big Oil's undemocratic practices and greed to guarantee healthy living conditions for all. Second, for the council to unite the Vista community in supporting this bill. As a council, your responsibility is to make decisions in the best interest of your city and the greater coalition of cities that make up our great state. Though there may not be oil drilling in the county, so many San Diegans are impacted by the effects of oil drilling. When we were presenting our resolution to the La Mesa City Council, one of the council members told us a powerful story about how their children had to live with the heartbreak of losing 2 aunts to heart disease and cancer connected to oil drilling. An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. And the very fact that we get the privilege to live without pollutants filling our lungs and giving our children asthma gives us all the more responsibility to fight for that same right for everyone. SB 1137 has support from across the state. And as you will hear tonight from our student speakers, it also has support within the city of Vista and the county as a whole. Because no one wants to live with an oil well in their backyard. That makes what Big Oil did to undermine our legislature even more disturbing. It undermines our democracy. It undermines everything that we should stand for as a county and as a city. So we ask you to please join us in standing up against these injustices. Thank you.
Anything else before we call the public commenters?
No, let's listen to the public comment, and then I'll read the resolution, and we can have discussion and then take a vote.
Okay. If there are any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by submitting a speaker card at this time. Joe Hood, followed by Jacob Schneider, followed by Abby Deckert.
Congratulations to the young people coming forward today. Thank you for being here. Please pass a resolution that has been identified. We must establish a health protection zone of 3,200 feet between wells, homes, schools, people who live and work, healthcare facilities. Why save this law? Well, millions of Californians live within 3,200 feet of the wells. They are exposed to levels of air pollution linked to sensory effects ranging from headaches to nausea, coughing and dizziness, nosebleeds, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, preterm births, birth defects, anxiety, depression, and long-term health effects. Besides that, it's bad. I've met a young lady who grew up with an oil well in her front yard in Long Beach, literally. She went from being an avid dancer to being unable to walk. It was only after years of protest from her community that the well was closed and moved, she was able to walk again. She still has breathing challenges which will last for the rest of her life. Businesses must not be allowed to abuse people. Who's funding the campaign to repeal the law? Well, greedy fossil fuel companies that value profits over health and our climate. The only safe and wise policy toward fossil fuels is to stop producing them and leave them in the ground. We must stop burning fossil fuels to save our climate and our civilization. Please support retaining SB 1137, protect people, protect our climate, people over greed.
Jacob Schneider, followed by Abby Deckard and Emma Weibel.
Good evening, or good night, Vista City Council members. My name is Jacob Schneider, and I'm a high school sophomore. I urge you to vote yes on Resolution D1 in support of keeping SB 1137 in the November referendum. In 2022, California legislators signed SB 1137 into law, prohibiting the modification and construction of oil wells within 3,200 feet of homes, schools, businesses, and healthcares. Unfortunately, through a propaganda campaign, Big Oil put this law on referendum, leaving it up to city councils and individual voters to make it happen. SB 1137 is essential for the safety and health of our communities, schools, and children. As a member of San Diego's youth, and for the sake of our great country's future, I urge you to support the law and fight against the policies of Big Oil. Together, we can make a difference and create a better, healthier world for everyone. Thank you.
Abby Deckard, followed by Emma Weibel and Shiloh Strawbridge.
Good evening. My name is Abby Decker, and I'm the former Youth v. Oil campaign lead and a high school junior. I am here to urge the council to support item D1, the Youth v. Oil SB 1137 resolution, which protects communities across California and helps combat the climate crisis. While we're fortunate to not have any active oil wells in San Diego County, across the state, and even just a few miles north of here, neighborhood oil drilling is a reality for families being forced to live next to toxic oil wells. Not only does neighborhood oil drilling directly harm people's health, it's also driving the climate crisis. Allowing more oil wells within 3,200 feet of people's homes, schools, and hospitals on its own is absurd to expose communities to the harmful effects. But it also strengthens our dependence on what is destroying all of our futures, fossil fuels. This is such a big issue for youth because it's our future. Even though we can't vote yet, we are determined to have a say. I'm a high schooler. I shouldn't be spending my free time grappling with the reality that our future is being taken away from us right in front of our eyes. Yet the fossil fuel industry used their deep pockets to turn SB 1137 into a referendum through misinformation, meaning the law cannot go into effect until voters vote to uphold it in the November election. We cannot let Big Oil set the precedent that they can hold us to our dangerous reliance on fossil fuels. SB 1137 is not some radical law. It is the most obvious legislation. Protect people and their children from life-threatening oil wells. Yet, Big Oil is currently spending millions of dollars to take that away from Californians and to choose greed over people's lives through their referendum. As a young person who is inheriting this earth in this climate crisis, I am asking you, as people in power, to please stand with our fellow Californians and the city of San Diego, Encinitas, and La Mesa, who've already passed our resolution, and pledge the city of Vista's support for upholding this vital setback legislation. Thank you.
Emma Weibel, followed by Shiloh Strawbridge, followed by Riley O'Brien. Okay, thank you. Shiloh Strawbridge, followed by Riley O'Brien.
Hello. Hi, esteemed council. Good to see you all. Thank you so much. I'm Shiloh Strawbridge, and I'm here in support of keeping SB 1137, protecting the health and safety setbacks that we've already put into place. Like, it exists. We just have to keep it. So that's great. I also wanted to say thank you so much for declaring May 30th Safety and Wellness Day in Vista. That's fantastic. And I just want to say that that is really near and dear to my heart because my kids, my older daughter went to VAPA, my son is at VAPA right now, and to see these kids taking charge and being a part of our community's future, just it gives me so much hope. And that you guys are receptive to that and encouraging that and making sure that Vista, the generations that are here now, is listening to and setting the stage for the generations to come. That's amazing. Like, we have the best city on earth. And I just want to say that I feel like this SB 1137 is another opportunity for our city of Vista to be a leader in that multi-generational thinking, in that big picture thinking, this kind of collaboration with the youth and this kind of collaboration of saying that we support a healthy community. We support long-term thinking. I mean, it's not really, in my mind, about trying to change something so much as just trying to like stand firm and say, yeah, we already decided this. We care about our community. We're going to keep it going just like we should. So please continue to demonstrate that leadership. Please do, support this resolution and support our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Riley O'Brien, followed by Megara Wilson.
Hello, my name is Riley O'Brien. I am a student at Rancho Buena Vista High School, and I have lived in Vista my whole life. I'm here to support this resolution on behalf of the youth of Vista. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Megara Wilson.
Hello, I will be speaking on behalf of Tara Casete, who had to leave early, and you'll hear why. So, hello, my name is Tara Casete, and I'm an 8th grade student and resident in San Diego. I am speaking in support of item D1. Today, climate change is less a nightmare and more like our reality. As a teenager, this will affect my generation and the children who come after me the most. Allowing big oil to win will continue our reliance on fossil fuels and go against California's climate goals, which require the end of extraction of oil. Burning these fossil fuels emits the greenhouse gases responsible for climate change and disasters. SB 1137 was passed into law in 2022, where both legislative houses and the governor overwhelmingly voted in support of the bill. However, Big Oil started a referendum after collecting signatures and effectively spending $20 million. Today, 2.7 million Californians live within 3,200 feet of the most toxic emissions from oil and gas wells, and most of these wells are in low-income communities where people of color are disproportionately harmed. 92% of people living near oil wells are people of color. These communities contribute the least to the cause, yet suffer the worst consequences. They are deemed sacrifice zones simply because they cannot afford better. Currently, many suffer from health effects of toxic oil drilling, including severe headaches, childhood leukemia, asthma symptoms, birth defects, and cardiac diseases. Your support of item D1 to pass our resolution can make a real difference in our communities. Thank you for your consideration.
Now we'll go to Nancy O on Zoom.
Hello, Vista City Council. This is Nancy Oshley. First off, I want to thank the Youth versus Oil for bringing this to our attention. This is such an important issue. I just want to say, we vote for legislatures to make laws, and that's how SB 1137 was passed and was signed. But Big Oil is using their huge profits and their influence to try and make this law not go into effect. And I'm not okay with this, and neither should anybody else, because Big Oil, we did not vote for them. We voted for legislators, and they did their job. So that's all I have to say. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close the opportunity for public comment on this item. Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you all so much. Your leadership is so needed. Your leadership makes a difference. And I just appreciate, I know that you've had to be here for a long time. Thank you, Mayor, for agreeing to move this up. I'm going to read the resolution as it stands, a resolution of the City Council of the Chartered City of Vista, California, endorsing the campaign for a safe and healthy California and supporting keeping SB 1137, health and safety setback legislation. The City Council of the City of Vista does resolve as follows. 1, findings. The City Council hereby finds and declares the following. A, research shows that living within half mile of an oil well increases the risk of asthma, high-risk pregnancies, respiratory illness, and cancer. Today, nearly 3 million Californians are exposed to the most toxic emissions, and communities of color are disproportionately harmed by the most by neighborhood drilling. The City of Vista is committed to a healthy, safe, and clean environment for all, and the Vista City Council understands that toxic emissions produced in other areas of the state do impact the overall health and safety of all residents of the state. The California State Legislature passed SB 1137 in 2022 to initiate health and safety setback regulations which prohibit new or modified oil and gas wells within 3,200 feet of homes, schools, daycare centers, parks, health facilities, and businesses. Oil and corporate interests financed a $20 million petition campaign to block immediate implementation of SB 1137, placing a referendum to repeal SB 1137 on the California general election November 2024 ballot. The Campaign for a Safe and Healthy California is a coalition formed by health professionals, environmental justice groups, community and faith leaders, and youth to keep the SB 1137 legislation. 2, action. The City Council supports endorsing the Campaign for a Safe and Healthy California and supports keeping SB 1137, healthy and safety setback legislation. The City Council further resolves that the city manager or designee continue to advocate in support of the Campaign for a Safe and Healthy California and SB 1137 legislation. Thank you again. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this resolution, and I'd love to hear from my colleagues. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you to the students and the youth who showed up today. I just want to recognize the youth that are here and say thank you for giving your comments, for attending this meeting, and for advocating for our futures. I'll definitely second the motion. This issue really goes along with a lot of the causes that I really care about when it comes to public health, chemical exposure, and corporate greed, and how corporate greed has caused a great detriment to our public health. And we can do something to stop it, and we will preserve this legislation. Thank you. I will step in as deputy mayor and allow for Councilmember O'Donnell to speak next.
Thank you. One, I had the chance to meet with Emma, and I'm going to forget the other young lady's name that spoke with me about this last week, or maybe a week and a half ago now. And I want to thank Nancy Oshley for being on that call as well. It is so vitally important, the cause that you're fighting for. I just had a recent opportunity to sit down with students at RBV to discuss issues with them, and the work that you're doing will impact your lives forever and lives of millions of Californians. I am going to stand in strong support of this. California Oil, just in the state of California last year, $33 billion in profit. They spent $20 million, and for reference to that, it is 0.0006 of the entirety of their profits to try and make sure that this is thwarted come the election time. They used very misleading practices, but they talked about how the energy and oil production and gas production in California would cease to exist if this legislation was not overturned, and that gas prices would rise to $10 per gallon. This is something that Big Oil has done over and over and over again to fight against the health of our community. So I just want to thank you so much for bringing this forward and for all your efforts throughout California and specifically in San Diego County. And I wish you very well, and I'm happy to support this.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just again want to thank the students, especially for hanging in for that extra 3 hours. Hopefully you got to see some nice, stuff going on in the city tonight. Really appreciate that. As a guy who has 4 children and 2 grandchildren, means a lot to me. And living in the state of California, we're all going electric anyways, man. And we do have the beauty of living in San Diego County where there are no oil rigs anywhere near us right here. And if we could, have everybody else have that amazing quality of life that we provide for Vistans, I'm all for it. So thank you guys for coming forward tonight. Thanks for giving a crap. I mean, a lot of kids your age, they're not here at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night advocating for policy changes. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Councilmember O'Donnell and Councilmember Contreras for working on this resolution. I look forward to the vote and appreciate your time.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
I vote aye.
That item is approved unanimously. Thank you again for being with us tonight. Okay, that's going to take us to our second public hearing. Our next item is regarding a code amendment to allow for cannabis temporary use permits. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. We're waiting for Joe Vaca. We played a little switcheroo on the agenda items. Let's move to PH3. The next hearing is regarding the vacation of a portion of Foothill Drive. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon immediately after the presentation. Engineering Division Manager Matt Atterbury will introduce this item. Of many public speakers on this item, I'm kidding.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Matt Atterbury, Engineering Division Manager, and I'm here with...
Pull that microphone a little closer to your mouth there.
Sorry about that, yeah. I'm here with Bill Tuck, right-of-way agent for this item on P3.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This public hearing item is for deciding on vacating a portion of public right-of-way located at 2011 Foothill Drive and the reservation of public utility easements. The applicant, Russell McDonald, has requested that the city vacate a portion of excess public right-of-way along their property frontage. The excess right-of-way was dedicated as an easement per document 1969-0201 in 1969, and it lies outside of the existing 50-foot right-of-way that was dedicated per subdivision map 2164. 2011 Foothill Drive is processing plans for a lot split to accommodate a 2-lot single-family home development. The vacated excess right-of-way would be incorporated into this project. The portion of public right-of-way to be vacated, as shown here, consists of approximately 8,200 square feet of unimproved property. This portion of public right-of-way is located outside of the existing 50-foot right-of-way that is required per the city general plan circulation element and is not needed for any future improvements. This right-of-way is also fully improved to its full width at this time. The public notice, the notice of public hearing was published in a local periodical 2 weeks prior to this hearing, as required per Streets and Highway Code 8322. Notices of public hearing were conspicuously posted along the frontage per Streets and Highway Code 8323. Per Streets and Highway Code 8340, a public entity may reserve and exempt from the vacation public easements. SDG&E, AT&T, and Cox Communications have facilities located within the portion of right-of-way to be vacated. So easements for AT&T, SDG&E, and Cox Communications will be reserved from this right-of-way vacation. Staff would like to recommend that the City Council approve the vacation of a portion of public right-of-way. This concludes my presentation.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Bill Tuck, right-of-way agent. Welcome to Vista, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see you. Thank you for your presentation. You know, Kim Cruz was our old right-of-way agent, and I just want to say you did just as exceptional of a job presenting. With that said, this is not a very controversial item. I don't believe we have any public speakers on it. I would move that we close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation as presented.
Councilmember Contreras.
I'll second that. I checked with the city attorney because my family owns a property very nearby, and he said, I'm good to go, so I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes while Joe Vaca returns to the floor. He's coming. All right, otherwise, Amanda has to do it by herself. There he is. Please cast your votes. And we'll go ahead and move on to item PH2. That item is unanimously approved. PH2 is regarding a code amendment to allow for cannabis temporary use permits. Public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on the item, they may indicate so by using the raise your hand feature, pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Community Development Director Joe Vaca will introduce this last item of the evening. We have one more after this? Oh, we have D2. Sorry. Oh, we have another big one after this. So all right, let's do this.
Thank you very much, Mayor Franklin,
items.
and members of the City Council.
Yeah, right.
If we can get the presentation pulled up, please. All right. So staff has been working, again, closely with Amanda Guy, our city attorney, on the code amendment to allow for temporary cannabis events on private property. So as a way of background, Measure Z was passed in November of 2018. Since then, we have 10 cannabis dispensaries in Vista. March of this past year, Councilmember Green placed an item on the City Council agenda to discuss cannabis consumption events on private property. There were 16 public speakers, and the public comments were split in opposition and support of permitting cannabis events. Ultimately, the council determined 4-0 with O'Donnell absent that staff should work on an ordinance to consider regulating and permitting temporary cannabis events on private property. So the proposed ordinance also includes an amendment to Chapter 8.12, Smoking in Public Places, which would provide for an exception so that designated consumption areas of temporary cannabis events would be permitted and they could smoke. We have proposed code amendments to Chapter 18.76, temporary use permits, to allow temporary cannabis events. It would require a zoning administrator temporary use permit, and that current application fee is $1,305. And for the purpose of temporary cannabis events, the applicable law would exclude regulation of cannabis under the Federal Controlled Substances Act. We're also cleaning up a typo in the ordinance, which references a subsection B, and it really should reference subsection A, which outlines the zoning administrator public hearing requirements. So a temporary cannabis event is an event that includes on-site sale and or consumption of cannabis goods in compliance with state law and our local municipal code requirements and development code. So this ordinance establishes a permitting process for cannabis temporary use permits through, again, a zoning administrator public hearing. Would be allowed on privately owned property that's in the C1, C2, or C3 zones, or in the M1 zone, or on properties designated for commercial or industrial uses in specific plans. Measure Z had prohibited the cannabis dispensaries that exist in the city from having on-site consumption, so that would remain in effect. So the applicant must comply with the city's business license requirements. They must have an event organizer license from the California Department of Cannabis Control. They also must have a state temporary cannabis event license. And then any retailer must also possess a city valid commercial adult use cannabis business license. And then, of course, the operators must comply with the required tax provisions of our code. The applications will be required to provide a on-site rideshare area, like, for example, Uber or Lyft, in addition to describing how the parking would be satisfied. For the length of events, they can be 1 or up to 2 consecutive days. However, they cannot cumulatively exceed 24 calendar days a year, and a maximum of 12 temporary cannabis events per calendar year at any one location. The event locations must be greater than 1,000 feet from residential, park, church, or school uses. We talked about the requirement for a zoning administrator public hearing, but we want to highlight that it would require publishing of a 10-day advance notice in the newspaper, mailing notices to all property owners within 500 feet of the event location, and also having a notice posted on site where the event was to occur. Cannabis consumption is not going to be allowed to be visible from any public place or any non-age restricted area. They limit the participants to 21 years of age or older. Sale or consumption of alcohol and tobacco is prohibited in any cannabis temporary use permit event. Cannabis goods sold at events must also be transported by a licensed distributor. Following up, consumption must be expressly authorized in coordination with the state temporary cannabis event license. Otherwise, they would only be allowed to sell cannabis goods by licensed retailers at the event. If consumption is permitted, we put in a requirement in our local ordinance that it must only occur in a designated area, and they must provide on-site EMT. Only state licensed cannabis retailers are authorized to conduct sales of cannabis goods at a temporary cannabis event. And then again, retailers must comply with all other laws. Cannabis event organizers must provide licensed security services at events. This is consistent with state law whenever cannabis goods are available for sale or consumption. And the security personnel must also be at least 21 years of age. We put into our local ordinance that the cannabis event must use a driver's license scanner to verify age and authenticate identifications for patrons entering the event. We also required a minimum of $2 million of additional insurance for the city. And then waste must comply with designated waste receptacles in accordance with state law. And the events must comply with the noise ordinance, and the hours of events would be limited from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. In this ordinance, staff also collaborated with sheriff, code enforcement, and the city attorney, and we put in that city staff, including sheriffs, would have unrestricted access to events for inspections to ensure compliance with all code and permit requirements and laws, and that there is the potential for revocation if there's a significant violation or the event poses a threat to public health or safety, or the permit was issued in error or contrary to law. And if the revocation occurs, the event organizer may not reapply for a period of 1 year. So the Planning Commission had reviewed this at a public hearing on May 7. There were 5 public speakers in opposition, and the commission voted 5-1 with 1 absent in support and adopted a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the ordinance. So the recommendation is for the council to open and conduct the public hearing and then adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 8.12, smoking, and then amend Chapter 1876, TUPs, relating to temporary cannabis events. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, we have got 8 so far public speakers on this item. We'll start with Trina Driest, or is it Priest, followed by Agi Zabo, followed by Felipe Cervantes.
Good evening. I'm Trina Priest, a middle school teacher, and I'm a mother of 3 teens. I came tonight to address public hearing number 2 and oppose amending the city's municipal code regarding temporary cannabis events. I'm reminded of the treatise from Americans for Non-Smokers' Rights, which is titled "Smoke Free is Smoke Free," subtitled "Nobody should have to breathe secondhand marijuana smoke or vapor at work, in public, or where they live, eat, or play." To me, today's commercialized marijuana industry looks and sounds a lot like big tobacco. Together, they are working to circumvent progress on smoke-free and vape-free air in our state and city. Marijuana special events normalize marijuana use and smoking and vaping to young adults as some sort of default choice for relieving stress and anxiety. The cost to society in physical health and mental health problems from the inhalation from firsthand and secondhand marijuana smoking and vaping is staggering to society. When youth grow up in communities where marijuana consumption is common and considered as some sort of recreation or playtime, their perception of risk of using those drugs will be muted. Now is not the time to encourage using drugs for fun. The consequences will not be fun. As Frederick Douglass once said, quote, "It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." Hopefully, Vista will care more about building strong young people. Thank you.
Agi Zabo. Not here. Felipe Cervantes. Not present. Okay, we'll go to Kathleen Lippett on Zoom. Kathleen Lippett, followed by Judy Strang, followed by Megan Stewart. Do we have Kathleen?
Good evening,
Hi there.
Council.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Kathleen Lippett, and as a mother, grandmother, and health promotion policy researcher, I'd like to congratulate the students of Vista Academy for their health, safety, wellness, and prevention efforts. The city's proclamation of May 30th as Health, Safety, and Wellness Day in Vista indicated your endorsement of their efforts. From a research and evidence perspective, the importance of city policies that support the public good cannot be underestimated. The policies you endorse should reflect the behaviors and values you wish to see in Vista, not just for your children and family members. Marijuana events are not community-friendly family events. Marijuana-friendly policies increase the availability, acceptance, use, and normalization of marijuana, contributing to the misperceptions among youth and young adults that marijuana is harmless. That lower perception of risk has led to 50% of marijuana-using parents allowing their children to be exposed to secondhand smoke. Many of the toxins, carcinogens, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons contained in tobacco smoke are also in marijuana smoke and contribute to the asthma and respiratory illnesses for which you expressed concern earlier. Local governments like Monterey were influenced to permit marijuana businesses based on potential tax revenues. Monterey County was supposed to be the model for a well-administered commercial marijuana industry. But despite unprecedented private for-profit industry privileges, marijuana businesses claim their businesses are unsustainable, blaming overproduction and the black market. Over 50% of marijuana businesses in Monterey have now closed, filed for bankruptcy, and defaulted on $6 million in taxes, citing overproduction and the black market. The county's annual tax revenues have now dropped 90%. Permitting marijuana businesses is not in the public's interest, and it's certainly not in the interest of the city of Vista. Thank you for letting me speak.
Judy Strang.
Good evening, City Council. Judy Strang here. I wanted to share 3 concerns that I have about the ordinance regarding the way it's written. The first has to do with Section E regarding location and notification, particularly the notification aspect and the distance requirement. As you know from the ordinance, these events cannot be within 1,000 feet of a residential use, park, church, or school. However, that measurement is done door to door rather than property line to property line. Doesn't take much figuring to know that if it were door to door for the event to, for example, a school, they could end up right next door to each other. I would suggest we change it to property line to property line. It also talks about notifying people within 500 feet. I suggest that that location be considerably longer, since we know how much marijuana smoke, like tobacco smoke, is an irritant and travels, and we need to be respectful of people's ability and desire to have clean air. My next concern regards enforcement. How, when things go astray, and they will they notify? Who will they notify? Is it clear who they will notify? Is there a way to have it on the city's website when these events are happening, who they should notify when there's problems? And if there's some way to have a hotline. And I concur with the issues discussed in public hearing number 1 about more money donated to either code enforcement or a sheriff deputy. Definitely these agencies, these types of help for our society are going to be really important for both short-term rentals as well as a marijuana event. And finally, as a public health educator of many years, I must tell you that the idea of having a smoking or vaping incident flies in the face of the hard work we've done here in California to have smoke-free workplaces. I feel that this is an extraordinarily unfortunate idea at this time. And I think protecting precious health and safety has to be paramount. And I don't think these sorts of events do that. Thank you for letting me express my concern and opposition to this idea.
Megan Stewart, followed by Peggy Walker.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Megan Stewart. With a background in both public health and social work, I would like to express my opposition to cannabis special events in the city of Vista. Marijuana consumption poses significant health risks that are often underestimated or ignored, especially by youth and adolescents. Allowing events where marijuana can be freely sold and consumed presents a direct threat to the health and well-being of our community members. Such events would glamorize marijuana use, increase the risk of impaired driving, and compromise overall community safety and well-being. The normalization of marijuana use at public events sends the wrong message to our youth, suggesting that recreational drug use is not only acceptable, but safe and attractive. This could lead to higher rates of experimentation and subsequent harm among young people. A recent article highlights that young people are 5 times more likely to smoke marijuana than tobacco cigarettes. A 2022 study found that teen marijuana abuse has increased 245% over the past 20 years, with these numbers expected to continue rising. It is our responsibility to curb these statistics and empower our youth through education and positive role modeling. Another major concern is the risk of impaired driving. Public health officials are struggling to convey that driving under the influence of marijuana is as dangerous as driving under the influence of any other substance. Drug impaired driving has become a significant highway safety issue in the recent years. According to an NHTSA study, there was a 48% increase in weekend nighttime drivers who tested positive for THC from 2007 to 2013. I would like to encourage the council to express opposition against cannabis special events and instead focus on initiatives that promote healthy lifestyles and substance-free environments. Thank you for your attention.
Peggy Walker, followed by a Zoom participant labeled iPhone.
Thank you. Good evening. I oppose this on many levels, most importantly as a youth mentor, because it's one more step in normalizing a psychotropic drug that enslaves young brains, especially under age 27 with addiction and mental illness. But, oh gosh, listening to you speak to short-term rentals as party houses and bars with little city enforcement, especially on weekends, well, if the city can't handle enforcement at STRs, how will you handle it at recreational cannabis events at private locations? You said tonight you don't have enough code enforcement. Advocates for legal marijuana told skeptical voters for years that dispensaries would not sell to minors. Self-reporting from minors, however, proves this claim is false, according to a report by the Foundation for Drug Policy Solutions. That group found that dispensaries sell to thousands of minors every year. Healthy Kids survey results in Arizona, Massachusetts, Colorado, and California showed up to 20% of youth bought from a dispensary. The real number is likely higher because not all youth take the surveys and 18 to 20-year-olds aren't included. So my point is, who's to say sales to minors and minor use will not happen at these special pot parties that will be allowed at private locations? These are bound to have even less stringent ID enforcement than dispensaries or STRs, short-term rentals. It looks like a code enforcement nightmare. The fact that an EMT is required on site indicates the hazardous potential and threat to public health and safety. My question is, will you demand a full-time code enforcement officer to babysit each one of these events? They do nothing to improve quality of life for families, parents, youth, or communities. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Okay, and our last speaker is identified as iPhone on Zoom. Are you with us, caller?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Becky Rapp, and I echo what the previous callers have said and would like to add my voice to publicly oppose this item of making any code amendments to municipal code to accommodate cannabis events. I'd like to share with you an article published last week in NBC7 San Diego titled, "Daily Marijuana Use Outpaces Daily Drinking in the U.S." According to an analysis of national survey data, millions of people in the U.S. report using marijuana daily or nearly every day, and those people now outnumber those who say they are daily or nearly daily drinkers of alcohol. Jonathan Calkins, a cannabis policy researcher at Carnegie Mellon University, stated, a good 40% of current cannabis users are using it daily or nearly daily, a pattern that is more associated with tobacco use than typical alcohol use. It's undeniable that big marijuana is following in the footsteps of big tobacco, and they're looking to addict them young. Why are we considering going down a road we fought so hard to return from? The staff report states amending code allowing for smoking in public spaces. This move would be considered a public health setback, undoing the hard work of health advocates over decades. This data cannot be ignored and is deeply concerning, as those who are consuming are also driving drugged. Here in San Diego County, marijuana is the #1 drug individuals test positive for when a DUI test is conducted. And people who drive immediately after consuming increase their risk of getting into a crash by 25 to 30%. District Attorney Summer Steffen and San Diego City Attorney Mara Elliott are both in agreement that driving under the influence of marijuana is a significant contributor to the uptick in DUI cases. Please consider the detrimental harm this proposal will cause, not only undoing good public health policy of providing smoke-free public places, but also endorsing the idea of driving drugged by allowing for marijuana consumption without any real requirements or regulations prohibiting an individual from getting behind the wheel. Thank you.
Okay, that was our last public speaker on this item. We'll go to Councilmember Joe Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, and thank you, legal department, for bringing this together. I know this is the tip of the spear when it comes to what we're doing here in the city of Vista. I was presented with a lot of the similar opposition with all the focused impacts that were going to be coming to our city from operating these legal cannabis dispensaries. And as we've seen, the focused impacts that were supposed to come down on our city from having these dispensaries haven't come to fruition, and they've actually been much more positive than anything within the city. I did bring this forward to have this event. I didn't want to pack the room out tonight with all of the different items already on the agenda. I feel like our council has already really discussed this. One thing that I feel like there is a gap in this particular, policy per se is it's going to be great for large events that are going to be on private property, but I would like to speak with you probably afterwards and get consensus of my council that we want to have also a different policy for more intimate events. Basically, we have dispensaries in the area, we have different vendors in the area, we're gonna allow cultivation within the area, and they do a lot of smaller, more intimate events, like a vendor appreciation or a dispensary customer appreciation event, probably for 60 or less people, I would say. And for an event like that, that's gonna be held completely indoors on some type of private property, but will be a commercial property of sorts, I don't feel the $1,305 price tag for that particular type of event should be necessary. I also don't think a planning commission, hearing should be held for a more intimate event that's going to be 60 people or less. So I'd like to speak with, obviously the planning department to come up with another policy. That way we can work on the smaller events, because I don't see tons of festivals coming in Vista every weekend or anything, but with 10 different dispensaries and generating over $7 million per year in cannabis tax revenue, there is going to be some type of customer appreciation and vendor appreciation events. And for all of the members of my community and cannabis consumers within the city, this is going to be a community building event. I've attended different cannabis consumption events that are fantastic events, and we don't mix tobacco and alcohol. It is strictly cannabis, good music venues and things. So for the large events, I feel like this particular policy is structured perfectly. I do just want to make sure that the vision is also to have more small, intimate events where you can have kind of a smaller gathering that is not so publicized and isn't so much oversight. And it should be something that's done, at the counter level of the planning department, as long as the host of the event complies with all state regulations. That's another thing I want to make sure everybody knows is I'm not recreating or reinventing the wheel here. All these regulations that we're implementing are already, done by the state. So we're just going to adhere to them. The state wants it, state voters want it, our city voters want it, and as a elected body, we're going to make sure that we implement it in the most safe way possible, which is not going to put our staff out and is going to be generating enough income to offset any cost to our taxpayers. So with that, Mr. Vaca and Mrs. Guy, greatly, greatly appreciate your work on this. I would move to close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation as presented.
Councilmember Contreras.
I'll go ahead and second that, and I do agree it would be good for us to see something for smaller events that come forward. I understand where folks are coming from opposing any cannabis whatsoever, but there's a lot more that this council has committed to and hopefully will commit to when it comes to ensuring that our youth do not participate in cannabis consumption. So, the other thing is I don't believe that what we're discussing right now is going to be the same amount of code compliance and complaint-based that the STRs are. It's just a totally different situation. We already fell behind the tip of the spear when it comes to cannabis consumption in the form of lounges. National City already has theirs. So I know that's a discussion that we'll probably have in the future, but I do want to continue collecting tax dollars from cannabis, and I want to be able to reinvest that in our youth. Some of the cities around us are suffering potential budget issues, and that's something that even our city was facing prior to collecting cannabis sales tax revenue. Without the cannabis sales tax revenue, our city would be in a completely different fiscal state, and we wouldn't be able to discuss purchasing new parks, hiring more deputies, hiring more firefighters. There's a way that we can move forward and be safe and increase the amount of safety in our city. And I think this is the way to do it. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, Councilmember Green, and I will happily second this.
A motion is second. Please cast your votes.
I vote aye.
That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to now our final item, D2. Vista's 2050 General Plan Update, Land Use Alternatives. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Community Development Director Joe Vaca will introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the City Council and all of the members of the public that stuck around. We really appreciate them sticking it out this evening for this very important matter, which is the vision and future of Vista through 2050. It is extremely important, and so we've been treating it with a lot of respect and putting a lot of energy into this effort. So we have Brooke Peterson with Rick that's going to be providing the presentation. And once she gets through the presentation, we'll be available for questions, but we really want to focus getting the council's attention and decision point on what the preferred land use alternative is to be selected by the City Council going forward. And then after that, I'll give a run view on 3 private property requests to be included in the general plan update. So with that, I'll introduce Ms. Brooke Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. We have been working very hard, as Director Vaca indicated, so I'm excited to present to you tonight just what that work has entailed, as well as the feedback that we've heard from the community. Just a really quick overview of what we're going to go through. I want to just give you a very brief update on where we've been, along with some of a couple project team introductions, run through the land use alternatives and provide an overview of what those show, give you a summary of the feedback that we heard at the second workshop series, talk through the fiscal impact analysis, and then present to you the items for action. So with that, just a couple changes. We have a new assistant project manager working alongside me. He was here at the second workshop series, so he has the context of the community feedback. And then Nathan Motor with London Motor Advisors is here tonight with us as he led the effort on the fiscal and economic impact analysis. And then, of course, your new community development director, Joseph Vaca. So with that, as we launch into the discussion on the alternatives, I just want to set the foundation. The process priorities for the general plan update were established at the outset of the process and then confirmed in the first workshop series, as well as your direction when we kicked the project off back in June of 2022. So just to note those quickly, we want to build off the strong policy framework of the existing general plan. We are not throwing it out. We are working from that policy framework, and that informed the preparation of the land use alternatives. Very important is accommodating the growth while preserving the existing neighborhoods. We want to focus the growth in transportation corridors and in the downtown. We want to provide for more housing, particularly affordable housing and home ownership. We want, through the policy development, the circulation network, and the goals and policies, to ensure that we are better providing for multimodal travel. Very important has been reflecting the diversity of Vista and increasing access and equity and opportunity for all. And then last but not least, there's a lot of legislative changes that have come down from the state, and those are important for us to incorporate. So very quickly, where we've been, like we said, doing a lot of work. We've prepared extensive existing conditions information that led into the launch of the public outreach back in January of 2023. We conducted the first workshop series soon thereafter, which really talked through those existing conditions, as well as worked with the community to articulate its vision. We then have spent really the last year or so preparing the land use alternatives and an extensive build-out projections analysis associated with that. We presented that to the community in late January, early February, and most of you were there in attendance as well. And we conducted those, again, similarly to the first series. The same program in each of your 4 council districts, with 3 in English providing Spanish translation, and then 1 primarily in Spanish providing English translation. So very briefly, where we're at in the process is we are just finishing the planning and policy development with the land use alternatives, the completion of the fiscal impact analysis, and importantly, your direction, hopefully tonight, on a preferred land use alternative. That will launch us into preparation of the actual general plan document and elements, as well as initiate the program environmental impact report process. So moving on to the land use alternatives, what are they? They are a series of land use scenarios that allow us to look at the overall, a number of scenarios of overall land uses, mix of land uses, and where in the city those are located. And important to these is really looking, those different scenarios allow us to also look at different plan outcomes, whether that's the mix of housing types, the number and types of jobs, the per capita greenhouse gas emissions, and others. And this allows us to also check those alternatives against which of those scenarios best achieves the vision articulated by the community. That preferred alternative, or sorry, that best fit then becomes the preferred land use alternative, which serves as the foundation for the general plan document itself, the goals and policies, and the analysis in the EIR. So the proposed plan includes 5 basic categories: residential, commercial, mixed use, industrial, and civic activity parks and open space. It's important to note that of these 5 basic categories, we are only proposing changes to 1, the mixed use. This mixed use designation, or our change is to propose 2 instead of 1 mixed use designation. One that allows for moderate growth focused along your major transportation corridors, and one focused on higher density, higher scale development within downtown and at key nodes. The mixed-use corridor designation is intended to provide for a mix of residential and commercial uses, where primarily located along, as I mentioned, your major transportation corridors. There are quite a few underutilized commercial areas within the cities, and this designation would really allow us to facilitate economic growth and revitalization in those areas by increasing the densities allowed. The mixed-use general is intended to facilitate higher levels of development and redevelopment, again, focused primarily in the downtown and along key nodes. We wanted to provide a couple of examples of where development at those densities actually occurs today in Vista. So Terrace Lofts on South Santa Fe allows 58 dwelling units to an acre. Paseo Point, just down the road, or I should say up the road, is built out at almost 40 dwelling units per acre. The Ryland downtown, and a project that really in the community outreach, there was many that pointed to that as a type of development that has enhanced Vista's downtown that they would like to see more of, and that's at 102 dwelling units to an acre. Paseo Arts Village, again along Santa Fe, South Santa Fe, is at 88 dwelling units to an acre. And if you look at the before and after of where that project has been constructed, you can just see the transformation and the revitalization that has occurred, which has only been allowed by that increase in density and intensity. So here's the existing general plan land use map. I know it's a lot of colors. I'm going to move on to the first of our proposed alternatives. And I am going to, in the next exhibit, show you just the limited areas of change. The sustainable focused growth alternative, let's see if I can make the pointer go. So the sustainable focused growth alternative focuses that higher density mixed use commercial, mixed use general in the downtown area. And then it provides mixed use corridor up along East Vista Way, certainly providing mixed-use corridor along West Vista Way north of 78 and down along Hacienda Drive. And these really are the primary areas of change. As noted here, this graphic eliminates all the other colors and just shows the two mixed-use designations, which really is intended to demonstrate that we are leaving the residential neighborhoods intact and untouched, and really focusing, as was established in those priorities, the growth along the corridors and the downtown. The intermediate growth alternative here has only a few changes from that. We have pulled back, we're providing here along South Santa Fe, we're providing more mixed-use corridor instead of the higher density general here. And then up along East Vista Way, we've pulled the amount of mixed-use corridor back and instead showing more neighborhood commercial. Again, this shows that greater application of mixed-use corridor along here, and then up along East Way, less mixed use. So I can go back to these as we get to discussion, but I just wanted to provide an exhibit that shows both of them against each other. So the two primary changes really are that the rescinding or in intermediate growth, where we've reduced the mixed-use corridor, mixed-use general, and instead have a greater amount of mixed-use corridor that decreases the number of residential units and increases the amount of retail and commercial uses. And similarly, along East Vista Way, the application of neighborhood commercial and the reduction of mixed-use corridor also serves to reduce the number of dwelling units, but increases the amount of commercial, non-residential uses, I should say. Both alternatives propose maintaining mixed use up along North Vista Way, providing that mixed-use corridor along West Vista Way. They both propose mixed use down here at the Ayers Hotel, as well as redesignating North County Square. So what does that look like in terms of data and the numbers? So as you can see, the sustainable growth would produce 61,000 jobs as a result of over 2 million square feet of non-residential uses. It would allow for 52,000 dwelling units as opposed to 48,000 dwelling units in the intermediate growth. And it would result in an overall population of 151 in the sustainable focused alternative versus 140 in the intermediate growth alternative. And we've provided the numbers associated with the existing general plan to show you that as in comparison. I want to move on to the fiscal impact analysis, because that evaluating the fiscal and the economic impact to the city as a result of those alternatives is an important consideration. Alternative 1, the sustainable focused growth alternative, would provide for nearly 1 million square feet of office space. As I mentioned, over 52,000 dwelling units, 14 million square feet of retail space, and a little over 11 million square feet of industrial space. Alternative 2 would actually provide up to a little over 16,000 square feet of retail space. I can make the clicker work. And bring the number of dwelling units down to 48 as opposed to the 52. And what's important to note in this, again, is that there is a difference. The alternative, intermediate growth alternative increases the amount of retail space and decreases the number of dwelling units. Both alternatives provide for the same level of industrial space. So key findings to this, and what does this mean? The forecasted estimated surplus is strong between both of the alternatives. There's about 18 million greater in surplus for the intermediate growth as opposed to the sustainable focused growth. Both alternatives propose a lower recurring surplus compared to the existing general plan, which shows about $130 million annual surplus. While this might otherwise demonstrate a concerning difference to the city, I want to emphasize that the amount of commercial identified in the existing general plan and the associated fiscal impact report projections are not viable or realistic or achievable. The existing plan identifies an excessive amount of commercial uses, resulting in an oversaturation of available commercial land, which has been shown, as Vista has experienced, increasing commercial vacancy rates since 2012. For consideration, the proposed alternatives propose about 96, between the two, approximately 96 square feet of retail per person versus the county-wide average of 43 square feet per person. The existing general plan proposes an actual 232 square feet per person, nearly 5.5 times the countywide average. The main purpose of this fiscal and economic analysis is to determine if future development associated with the proposed land use alternatives were to occur, that development would provide adequate revenue to the city to provide for maintaining and expanding city services, facilities, and programs. Before we turn to discussion, I want to provide a quick overview of the feedback that we heard from the community when we presented them with these land use alternatives. The Series 2 outreach was planned and programmed to align with the city's key strategies of conducting an open and transparent process and informing the community well, of inspiring them both to participate in the process as well as to align with the vision for where the city is going through the general plan update process, and as well to ensure that our process is CEQA compliant. So city staff, your community development staff, did an exceptional job this time around of getting the word out and notifying the community of the opportunity to participate. So between 1,190 mailed notices and flyers, 1,321 website notifications, 1,600 hits to the project website, over 30 social media posts, a distribution through the school district, e-blasts to the interest list that's been developed through the process update, attendance at 3 pop-up events. We got 143 workshop participants, which is over double the participation that we saw at the first workshop series. We also had news coverage by Univision, and you had an article in North County Pipeline. So it was an exceptional turnout. We had a very full house at all of our workshops. So we wanted to just highlight a number of the key themes we heard. There was a lot of opinions, a lot of ideas, but we also found, and some of them were various. There was a big range in thoughts and ideas and input, but there were also some very important key themes which have been very valuable in helping point us towards what we want to present to you as a preferred alternative. Related to housing, there was a lot of alignment on providing a diversity of housing and ensuring that those housing options both provide for affordability as well as home ownership. There was agreement on using underutilized areas, underutilized buildings as opportunities for new housing, and locating that density along the corridors and within downtown in order to preserve the integrity and the character of the existing neighborhoods. Related to circulation, there was alignment around prioritizing facilities for bicycle and pedestrian safety, addressing traffic congestion and increasing access to transit, considering traffic calming, increased lighting, and improved signage, also to encourage use of alternative modes of transportation and to increase safety, and then certainly to provide adequate parking as development occurs. And community was aligned around their desire to seek safe, clean, and unblighted streets, to provide better access, increased access to green spaces, trees, and gardens, to provide adequate street lighting, primarily for safety, but also for aesthetics, and to ensure new development is well-designed and attractive to the community. Themes related to public spaces and providing higher levels of community activity and opportunities for social interaction were heard. Feedback themes included the importance of more parks and recreation spaces, facilitating the creation of community sports and recreation programs. Something new was creating spaces for entrepreneurial activities to kind of foster and grow. They asked for an analysis to be conducted of underutilized properties to use them not just an opportunity for housing, but also for parks and open space and recreational opportunities. It was certainly stressed the importance of not just providing increased recreational opportunities, but those be distributed equally throughout all areas of the city, not just focused in limited areas. And that these opportunities would be important to protecting and enhancing Vista's economy. So while we heard a lot of valuable feedback relating to specific topics, there was also themes that helped inform the land use alternatives and agreement and alignment along what the level of growth in those land use alternatives was. We heard certainly support for preserving the small town feel of Vista as population growth and development occurs, ensuring that development and population growth provides also commensurate job opportunities, approving development that is aligned with the intermediate growth. While there was a lot of support for development such as the Ryland and increasing density and growth in the downtown, there was general alignment around what we call gentler density associated, and that points towards the intermediate growth alternative. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Vaca to present to you just your considerations for action.
Thank you. So at this point in the presentation, we'd like to focus the City Council's attention on the two preferred land use alternatives and have the council accept any public input on the land use alternatives and discuss amongst the council which alternative the council should select as the preferred alternative to go forward with drafting the general plan.
I think 142,000. If you look at the last 25 years, the state of California grew at about 1% per year, 25 or 30 years. I can't support any document that wants to grow by 2%. That's just way outstriping what historic growth has been in the last several decades. By my math, we ought to wind up at 125,000 by 2050. Those are my thoughts. Let's hear what I'm sorry. Speakers first. First, we're going to read into the record some folks that wanted to not speak but have their opinion registered. We had Brian Axford, who checked that he was in favor of Buena Vista land use designation. We had Linda Harvey, is in favor of General Plan Update 2050 Land Use Designation Request, Buena Vista Drive, Judd Harvey. We had Jennifer Axford in favor of General Plan Update 2050 Land Use Designation Request, Buena Vista Drive. We had Florencio, is that Chung? Who was in favor of land use designation request 1430 to 1558 Buena Vista Drive. We had Brad Heck in favor of land use designation request 1430 to 1558 Buena Vista Drive. We had Cynthia Heck, who's in favor of the Buena Vista Drive project. Robert Hanna, who's in favor of the General Plan 2050. Karen Hanna, who's in favor of the General Plan 2050. Those are the folks that didn't want to speak. And then we'll start with our public speakers. We'll begin with David Savarese. I'm sorry, I butchered that name. Savarese. And then we'll go to Joe Hood, followed by Jean DeChevney.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having me. I live at 197 Ocean View Drive, which is just across from the church here. And I'm a father. I'm a business owner here in Vista. I bought this property in 2015. I would like to propose that I get added to the plan. I would like this to be zoned for the multi-use. It falls right in line and falls in the objectives of what the city's trying to achieve. So I don't know what the next steps are in order for me to get that submitted or approved, but that's what I'm requesting.
Thank you. We'll have staff follow up with you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Okay, our next speaker is Joe Hood, followed by Jean DeChevney.
I'm going to be Debbie Downer. This is truly sad. The climate crisis we have demands that we make changes. This is completely unaddressed in this plan. I attended the general plan update. I sent written comments, got no feedback, no communication. The key themes that were just presented are also not included in the recommendations. Look, this topic asks the council to select a land use alternative of, quote, intermediate growth or sustainable focused growth. Really? That's word salad, folks. Intermediate growth or sustainable focused growth? What do those labels really mean? I asked for an explanation of the significance of each choice. The answer was more word salad. Inscrutable. Look, I have 2 master's degrees and I have no idea how to offer meaningful citizen comment about those labels. Why these 2 choices? There must be more. Why are they not included and presented? Why not leave it as it is today, rural residential or neighborhood commercial? Slow growth, fast growth, intermediate growth? Add the lands to North County. Why not add the lands to North County Multi-Species Conservation Program? Or should the land be included in AB 1757's follow-on report titled Nature-Based Solutions Climate Targets Plan, which was released by the state last month? I'm sure current landowners care a lot. You know, your decision will surely impact their wealth, but what do the decisions mean to the community as a whole? I request that after the discussion tonight, you table any action until you prepare a document explaining the consequences of possible decisions to the public so we can provide meaningful input in the future. The explanations of pros and cons so we can offer opinions and insights. This is a complete lack of vision in this document for anything that has to do with a healthy and safe climate future. Just adding more stuff along the Central Vista Way downtown is not a successful plan for our general plan update.
Gene DeChevney.
Gene Datchbendy for the record. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members and staff for your civil service and staying up this late. I'll be brief. I'm part of the stakeholders. I'm a stakeholder in your city with the ownership of 650 Sycamore, the former Burlington. We've been trying to lease the property. I'm head of leasing for the Charles Company. We've been trying to lease this property for the past 5 years, ever since Burlington left, and we've had little to no demand. We've come close a couple times, but we still have an empty building that has been completely guttered and all the electrical stolen. We really believe that this site is residential in nature. We've been looking at mixed-use options up to it, but it's really residential in nature. And we'd really like to support the Stater Brothers that's next door to us and the neighboring property, because that Stater Brothers has not been upgraded and it's teetering with low sales. And we believe our residential, turning this property to residential would really help solidify that store and not suffer the consequences of the other store in Escondido, the Stater Brothers that closed 1.5 years ago. We would really like to support for 650 Sycamore to be looked at and favorably either voted upon or progressed toward the residential or mixed-use nature of that property. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Withers. Followed by looks like Acevedo, Acavoco.
Mayor Franklin, if I might, I just wanted to share that we were going to try to have the public comment on the 3 requests handled separately, but I understand that because of the nature of this presentation, it could be blended. So just want to put that up.
Yeah, we're gonna hear all the public comment, and then we'll come back and we're gonna have a council conversation focusing on each of these individual projects.
Shall we wait to speak or should provide comment? Thank you very much. Sarah Magana Withers. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and the public. It's been a very long 5 years to get here.
Do you have a presentation that you're going to present to us later?
We'll hold on for the sake of time, and I'm sure that you have that in your possession, so you can take a look at that. It's very informative regarding our struggles, which many of you already know. It's been a long journey. We've worked very closely with staff, kept them informed of our struggles and also any interest that we've had in regards to trying to do an adaptive reuse and be able to re-tenant the site that we have. But unfortunately, once Burlington left to North County Square, it was really the kiss of death. It's been a severe struggle, as you know, across the street where my colleague Jean mentioned. We have the Stater Brothers. Starbucks has left. There's a church in place of a business. Our wonderful veterinary hospital also moved because of safety concerns, et cetera, because the property has been vacant. We've worked very diligently with our group to try to maintain the cleanliness, maintenance, security, et cetera, but having such a big building there is a problem. For us, it is more profitable to be able to bring some type of tenant at this location, but it's impossible. And we can't continue to keep it that way because of, for all the things that we have spoken about. This is a long-term holding for us. We're community stakeholders. We love Vista. We've been here for a while. We intend to maintain this. Having a mixed-use project here is something that is not only beneficial to the community, but it's also beneficial to us. And we believe that this could be a catalyst to really turn this area around. There's a lot of blight. We recently had a big national electric company that came out, car vehicles, that was looking at the site, and because of all the loitering and the transients, they didn't even get out of their car. And we want to turn that around. We believe with mixed use that could get us there. Thank you very much.
A. Apuzzo.
Good evening, council members. I'll keep it brief. It's been a long night. It's past my bedtime. As a local business owner, a former North County City Planning Commissioner, member of the past Vista Economic Development Strategy Committee, and a downtown Vista property owner, I think I'm in a unique position to understand the challenges that you face as a city to balance the desires of the community with the needs of local businesses, under the limiting constraints of city government, with the ever-increasing requirements of state compliance. We have a housing crisis. Our communities need more housing. Our core neighborhoods need more walkable options with near amenities. Our businesses need more locally housed people to remain viable. We need more townhome style development zone, 12 to 15 dwelling units per acre for more home ownership. We also have a massive amount of retail and office blight in this city. One of the things we talked about on the VEDS committee was all the excess Class C retail and office space that exists in the city and what to do with it. And the conversation that kept coming up during that year was that we should zone or put different zonings on there to allow for affordable or residential development to kind of take over once the land value exceeded the value of the existing structures that or many of which had outlived its useful life. So this general plan, I think that's the update that's in front of you would address a lot of that. But blight also exacerbates the homeless problem. Blight reduces home values. Vacant blight encourages vandalism, and vacant retail does not provide the sales tax income intended to fund city needs and operations. I saw it in the presentation, but I want to reiterate. The average retail square footage per person in the county is 43 square feet. The general plan that is currently adopted at the City of Vista accounts for 232 square feet of planned retail. Not only is that not viable, if you actually lease that space, what would happen is the tenants wouldn't survive. And so it'd lead to more blight. You don't want 232 square feet per person of retail built in the community. It'll just create more blight, and 5 times the amount of retail necessary for every person in the population is not what you want. So just to wrap it up, how do we improve the housing crisis and eliminate blight? You increase density near the core. You increase density along the main corridors, and you provide more walkable housing and support existing businesses downtown while complying with state law.
Thank you, Judd Harvey, followed by Stephanie Jackal, followed by Karen Mulgrew.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. My name is Judd Harvey, and I reside on Buena Vista Drive. In the economy of the Council's time, I have been asked to share a unified request from the 8 property owners of 5 parcels. They are also in attendance to support our request. I'm here to complement the Vista 2050 update proposal. They are well thought out plans for downtown areas. They provide density, check all the state, local, and transportation boxes. They are clean, focused, and effective. However, additional detached homes seems largely unaddressed. The 2050 encourages this period of growth and transition in Vista as a time to lay out an innovative framework for future growth. Among the other focused areas listed is repurposing underutilized land. Community workshops were offered as a perfect time to revisit land uses. I attended every one of them, and we share our input both in person and on the website comment areas as requested. Our group's families have been deeply rooted in these properties for over 45 years. We've witnessed the development of Shadow Ridge and most recently Wild Grove. These medium-density communities have expanded right up to our front and back property lines. Could there be any better time than today to have our connected parcels perfectly aligned with the future needs of our community? We are eager to see more people have the choice and opportunity to own detached homes, engage with the community, contribute through taxes, and build wealth. We firmly believe that these opportunities are crucial for a more vibrant and sustainable city of Vista, and we are all committed to making this vision a reality. As the city approaches the final stages of the general plan update, we urge you to include our properties together with the medium density land use designation. Your vote would be consistent with the planning feedback and support of future needs of the community, specifically professional workforce and affordable housing. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you. Stephanie Jackal, followed by Karen Mulgrew.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to speak in person on behalf of South Vista Communities about the Buena Vista Drive project. I believe our president, Francis Stumler, will be calling in a comment for the South Vista Communities as well. But South Vista Communities has visited the Buena Vista Drive properties several times and walked around and met with the Harveys. And we support their request to have the designation changed to medium density residential. Excuse me. We look forward to working with the developer of these properties as the project moves ahead, and as we did with them for the Warmlands project. So we hope that you will approve the change of the designation, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Karen Mulgrew, followed by is that Erica? Erica Lopez. Is Karen Mulgrew with us? No. Erica Lopez? Sorry, my pronunciation is better the later it gets.
I get it all the time. So I don't know much about the plant, but I want to say that we live on Buena Vista Drive. My grandmother's we've been on the same property since 1960, myself 1987. I don't have any idea what's going on with the plants, but we are, the concern is that we're under a septic tank. And I don't know if any implementation of building is gonna make us have to change to city. So we're county, currently labeled as county, and it's, I believe, because of the septic. It's affordable to us, so I don't know why we weren't really included. If it impacts us in any way, well, mostly my grandmother, why we weren't included in any of the plans. So it's a church to the left of us, and then all of the addresses listed on the right. The only thing we got was this in the mail. Yeah, so I wasn't sure because I believe we were told is the septic, I don't know if it's the piping or what is in our backyard. So I don't know if that's needed to complete any changes. If not, it was nice seeing everything going on with the city, but we just wanted to make sure we voiced our concerns.
So we don't think there's a reason that would affect your property, but we'll follow up with you if there is.
Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you. Lev Gershman, followed by Chris Williams on Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, Deputy Mayor Katie Melendez, staff, members of the public. My name is Lev Gershman. We have a small development company called Tideline Partners. I don't live in Vista, but I am a longtime fan of Vista. In the 90s, while I was attending Maricosta College, I worked in downtown Vista at the Adobe building next to where the Yellow Deli is. So I've seen Vista come a long way, and I think it's done a fantastic job, and I commend the leadership of the staff and the elected officials that's done that. A lot of really good comments have been shared, and you have some excellent consultants that provided a lot of valuable information. I'll just maybe share some things that other folks haven't had insight to, and I'll talk about the specific plan. The specific plan has been in place for, I believe, just about 20 years, and it calls for over 1,000 units. In that 20 years, there's been, as far as I know, 3 market rate projects delivered in the downtown: Creek Walk, the Ryland, and our project, which is Found Lofts. So I believe that increasing the opportunities for the market forces to allow housing to happen is what you really want to achieve. Just because you're upzoning stuff doesn't mean you're going to have thousands of units come into place. So you've seen this happen in the downtown. 20 years, you had 3 market rate projects. Another interesting innuendo about those 3 market rate projects, they were all built on city-owned land. So indirectly, they were in some way supported with the vision of the city. You have not had any other market rate projects built in the downtown. So generally, we are all about sustainability and staying away from green space development. So locating density around transit corridors and amenities, and with proximity and walkability is really the way to do it. So we leave something behind for our kids. My observation, I think consultants have echoed some of this, the US relative to the world is oversupplied in retail space. We're a consumer society. It sounds like Vista might be oversupplied too, so I would just caution about, while the retail revenue may look attractive, if there's not a demand, and we've heard that from some of the owners, you're gonna end up with vacant retail space or underutilized space. Industrial is one of the lowest vacancies in the county. Makers, with the geopolitical trends enabling more people to find places to make stuff. Vista's got a tremendous business park, so I think supporting more industrial. And certainly transit sites. Transit sites should be densified. That's where there's a massive public investment around infrastructure. And the final comment is approving, and what I would, there's a lot of information there, but I'm leaning towards a sustainable growth approach, because it simply increases the options and the possibility of more things to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Zoom. Chris Williams, followed by Francis Dumler.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, Mayor and distinguished council members. My name is Chris Williams. I'm a active commercial real estate broker with CBRE and have been conducting business in the city of Vista for my entire career, over 15 years. I'd like to thank you for your efforts and thoughtful planning and putting this general plan update together. You've obviously assembled a powerhouse team of consultants. And there have been a lot of positive comments made today. And so I just want to echo a few, right? And maybe add some unique insight in that we are definitely in a housing crisis. I have a hard time attracting businesses to Vista because of the lack of workforce. So supplementing our existing housing opportunities is going to be greatly advantageous to the city. And I want to make a caution about mixed use, right? Is that mixed use is a term that gets thrown around all over the place, and it's not a one size fits all. Mixed use works well in urban environments with walkable amenities and a true sense of place. It does not necessarily support the commercial component in areas that the plan update has designated as mixed use corridor. So I would just suggest that it's a great idea to give flexibility to those sites to support not only residential but retail components, but not necessarily require it, because Lev made a comment is that I've seen other municipalities make this same mistake, as if you require a commercial component in an area that doesn't support a retail use or demand, then those properties just sit vacant or remain undeveloped. So it doesn't really create any progress. So I just would humbly suggest that in the MU corridor zone, there is no requirement for a specific amount of that project to be designated as commercial, because I think that we could kind of shoot ourselves in the foot. So definitely need more housing. I appreciate all your efforts, and it's late, so I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Francis Dumler, followed by Becky Rapp.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Francis Dumler. I am the president of South Vista Communities. South Vista Communities supports the Buena Vista property owners' request to change the land use designation from rural residential to medium density residential with a maximum density of 10 dwelling units per acre. This will bring online much needed housing that will blend nicely with the community across the street. The additional families will provide added consumer support to the two existing neighborhood shopping plazas. South Vista Communities is pleased to note that the developers are considering 7 or 9 dwelling units per acre. We are most comfortable with a lower density. The allocated green space is on the spare side and should be improved. We look forward to working with the city and developer to achieve the best possible outcomes for the South Vista communities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Becky Rapp, followed by Donna Perry. Becky Rapp, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to Becky. Donna Perry. Hello, Donna, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I live like right behind where he's talking about building these units, and we're just kind of curious, like, where is the parking going to be for these units if you so approve?
Thank you. Now we'll go to Zoom participant labeled iPhone 17. They're no longer with us. Becky Rapp, are you with us? Okay, we're going to close the opportunity for public comment on this item at this time, and we'll go to comments from the council. We'll start with Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you to the public, to staff, and to everybody who's participated in this process, going to meetings, sending comments. I do want to say I was a little bit shocked to see that there's not a ton of change proposed up until 2050. I mean, that's a long ways to go. And I don't think that this is the best that we could do. So I just have to put that out there. I really do not believe that this is the best that we can do to really focus tax dollars in creating the type of infrastructure that we need to have a sustainable and resilient community, both on the climate front and on the economic front. I would rather have a lot more options in front of me than what I'm seeing. But taking a look at the options that I have before me, I am 100% in favor of the sustainable, focused growth. You know, it does us no good to have empty retail. I see it in my district, you know, off East Vista Way, we have an old buffet. I can't stand seeing that building anymore. I'm so over it. That is an opportunity lost to create a more connected and vibrant neighborhood. And we have too many of those examples throughout the city. Is there any way to get more options than what is before us? Or, you know, what's the whole process like now that we've gotten to this point?
We can create more options. It'll just take more time and money on the part of staff and working with the consultant, and then more community engagement.
So we would have to do more community engagement. Why?
because the two preferred land use alternatives to be selected by the council tonight are consistent with the community engagement we've received to date, which is to preserve the balance of Vista the way it is and to focus growth and development along the corridors that are underutilized and or vacant and in our downtown. So that's why the two preferred land use alternatives have focused the attention there.
So I understand where the community's coming from. However, I feel like where we definitely are kind of wasting the opportunity of possibly increasing some of the connectivity and increasing the amount of affordable housing with these two options. You know, we have a council majority that put forward inclusionary housing at 9%. That means that developments that are, 20 or more units would have to either pay the city a fee or produce affordable, deed-restricted housing on site. I think the policies that we've put forward as a council really provide a good foundation for us to increase affordability in our community. And I think this is a step in the right direction. However, I do see it as a missed opportunity to have more options for folks to stay here in Vista. So I am disappointed. You know, we are elected by the public, and sometimes we have to do a lot of education to the public to let folks know the best options moving forward, right? Now, if someone doesn't like it, then we all have to go through election cycles. They can tell us to go away very easily, right? So while I appreciate having robust public engagement, seeing how the engagement is conducted by just taking feedback and not providing education as to why something, you know, for example, the Ryland, right? People are pointing to that as an example, but if you would have just let the community choose, they would have said no. And so what I'm hearing is that we're letting the community choose 100% the direction, and I feel like I'm a little bit tied up as a council member because the options before me are not transformational. And some people will completely disagree and they don't want to see any more growth in our city, which is 100% not realistic. We have to grow. We are mandated to grow. So I'm not convinced with the process that we have that even if we were to spend more money to bring forward more opportunities for sustainable growth, that we would get there with the type of public comments that we have, because it's only people that are really tuned in and able to go to these meetings that are providing public comment. We're really not addressing a lot of the folks in the city who their kids are not going to be able to stay with them. They're not going to be able to find a place to live here. So for this to be an outlook to 2050, and this is what I have before me, I'm really disappointed. I'll go ahead and end my comments there because I could go on for a long time. But I do appreciate the work that went into it, but I'm still disappointed. Thank you.
From staff's perspective, we appreciate that input also. And we do feel as though balancing the input we've received and trying to push the envelope, the sustainable focused growth does that.
And that's, I mean, I'm 100% in favor of the sustainable focused growth. I think with the options before us, that's going to revitalize some of these areas and focus our tax dollars into completing communities. You know, right now, folks, they want to see more from the city. They want to see more opportunity. And the intermediate growth does not provide that type of opportunity. In fact, we're probably just going to continue to see underutilized vacant spaces that end up becoming areas where folks hang out, drink a beer, they just leave their stuff there, when instead it could be, multifamily, vibrant, trees, shading transportation corridors. I love that we're building out on these corridors. It's fundamentally important. I was just hoping to see an option that had a little bit more opportunity to invest in communities that are, the single-family housing is not providing the tax base and the opportunity to actually build out connectivity there, like we see with multifamily. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our staff and consultants for this. There were a lot of very thoughtful and intelligent comments tonight, which I really did appreciate. This is one of our greatest tasks as local elected officials, is land use. And I think it is very exciting as someone who's grown up in this community. I grew up in the rural areas, playing in the creek and catching crawdads. And now I live near the transit center neighborhoods. And I love my neighborhood. And I agree with a lot of the comments so far. There's no perfect way for our community to grow. But as someone who born and raised here, wants to have a family here, I want to make sure that myself and others have space to grow. I appreciate the comments from Mr. Hood. These labels don't really mean too much to me. But it's really clear that we need to create community, and we need to complete communities where there are patchwork resources spread throughout the city, and disjointed, disconnected neighborhoods that don't really lead to that community feel that I know that we want to have. So I think that these plans, either one of them, get us close, right? And they acknowledge how we want to be sustainable with our infrastructure resources and with the combination of residential and commercial. But I do kind of agree that there's a bit of a lack of vision, and it's really up to us to provide that vision here tonight and provide the feedback as we continue to move forward with this general plan update process. Our history and zoning of land use is extremely exclusionary, and I do not hold the opinion that our community is just for some of us, and that if you can't afford it, or if you kind of outgrow it, then you can just leave. I don't agree with those sentiments at all. I, as someone who grew up here, want to be able to continue to build community with my siblings and with my neighbors so that we can have a sustained future together for our children. But we want to also make sure that growth and development is happening in appropriate areas and that we're having appropriate uses of the land. And it's not just enough to stack density along corridors that already have weak infrastructure and insufficient community centers. I think that one of the biggest gaps that I see in this plan is, there's a couple things. First of all, we're not using our commercial spaces. So as this plan assists us in using our commercial spaces and converting them into something that's more useful for us, that is an incredibly helpful thing, because our commercial centers are essentially a waste. They're a land use waste at this time, and it is irresponsible for us to continue to allow them to be stolen and underutilized when there are people who do need housing. I hear this all the time from my constituency. All these commercial centers, my rent is going up. There's such a high demand for housing. Why can't we allow for the development? And people think that it's easy. They think, oh, we just need someone to build it, right? But the city has to allow it. And that's what I mean by our history of our land use being exclusionary, that we've really seen things as, one way. So with that, the commercial spaces shouldn't be our only opportunity for economic vibrancy. I really appreciate, Lev, your comments about industrial space. I had made a note here as well that I would like to see more industrial in our Vista community. My neighborhoods already have quite a bit of industrial. I know it's not suitable for every neighborhood, and there are environmental, public health, ecological considerations for industrial, but we are a community of makers. We're not just a community of consumers. And the way that we have our current land use with all of this excess, wasteful commercial space, we could convert to residential and industrial, some of these spaces to allow for not only homes, but also job opportunities and bringing in industry into our city. I think that there's also a really big link between safety and vacancy that we're seeing, where if we want to have active eyes and ears in the community, we need to create community spaces. So will this plan accomplish the creation of community spaces? I don't see that. I see it being smart and resourceful with our resources, especially our infrastructure resources along our major transportation corridors. But I see that there is a lack of vision around creating community centers in neighborhoods, creating villages, right? I think that if I could be helpful in this process, even being able to identify what neighborhoods would be enthusiastic about participating in changes to the general plan and taking that energy. I mean, we're getting neighbors here tonight who say, hey, I want to be incorporated into these changes. That should be a testament to us that we want to create that village feel, and we want to support a general plan update that just doesn't just stack things on top of the lack of community that we already have, but it brings us into a more intimate space where all of our neighborhoods are supported with walkable infrastructure, with proper commercial spaces in the grocery stores that we need, with eyes on the block of community members who live there and are invested there, right? That's the type of vision that I have for our community. So I understand the approach, right? And it's a statewide approach of building along denser corridors. I get that. But I don't think that it's the only one that promotes safety, inclusion, and sustainability. I also would like to learn how we can empower local individual property owners to develop their property and create those villages. We should not have to depend on corporate developers and big landlords to develop our community. I think that that's a recipe for gentrification, and it could lead to displacement. And it also might not always reflect the character of the community. Part of this general plan process is we want to be developing a plan that reflects the character of the community. So I would like to see how can we revitalize what we already have, but if we're gonna grow, how can it be rooted in that village feel where neighborhoods are growing naturally through those independent property owners being able to grow and be included. So thanks, those are my comments. I support what's here. I just would like to be a little bit more dynamic. Thanks.
Councilman Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. All right, so a couple things. Number one, I'm good with the sustainable focused growth alternative. I did look at what our existing general plan is and what our new sustainable focused growth alternative is. I see that you have changed the zoning on a lot of general commercial, a lot of commercial office space, which I feel like is vacant. I also see that you've changed a little bit of zoning in an area here from mixed use, I think, to a different type of residential, which is good. One thing that I want to stress, and I know we talked about, hey, this might not be transformational or whatever, is that I always say I like to feed my community through a garden hose, not a fire hose, right? I don't want to give it all to them at once, you know? We have 232 square feet of retail space per person in the city of Vista. This new focused growth has us down to 93 square feet of retail space per person. That's a reduction of 60% of the vacant commercial office space that's zoned that way within our city. I mean, that's a huge reduction. So that instead of 232, we're at 93. The county average is 43 square feet. So we're still well over the average. We still have a lot of opportunities for retail and stuff. But this, in my opinion, is a huge transformation. And when I look at the corridors and the density that you're putting, there makes sense changes, in my opinion. I also get that when you're talking to the community of Vista, every general meeting that I've been at says, Vista is a village, Vista is a community, Vista is a family, there is a vibe to Vista. And there's different districts in Vista, and each district has a different vibe. When you look in District 2 here, you're not gonna see a bunch of 4-story properties that are gonna be in the hills of Vista because we don't have the infrastructure conducive to do it. However, in these high traffic areas and our transit areas, we do. So as a council, it's our job to make sure that we preserve the vibe of our communities where possible, but we also grow responsibly where needed. I feel like the sustainable focused growth is a step in the right direction. It's not perfect, and it's not gonna be perfect for the next 25 years. There's gonna be a lot of GPAs that come before us as a council. Over the last 8 years as an elected official, I've probably approved 20 GPAs, and they were make sense ones that the old general plan didn't reflect what the community wanted. So this is basically what I say is a guiding tool for the city. And this document, the way that it guides us now and the way that it rids us of vacant commercial space, such as the Chinese buffet and the dispensary that was shut down next to it, and a few other really, really ugly buildings over there that are only like 20% rented, where you have an immigration center and a smoke shop. I mean, those are areas where we really should be densifying, where we have the infrastructure, and it's going to support those businesses that have lasted for so long, that have still been here. And that's our job, is to continue to improve the quality of life, exceptional services, and the uniqueness of our community. And by approving this particular sustainable focused growth, I feel like we're doing what we're supposed to as a council, where we're not changing it to where we're like everybody else. We still obviously have a little more retail space per person, but the opportunities for growth are exponential from where they were before we started working on this general plan. So I want to commend everybody who showed up to the workshops, who voiced their opinions. Joe Hood, this might not be your favorite general plan ever, but we got a climate action plan, we're on fire as a Vista community, where we're looking at our community from a 40,000 foot perspective, and we're taking all aspects of it into consideration. This general plan right here is about housing. It's about, hey, how can we get more housing? How can we get more attainable housing? I got 4 kids and 2 grandkids. They can't afford to live here. I got some living in New York, some living in Oregon, and some who want to move to North Carolina. But if we could have some more attainable housing options in here, who knows? Maybe baby boy get a good job and stay next to Papa. So I'm totally into this. I really appreciate the changes that you made. Additionally, when it comes to these other properties that they're saying, hey, we want to be included in our general plan. First of all, 8 property owners on Buena Street, to get the South Vista communities to come speak on your behalf, slow clap for you. That's good stuff, okay? This is what Vista's about. It's about community engagement, and it's about making sure that before we make changes, everybody who's going to be affected has a little bit of input, and everybody's not going to be excited or satisfied. I've been married for 26 years. I'm right about 15% of the time. She's my favorite person on the planet, and she's right 85% of the time, okay? So just because we don't agree on everything doesn't mean that we can't have a great relationship. It doesn't mean that we can't have a fantastic city. The Burlington property, I'm really gonna lean on Councilmember O'Donnell for what he wants in his district, and also the mayor, who's really been vested in that district and really deep in the roots in that particular property. I agree that it needs to be I'm okay with mixed use. I'm okay with residential. It's obviously not going to be a Burlington Coat factory again because it's across the street. But I do want to lean on Councilmember O'Donnell, who's going to speak next and kind of tell us what his vision is for that. As far as the properties that are in my district, the gentleman on Ocean View who came forward, please submit your information to Mr. Vaca here. He'll make sure that it's incorporated. If it's contiguous and it makes sense, we're all supportive of housing up here. He knows the vision of this council. He's going to make sure that if it's contiguous, it makes sense, we'll make it happen. The request that came in from, I think it's Giuseppe, one of my favorite Italian restaurants, okay? There's a property over here off of Warmlands that you see in this that we're asking to include in the plan and rezone it for medium residential. I am 1000% for that. There is a Shell station on the corner of this property right here that maybe some Vistans have been driving by for the last 20 years and complaining about. The goal is to make that some type of nice community as you come into Vista so that you don't have an old dilapidated gas station where people are tagging up and different tents on it and things. So that property, the fact that you as a restaurateur are thinking, hey, how can I improve the face and the aesthetic of that end of our community that blends right into the county, who has not been a good steward of their land in our neck of the woods? For me, I really support that and I appreciate that. So as far as the questions for me on the properties that you were asking to include in the general plan, I love it as it's presented. I'm going to lean on Councilmember O'Donnell for the property on Sycamore, but I do support Buena, I support Joe, I support Ocean View, and I support the actual sustainable focused growth plan as opposed to the intermediate growth, because I feel like that plan allows more opportunity. And a lot like Councilwoman Contreras said, we can keep having these meetings all day with all of our constituents. With all of the time and money we put into it, I really feel like this is what's going to come back to us. So it's our job as a council to say, hey, with the information we have and what we can do now, this is where I say we go. This isn't going to be finalized until January of next year. I won't even be on the council at that point in time. But as I'm here, I want to make sure that I help direct the city that I love, that I was raised in, all my kids were born and raised in, my grandkids hopefully will stay in. So thank you so much for your work, staff. Thank you so much for your work, talented consultant. I heard somebody say talented consultants. That's right, it's a thing. And I'm really excited to get this issue all wrapped up, moved on, and home for some cold tacos. Thank you.
In that vein, and before I recognize Councilmember O'Donnell, staff wants us to spend a few minutes on each of these three proposed projects. So, Councilmember O'Donnell, if you want to give us your comments generally, this first item we're trying to get a consensus, and Mr. Connolly would like to have a motion to adopt one of the two alternatives that's been laid in front of us. So, if I could have you speak to that. And maybe we can move past that, and then we can go on to these three projects.
So long as I'm understanding correctly that the three projects we voted on separately.
That's correct.
From what we're talking about, yes.
That's correct.
I'm not, just for the sake of time, I support the sustainable growth plan that we have before us. And I will, so long as I can stay in the front of the queue to talk, I will leave my comments there until we are done with the presentations.
I'll recognize Councilmember Green to make a motion.
I would move to approve staff's recommendation as presented, and we will be choosing the sustainable focused growth plan as a council.
I will second that.
Okay. So that's the higher of the two. Yeah. I really don't like it. I'm not going to vote for it. We've seen a lot of good projects throughout the years, and we've approved them. I agree about the need to convert the commercial space. We have a lot of underutilized commercial space, and I want to look at each of those areas, one at a time. But approving a plan that gets us to 150,000+ people is like doubling the growth rate from the past. And somebody asked me a long time ago. They said, "John, what do you think your obligation as a council member is? Do you think your obligation is to people that don't live in Vista yet? Or do you think it's to the people who already live in Vista? The kids who are already going to school here, already playing on the playgrounds?" So when I think about how we're going to grow, my focus is on making sure that we're increasing our per capita revenues so that we can provide more services and do better by the kids that already live in our town. And I just feel like aiming to be a city that grows twice as fast as the rest of the state has grown over the last 30 years with high densification. The other thing I know is we talk about affordability. High density does not achieve affordability. Never has, never will. You can't show me one place in the entire world where high density has equaled more affordability. High density always equals greater prices. It's 100%, first three rules of real estate: location, location, location. Density creates nexus, which creates higher property values. It's just the way it is. New York City, Boston, Washington, D.C., you name it, San Francisco, they're all more expensive because of density. Density will create more expensive housing prices that, as you said, Deputy Mayor, will make Vista less inclusive because it will force people out, and we won't have, which is why, there's less dense projects I do support because they are attainable for families. But I have real concerns about that. Does anybody else want to be heard on the motion? We have a motion and a second. Does anybody else want to be heard on that motion? Going once, going twice. Okay. We have a motion and a second to adopt the sustainable growth plan as the direction forward. So please cast your votes. And I have to agree with, that's an aye from Councilmember O'Donnell. I have to agree with Mr. Hood. That's, that word salad is accurate on that one. I know. Once in a rare while, me and Mr. Hood are in agreement. Okay, that item is passed with 4 in favor and myself voting against it. Now we're going to attempt to briefly move through some of these projects. If I could just say, it's 10:55. The council has met with the proponents of these projects for years, has seen the drawings. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of mind changing going on. But let's see what we can do here, okay? But I think kind of a lot of the work in these decisions has been happening for several years. So we're going to start with Judd Harvey and Brian Axford, and we're going to ask if you want to. Would you? I think we have a really good idea of what the project is. We've got it up on screen. Would you like to say anything, or would you like to hear what we have to say? Okay. I'm just going to start. I think this is an important project. It matches the density of the new development that we built where the Baptist church was. I see this as opportunity for people to afford a house in Vista. Young families, single-family housing is an important part of the housing product. We've built very little of it, not only in Vista, but in the whole county. There are very few opportunities for this kind of project. So I really think this could really be a nice addition. Let's see, I'm going to go down the list here of people that have been asked to recognize. Councilmember Joe Green.
Thank you, sir. I think I've already spoken on where I'm at on this However, I would like to yield my time to Councilmember O'Donnell because he requested to be in front of the queue. Mr. O'Donnell, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, just very briefly. I want to thank Judd and Linda for all the communication that we've had, the emails back and forth. I will support this because I do believe it is a needed addition to the community over there. Props to you, as Councilmember Green had said, South Vista Communities sometimes is not the easiest group to get on your side when it comes to development. So the fact that they're here supporting you is a big addition to that. So I do mean this very sincerely. I hope the communication that you have given to me, both privately and it seems publicly to the general population, is that you will take care of the infrastructure needs and not just develop this space, but make sure it betters the city of Vista and the surrounding community. And I hope that that's what comes to fruition, but I will support it.
Councilmember Contreras, I have you in the queue here. Did you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, I'll just briefly say that I'm in support. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Donnell, do you want to make a motion, or do you want to second my motion to?
I'll second yours.
Okay, I'll make the motion to give direction approving the inclusion of this project in the general plan.
And I'll second.
Okay, any more comments on that particular motion? If not, we got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
I vote aye.
Okay, that item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to the project from Giuseppe Di Giovanni. If we can bring that project up on screen. Mr. Vaca, can you give us a quick verbal walkthrough? This is a little bit newer project.
Yes, I
We haven't
can.
had as much opportunity to hear about it.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the City Council. So the project is 1.6 acres. It's 2 legal parcels. It's on Wormlands Avenue. And it's currently mostly vacant land with 1 existing single-family home and a detached garage. And it's surrounded by low-density development to the right, commercial neighborhood to the north, medium-density residential to the south, and medium-high-density residential to the left, to the west. And the request is to change the general plan designation from neighborhood commercial to medium-density residential.
And what kind of product is envisioned? What kind of housing
A
product?
similar product that you would see in the aerial photograph to the south. It'd be compatible with that density and housing type. Townhomes.
Small lot,
typically.
single family?
Small lot, single family, or townhomes attached.
Well, and this is the Shell Station site? Well, this has been a very, very troubled site in Vista. So I would strongly support seeing somebody who's got a really vested stake in our community bringing a good project to develop it and finally eliminate the blight of the Shell Station. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much for your support, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go ahead and echo that. As the community knows, we've had a lot of issues with not only the owner of that Shell station, but also these properties that were adjacent right behind that we were lucky enough to have Mr. Di Giovanni purchase and maintain. And I know that his vision for that corner is one to improve the entrance to our city and make it much more attractive to those coming in and also provide great housing opportunities. So for that reason, I definitely approve this addition to our general plan, and I would make a motion to approve as presented.
Councilmember Contreras.
I'll second. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
I vote aye.
Okay, we saved the best for last. If the proponents of the project want to come back, I mean, this one's going to be, I think, maybe a little bit more of a discussion. If you want to come back up front and walk us through here. Councilmember O'Donnell, do you want to hear anything else from the project applicant before you?
I don't. The applicant knows where I stand, but I'm happy to hear if they have any comments they'd like to make.
Thank you. As Sarah Magana Withers, thank you. As we've indicated before, this is something that we have met through COVID, and we've heard the council member loud and clear. As I mentioned, we were at the shopping center convention last week, and it was something that we had discussed about trying to court more tenants to the site. Obviously, they cannot be at a large floor plate because we'll be very happy to accommodate anybody that wants to come here now. They would fit right in. So having the mixed use is something that we would like to move forward. We hope that this is something that we can achieve. As you all know, with the way the economy is right now, it's very difficult to be able to finance these type of projects. We have 47 townhomes, apartments. It's a very good mix. I think it'll provide a very good quality of life for the people that are going to reside here, especially being so close to the 78 freeway. And then also it'll provide some amenities for the local community. We've talked about having, a village here, and it feels like home. I've been here several times, and when I come in, I see people walking on the street, and then I see them inside of City Hall, start up a conversation. It feels good. you know? So we feel that the project that we have designed really stays true to that. We want to make sure that, you know, people engage with each other, that they know their neighbors that live down the street because they can come, have a cup of coffee, a sandwich, you know, interact. So that's something that we're very much committed to. And we'd like to continue to work with staff, the council, as well as our neighbors. We have met throughout COVID. We did a couple of Zoom calls, but there's more outreach that we'd like to do. We don't want to come in, basically, you know, since we have something that's a little bit more polished and that is more of a design, we want to make sure that it's something that we're in line with what, to be able to process. And so that we don't have to make so many changes later in case the topography doesn't lend itself, which is something also that it has been a challenge here. As many of you know, we have that the drainage that's directly in front of our property. We have the drop that's in the back. The topography, it's, you know, very uneven. It lends itself to this type of development, but it's also a bit challenging. So thank you, and I'm here for any questions. And Gene, as you know, he's our leasing director, so we'd be more than happy to answer anything.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, how many units did you say would exist on this land?
253, 47 townhomes, 205 apartments.
So I'm sure that my comments, because you and I have had many discussions, will come to no surprise. So this was first proposed April 13th, 2021.
Yes.
How many community meetings have you had to discuss whether or not they would want this property?
We've had 2 Zoom calls, and I've met with all the council members as well as staff. I believe that you had a town hall meeting last year, which we did have discussions about when the right time is for us to be able to continue our community outreach. We're very respectful of not only the community and our neighbors, but also especially the council and staff. So, you know, we hope to take your lead, and that's where we're at now.
And I appreciate that. And you've been very communicative
Thank you.
with me, and I know that we've been trying to work this process along. But you have to understand my concern, because at my town hall, there was overwhelming lack of support for this project as it currently existed. I know that you and I have talked about different options that may be viable or available, but we haven't been able to come to that center lane yet to find a project that would fit into what the community is asking for. Now, my concern is that to have 2 opportunities of outreach in 1,141 days does not express to me that due diligence has been done with the community that surrounds this property. I understand that there is a need for housing. I understand that there is a need for the property owner to make a profit. I am not against that. I'm not even against housing in this space, as I have said before. But with 8 acres in a complete rezoning to have mixed use, even before me, I still see 3,000 square feet in the document we have in front of us, which I know has gone up a little bit. But there hasn't been enough outreach, and I want to work with you all to make this happen, because I'm tired of seeing it vacant too. 5 years is way too long, and I want to try and get something done to change that, and so we can change the footprint over there. I mean, it was mentioned that we're going to revitalize the space across the street and save Stater Brothers and the other shops that are over there, but in the same token, you're telling me that you can't support 12 to 15,000 square feet of retail, even though those same apartments are going to save the property across the street. There's also going to be a hotel going in back there at some point. So having those amenities would actually benefit that space. So I'm not supportive at the moment. I do want to continue working with you and working with the community so we can get there, because I do not want it to be vacant anymore. But I just, the public input has to be there beyond my town hall, and I would like to see that happen. So I'm going to make the motion to deny this application. But if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. But those are all my comments for right now.
If I may make a comment, please. I understand about the community outreach, and that's something that perhaps, because we don't want to step on anybody's toes, that we have not been more, taken more of a participation in that regard. Trying to be respectful, I think, has really hurt us. But in all due the respect, I think today with the land use designation, I think that we can get to something that the entire community and yourself would be happy with. I don't, passing up this opportunity to be able to be part of your general plan, I think it's a huge hindrance. I think it'll set us back tremendously. If it's something in regards to design and the makeup of the retail, we'll be more than happy to work on that. But I think that if we could be part of the general plan update and be able to work with the community staff and especially yourself to make it something that we can sing Kumbaya and everybody be here, and we would love to have your support. This is something, like I mentioned before, it's a long-term holding for us. We're community stakeholders. We're not going anywhere. This is not something that, we're trying to flip or, if somebody comes in with a ridiculous number and we're still in the same situation, we may be forced to, because we can't continue to have this building the nuisance that it is. But we believe that we can get to that point, that we can get it to where, especially yourself and the community and staff, can be on the same page.
And I say this very respectfully. I don't disagree with anything you just said, which is why I would say that if that proposal is brought forward with community support and input, then it isn't a hindrance by not adding it right now, because that is something I will gladly approve later on and work with the council to get support. But right now, giving an unfinished product and asking for a complete zone change is just something that I do not think would be in the best interest of the residents that live in the area and the best interest of the city. So I'd like to continue working with you on this project so that way we can get to the point where we can bring it back before the council and then get it approved.
Okay, I would like to ask a question. If the general plan update, are we still going to have the opportunity to be able to be processed? Especially since our application is already in, it's been in the works. We have submitted formally. I think, I don't know if the other projects have their applications in place, but I'm just concerned about losing the opportunity of being able to be part of the general plan update. Because if we engage in a separate process, it may kill the project completely.
Let me ask that question a different way. What's our internal deadline to make decisions about what's going to be included and what will not be included in the general plan update?
So there is not an agenda item to consider rescinding or withdrawing their general plan amendment that's active. They haven't really actively pursued that, and I know the direction from Councilmember O'Donnell has been for them to engage the community, and they haven't done that. However, that being said, it's still an active general plan amendment, and it still would proceed through its normal course of action.
Irrespective of this project, take this project out of the equation for a second. Is today the last day that we're going to consider inclusion in the general plan update? Or
yes,
okay,
it is.
Okay.
The last thing for council, after everything's discussed tonight, one of the last things we want direction from the council on, that we would encourage the council to support that we do not accept any additional general plan amendments from this point forward until we have the general plan update completed. And that's to save staff time on processing general plan amendments while we're really trying to focus on the update. But this is a unique scenario that's already in play and would continue.
The reason that I ask is because I believe, from what I hear from Councilmember O'Donnell, is that you've indicated that it has to do, I think in concept, the mixed use is something that's supported, but not necessarily the amount of, not necessarily the design or what it encompasses. the number
Okay.
of units, et cetera. And
All right,
that's something that we can work through.
Mr. Conley has made this clear to me. So the grandfathering aspect, we're going to cut off general plan amendments except for your project from now until when we approve the general plan update. So we're not going to discuss or consider any more GPA's general plan amendments from now until when we adopt our final general plan update, with the exception of this project. So I think what we should do, since we're here right now, and since I know you drove a couple hours to be here, and
Quite all right. I'll move
5 hours
in.
of sitting here, I would like to have a quick conversation with Councilmember O'Donnell and figure out exactly what we need to do to get this thing. I mean, we did a early design review.
Yes, sir.
I agree with Councilmember O'Donnell. I think we still have a little ways to go.
No problem.
You know, I don't know what you guys are ready to lay on the table to offer, if anything. I would also agree, and I think something that Councilmember O'Donnell was kind of implied in what he said, but this has certainly been a project that's consequential enough for the neighborhood, and it's a marquee project that for us to adopt at 11:15 at night in the roll it up in the general plan update probably would not be looked upon well, is a massive understatement. So we do need to do a significant amount of public outreach, but Councilmember O'Donnell, in the 12 years now that I'm participating here, I haven't seen very many developers create massive amounts of public input. It usually is our process if we schedule it out early enough and we give people notice, and you do what you've got to do as a council member and I do what I need to do as mayor, we're going to get people to come and participate in a very lively conversation. Although I agree, and this is advice that I gave you privately, is move this thing forward in the process and let's see what happens. We got to get to the point where we have these conversations. We got to get a whole pack room full of, we're going to have 80 people are going to come and talk about this. And please, let's set one meeting just aside just to do this.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
No, we want to be very transparent. We would love to. I mean, you have a wonderful community, even through our Zoom calls. It was very lively. It's really, a true neighborhood. So we want to be part of that.
Let's have a progress meeting where we figure out how do we move this thing forward, because it is not in the best interest of the neighborhood for this property to continue to be blighted and vacant. It has been way better, and we appreciate you putting the bollards in at our request. And it was our previous leadership in the sheriff's department that told us don't do that. And the new leadership is to be commended because they were right. It was much better with the bollards in place.
Thank you.
Would publicly ask at this time if you would, in all the right, in compliant ways, take a look at the plants that are growing up and keep those.
We did talk about that. We do have our biology report. I know that your engineering group is looking at me now. So we'll make sure that it's in compliance, and we've been following along and taking care of it.
I'm going to continue to assert to the community that you've been good property owners during a time where your property has generated no revenue. And I want to say thank you to that, because there were other ways that other property owners, like the Shell station, have conducted themselves. The previous owner, not the current one. But we have good landowners, we have bad landowners. This is a big project, long time in the coming, but I think you've been very sincere in wanting to be good partners with the city. So I do want to appreciate that.
Thank you to your leadership, and especially Councilmember O'Donnell. He's been fantastic. I mean, I really appreciate, all the being able to interact and hearing, being the voice of the community. It's very important to us. So I do believe that we can get there with your guidance. I appreciate the fact that you listen to us also, and that you take our input, and we hope that, we could get to the point where we're celebrating our ribbon cutting. So thank you.
We would like that. Okay, so we're gonna come back to this one.
Definitely.
Does any other comments? We have Councilmember Contreras.
So just a quick question. If we were to approve mixed-use residential, do we also approve this project? It would be separate. I mean, this whole area that says GC really should be mixed use, to be honest with you. And I don't think I would have a seconder, and probably not a majority. But one, I will tell you that I'm not in favor of having housing right next to a commercial space that's a drive-through. That is like no to me.
We don't have any drive-throughs.
Okay, because at one point you were considering a drive-through Starbucks.
Very early on, because that was something that we appreciate the fact, we wanted to come here very early and be transparent and share with you what the vision was, because this wasn't even a plan. We saw that the demand was there for mixed use, but that was not something that was even programmed for. Your general plan came in after we filed. It came in 2022 when you started your planning. And
Okay, yeah. So I just wouldn't, I don't like
we wouldn't
drive-throughs next to homes. I was not a big fan of that. But I do think that this area here should be mixed use. And I respect Councilmember O'Donnell and where you're coming from. I really think that regardless of what you put in front of the community, you're never going to get support for anything. So I'm going to go ahead and make a substitute motion, absent any second that I've heard, to move forward with changing this to mixed-use residential and implementing it into the general plan update. Because we will still be able to direct the applicant to whatever project needs to be that's more congruent and favorable to the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
That was also a question that I had, is I have no intention of approving your project, especially knowing how Councilmember O'Donnell and the community feel about it. We had a lot of talks about how much affordable housing is going in there, how many condos, how many townhomes, what type of retail. So by no means would I approve your project the way that it is. And I definitely wouldn't want to just sneak it in the end of the general plan and say, hey, I'm approving this zoning change with the amount of town apartments and condos. So like your 47 townhomes, your 207 apartments, and your 3,000 square feet, that is 100% unequivocally not approved, all right?
And we understand that.
Okay, and what I'm thinking and what I'd like to ask of Councilmember O'Donnell is, it seems to me that regardless of what the project looks like, it's going to be a mixed-use project. We don't want to just do high density. We don't want to do medium density. We want it to be mixed use. So I obviously don't want to step on your toes by any means, but at the same token, if changing the zoning of this property to mixed use is going to make it easier for them to either market to the community and come into compliance with you want, or sell the property to a different developer that's going to do exactly what you want because it's zoned how we need it to be within the city, I think it behooves us as a council to at least zone it in such a way that we're able to build what you want over there, as opposed to keeping it zone general commercial and not having anybody bang on this property except for this one owner right here. Because since it's a Jones General Commercial, no other buyers are coming forward. No other developers are coming forward. Nobody's coming forward. We're dealing with somebody who owns a retail building here who doesn't really, in my opinion, hasn't done this before. So I feel like if we change the zoning to mixed use, it not only gives them the freedom to reach out to the community and partner up with you on something, but it also gives them the opportunity to sell this as a mixed use property to somebody who might not need to make as much money as them, or somebody who might be more into doing exactly what you want. Because mind you, if they're not going to do what you and your community wants, I really feel like your council who works with you and supports you isn't going to do unless what you want. But in the end, I feel like it's going to be a mixed use. So I'd like to, if it's okay with you, Mayor, have Councilmember O'Donnell respond to that question for me, because I really feel like if we just change the zoning and don't improve their project, it makes it easier for us to update this corner for his community.
But what you're suggesting would approve the project by right.
No.
Is that correct?
Correct. That's my understanding.
No.
It would remove a lot of the city's discretion in approving the final project.
Okay, so they could jam that down my throat if I change it to mixed use.
They would have a lot more ability to do so under
Sorry,
state
ma'am. As much as I wanted to help you, I will not be
Excuse
seconding
me.
this submission.
May I interject, please?
Mayor, can she interject?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Since you're running the meeting?
Please.
Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you.
It's 11:30 at night. We're a little.
The land use designation will be a mixed use. The only reason that our project, obviously, we received comments in 2023. We heard rumblings that, there was issues with the retail. So that's why we've been kind of at a standstill because we do want that feedback. I feel that this time that we've had with the conversations, and we need more, obviously, we would like to refine it. But the land use designation of the mixed use is going to allow us to get to the final product. It doesn't mean, we have comments from the city, we submitted an application, but it doesn't mean that that's the ultimate final product.
The only thing that we can all agree on is that whatever happens here, everyone's going to be unhappy with it. And you're not unhappy with it enough to make Dan happy. But I mean, Councilmember O'Donnell, yeah, nobody's going to be nobody, everybody, they don't want to see the traffic count, and they don't remember there's 386 parking spaces on this site because it used to be a Kmart with massive amounts of commercial traffic. So, we have our work cut. If we had
the floor still.
If we had really put this thing out with about 30 days advance notice and everybody really knew it was, because everybody's been asking me and Councilmember O'Donnell for years now, when is this thing going to happen? When is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? We can't have, when did we publish this? 7 days ago, this agenda? Yeah, we can't have 7 days and then we do it and then everybody goes, wait, we missed the opportunity and you did it at 11:30 at night. It's just not going to fly. So this is where I think we got to negotiate with Councilmember O'Donnell about, let's pick a date. Let's set it well into the future. Let's set a date for a final public hearing on the GPA, and let's come back and let's put a deadline on this. Let's get this done. Let's build something beautiful there for the neighborhood, and let's build some houses. And we're going to have minimum 9% low income.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for answering the questions, and thank you, staff, for clarifying for me. At this point in time, I think I'm going to be seconding Councilmember O'Donnell's motion to deny the project as presented and go from there.
Okay. May I ask one more question, please?
Councilmember O'Donnell, do we need to adopt a motion to deny this move? If we don't take an action, it's not approved.
I just want clarity. So if we take no action, it doesn't approve nor kill the project, we can continue down the path of community outreach. And to the mayor's point, 100% of the people, they're never all going to be happy. But there was very, very direct feedback based on the proposal that was presented. And even with the new proposals, nothing has been presented to the community beyond what you and I have personally sat down and talked about, Ms. Withers. So I'm happy not to deny it at this moment so we can continue discussion, but there is no potential that I will be swayed to approve it at the moment.
I just want to be clear here. We're not denying anything. We're simply not including their general plan amendment request in the general plan update that staff is pursuing.
That's exactly
They will
right.
still come back with their whole project before the council at some point in the future.
Yeah, what we're really asking you is to let us pick a date in the next 90 days, maybe sooner, where we bring this forward. Councilmember O'Donnell has 45 days to publicize it. He's asking you to publicize it. We got a town hall right here. This is our town hall. Let's have a big town hall meeting at let's have a workshop meeting on this. Let's do this. Let's get 80, 100 people out. Let's have a big conversation. Everybody's voice is heard, and let's come up with a resolution so we can get something done here.
But are we excluded from the general plan or just on hold, correct?
You're going to get you got the only waiver.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're on hold.
Sorry.
But you're getting the only
As a
waiver.
former planner, I'm
you're getting the only
terrified
waiver.
because I actually.
You're going to be the only general plan amendment considered between now and like January of next year.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the last. Councilmember Contreras, did you want to be heard on this again?
Yeah, you know what? I would feel better codifying it with a motion to hold it. Is that, because that's a different motion that what was put before was a denial
How about, since we're doing motions to table now, should we table it?
indefinitely?
Well, not indefinitely. I mean, we don't want the thing vacant forever. We want to build something on it.
Yeah, I'm tired of this being an eyesore and a magnet for folks that want to utilize it for nuisance behavior. And I feel like we're punishing.
Point of order, there was a motion, a second on the floor. I believe there was. City Attorney, can you confirm that? Do we have to vote on that
There is a
item?
motion, second. We're discussing the motion.
Yeah, and I feel like what we've done is we're punishing a really good property owner that has been trying to work with us for a long time. I understand that if we move forward, and Mr. Conley provided the additional information, that we would have less leverage. Ultimately, a lot of this stuff has to change to mixed use. It's not fair that my district is where a lot of the density is going. We need to be more inclusive of density in different areas of the city. So I just want to say that. But I do believe that we should, in good practice, make a motion so that way at least the property owner has that and it's codified, right? So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to put this on hold. I can't make a motion for that. I can make a substitute motion.
Yeah, substitute motion.
Yeah, so I make a substitute motion because the motion on the floor is to deny the project. So,
Okay, so you're making a motion to table.
Postpone.
I'm not, no. Because if I were to make a motion to table, then we would have to come back and vote for it to be untabled. So you don't have to mansplain to me what I'm doing. So I'm going to go ahead and make a substitute motion to put this on hold because staff was very clear that we are not going to be accepting any other general plan amendments to receive this general plan amendment in the next, I don't know, month or 2 months. What should I put for a time frame? What makes sense? You tell me, someone.
A motion to postpone is in order if you fix a time to postpone until, or if you set an action that has to be, a specific event has occurred after which the item can be considered again.
So what?
There's no need to have any motion or action here. If you just withdraw the thing, we don't need to have this big parliamentary argument. If we just withdraw the motions, then and we adjourn, nothing happens, and we can come back and consider it whenever we want.
Councilmember O'Donnell speaking, and technically I still have the floor. So, can you?
I'm just saying I will withdraw my motion so long as it's under the understanding that this will come back to us, but nothing's taking place with it right now, and that sounds exactly like what's happening.
Okay, does everybody have that clear, or should city attorney, is that fine? If you give me the green light that that's fine, then that's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thank you.
And we don't miss the opportunity to file, to be under the general plan update, correct?
You're not going to be in the
Because your
update,
motion-
but you're going to have the opportunity to be heard
Yes.
as an amendment.
To redesign
Yeah.
or do whatever you need.
Okay. Yes, basically.
Because it indicates.
You can come
that
back.
today's it.
We're going to get
You
with you
can
right
come
after
back.
the meeting and we'll explain. Okay, the last item of business on this item is that we all agree that there will be, with the exception of this general plan amendment for the Charles Company, we will not consider any other general plan amendment. Staff is asking us to agree to this. I don't think it needs to be if we're all in agreement. We're instructing staff. Are there more speakers? What is this? Oh. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Does anybody not agree with that? Everybody's in it. Okay, we got everybody's lit up again. All right, let's do it. Councilmember Contreras.
Oh, I think that was from before, but
Okay.
I am in agreement. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, and all I'll say is this project where I'm at is not against density in this location. It is simply trying to work to make sure that the footprint of what the community is looking for, it's not asking them to reduce anything. It's to add a little bit more of something. So those are all my comments on it, but I'm looking forward to bringing it back. So
Councilmember O'Donnell, you agree that we're going to direct staff not to accept any more requests for general plan amendments with the exception of the Charles Company between now and the finalization of the general plan update?
I do agree with you.
Very good. We've all five given instruction. We all agree. I see no other speakers. We're going to move now to our oral communications. We have a number of people who've asked to be heard under this portion of the meeting. Eric Holtberg, are you with us? Joe Hood, would you like to be heard again? Hannah Gailey, if you are here. Suzette Loy, who might be on Zoom. Person who did not put their name. Grant Schubert, James Chow, Scott McDonald, Keelani Loy. If you are available, you're going to have your moment shortly after Mr. Hood.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, despite your not wanting to have amendments to the general plan, I would request an opportunity to talk with this planning team about climate additions to the general plan. And you can come back and vote on it when you do the final vote, but I really would appreciate an opportunity to provide input. Number one, car washes 18, people 0. Car washes 18, tiny home villages for the unhoused, 0. Car washes 18, mini forests, 0. Please change the city procedures so that when you're asked to approve projects that harm the environment, you can say no. It makes no sense to allow the council to be cornered into approving environmentally harmful projects. Equity and the environment must come first, surely before unneeded projects that create more wealth for the greedy at the expense of the needs of our most distressed citizens. Number two, please set a housing first policy based on tiny home villages that provide permanent housing and that offer health and job services designed to reduce homelessness. The state has 1,200 tiny homes to give away. Six manufacturers have been approved. Is Vista participating? Our city must not revert to cruel measures based on tests of residency or fear of criminal actions. Federal and state policy require a housing first strategy to receive grants. Support without housing is likely to fail. Choose compassion, please, not cruelty. Number three, Poway schools are saving $33 million with solar. Oceanside said they're going to save $26 million with microgrids. They'll increase resilience and create jobs, with more savings to come. Vista should put microgrids on all city-owned rooftops and parking lots and include them in a virtual power plant tied to CEA. Let's save tens of millions of dollars, increase revenue, reduce climate risks, increase resilience, and create jobs. Ask staff to issue an RFP for maximum clean energy within a month. This is not a quick, wacky suggestion like the quick, quacky car wash.
This is the last call for Grant Schubert, James Chow, Scott McDonald, Keelani Loy, Suzette Loy, Hannah Gailey. Seeing that they are not present when called, we are going to, at this time, adjourn. If you want to make comments, we will run the Zoom and the AV equipment into the morning hours, and you're welcome to stay and make all the comments you like. The rest of us are going home.
I do want to make a comment just to report out to the public that NCTD has moved forward with, I think it's the RFP process that we received, some designs to build out the Melrose Sprinter Station and Rancho del Oro Sprinter Station. Both are right now being considered at 100% affordable housing.
And my only update is a reminder to everybody that showed up for Green Oak Ranch tonight is that I will be hosting a town hall with Supervisor Jim Desmond on June 30th at 12:30 p.m. in the Morris Vance Community Center right here at the Civic Center. So everybody have a good night.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Have a good night. Here's the rest of the speaker cards. Nobody came close to the time.